Section 31 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7th Annual Report, 1843, Part 7. Higher Schools. This account of the people's schools would be very imperfect did I omit to mention one or two other classes among them corresponding in grade with our town schools or public high schools. These are the real and burgher schools, which hold the same relation to the elementary schools that our town schools hold to those of the districts. The Royal Real School of Berlin, the first in point of date, was formed as early as 1747 by Councillor Hecker. The epithet real is used in contradistinction from learned. At the time when this school was established, Latin and Greek were the exclusive objects of study in the learned schools, and the avowed purpose in founding this was that not mere words should be taught to the pupils, but realities, explanations being made to them from models and plans and of subjects calculated to be useful in after life. The establishment of this class of schools was the commencement of a great educational reform. Even now the Germans could afford to barter any quantity of classical annotations, or of homemade Latin and Greek prose and verse, for enough of mechanical skill to make a good household utensil, a good farming tool, or a good machine. Doubtless, too, their best students would excogitate more philosophically by day if they knew enough to sleep more physiologically at night, but this knowledge of Latin and Greek do not give. The special design of the burgher school is to prepare young men to become citizens, that is, to qualify them for the transaction of such municipal and other public affairs as they may be called upon to perform. The man whose duty it may be to build bridges, to construct drains, to lay out streets or roads, to erect public buildings, to pass ordinances for the establishment or regulation of the police, and for the general administration of city or county affairs, should have some special preparation for duties so various and responsible, and the city which fails to educate those young men who are afterwards to perform such duties in her behalf will find in the end that their mistakes, mismanagement, and want of economy will cost 100 times more than the original outlay which would have qualified them for such offices. In a country like ours, where all the citizens not only elect to office but are themselves eligible, if education does not fit the great body of the people for the performance of these duties, it is clear we must be constantly putting valuable trusts into the hands of incompetent trustees. The above classes of schools are also schools for the useful arts, manufactures, and commerce. In some of them, architecture, engineering, mining, etc. are taught, and the course of studies is susceptible of being enlarged to any extent until they become complete polytechnic institutions. I was so fortunate to arrive at Cologne pending an examination of its burgher school. One day had already been spent, but I was present on the morning of the second before the exercises commenced. A program of the order of performances, accompanied by remarks and explanations on the course of studies and the methods of instruction, had been prepared for the use of examiners and visitors. It consisted of 24 printed folio pages, a fact which shows the degree of attention devoted to the subject. The number and apparent standing and character of the visitors ratified the inference which one would naturally draw from such a fact. From this program it appeared that the subjects of examination were religion, the German, their native language, the French, Latin, English, and Italian languages, history, geography, knowledge of nature, arithmetic, and geometry, drawing, calligraphy, and singing, in all 13 branches. I shall speak only of that part of the examination which I heard. In arithmetic, after a little time had been spent in expounding the mere relations of numbers, the pupils gave an account of the different weights and measures of the neighboring states, of the standard value of gold and silver as determined by the laws of different nations, of the current coins of all the nations of Europe and the United States of North America. They were then required to change coins of one denomination and country into those of another. After this, they were examined in electromagnetism, having apparatus on which to try experiments. A class of boys from 13 to 17 years of age was then examined in the French and English languages. During the exercise in French, both teacher and pupils spoke in French, and during the exercise in English, both teacher and pupils spoke in English. These exercises consisted in translation, parsing, and general remarks. The teacher's remarks on the construction and genius of the English language would have done credit to a professor in one of our colleges. A want of time excluded examinations in Latin and Italian, but all that I saw and heard was performed so well as to create an assurance of ability to sustain an examination in any other branch set down in the program. After this came declamation in 3 languages. In this exercise I observed there was not a single gesticulation, nor any symptom of an internal impulse towards one. The lads took their station behind a table, which they seized with both hands and held steadfastly until the close. After the examination was completed, the head teacher occupied half an hour in delivering an address, a part of which was directed to the young men who were about to leave the school, and a part to the parents and visitors on their duties to it. In many parts of the continent, evening schools are kept, which are attended by apprentices and others. In these schools, all branches of useful knowledge are taught. In Paris, I have seen men 40 or 50 years of age in attendance, and diligently studying the branches appropriate to their respective occupations. Such schools occupy the place, to some extent, of our debating clubs and lyceums. The school communicates knowledge. The debating club and the lyceum suppose the actual possession of knowledge. Where this knowledge does not actually exist, is not the school preferable? In some of the German states, the law requires apprentices to attend school a certain number of evenings in every week. In one of these states, I was informed that complaint had been made by the apprentices because they were deprived of the disposal of their own time and were obliged to defray the expense of tuition at school out of their pocket money. To obviate this complaint, the law was changed. All apprentices were still obliged to pay a tuition fee, but the government remitted the payment in favor of those who attended, exacting it only of the absentees. In most, if not in all, of the German cities which I visited, I found Sunday schools in active operation. These are established, not, as with us, for the purpose of giving moral or religious, but secular instruction. Their exercises consist mainly in reading, writing, composition, arithmetic, geography, drawing, and so forth. They are attended principally by apprentices, laborers, and others, whose age for attending the elementary schools has passed, and who are engaged during the weekdays in their respective industrial employments. From what has been said, it will be observed that there is a remarkable difference between the lads or youth of Prussia and our own in regard to the nature and character of the literary exercises to which they betake themselves after leaving the elementary schools. With us, they attend the lyceum, the debating society, the political reading room, or the newsroom. There, notwithstanding the excellent instruction they have already received in the school, they seek to enlarge and carry forward their elementary knowledge by attending the evening school and the Sunday school. Their course springs from the idea that further preliminary knowledge is to be acquired. Ours from the idea that sufficient preliminary knowledge has already been obtained, sufficient to qualify them to enter upon the business of life, sufficient for the decision of all social and political questions. Before we give a decided preference to our own course, would it not be well to inquire whether the supposition on which it proceeds be true? In Prussia, Saxony, and some other of the German states, schools for further cultivation, as they are called, Fortbildungsschulen, are rapidly increasing. Having brought to a close what I propose to say respecting the spirit and methods of instruction prevalent in the German schools, perhaps it may not be wholly useless to others, who may make a similar tour of exploration, if I add that after leaving the north of Prussia and the kingdom of Saxony, I observed a slight falling off, a declension in the tone and conduct of the schools. This, however, was slight, until I approached the Rhine. But here, in the Grand Duchy of Nassau, of Hesse-Darmstadt, of Baden, and in the cities of Koblenz, Cologne, and Dusseldorf, although the same general system was everywhere in operation, yet its body was not animated and informed by so active and zealous a soul. The above view of the condition of the Prussian schools, and of the degree of influence they exert upon the national character, would be incomplete without a few general remarks. The question is sometimes asked, why, with such a wide extended and energetic machinery for public instruction, the Prussians as a people do not rise more rapidly in the scale of civilization, why the mechanical and useful arts remain among them in such a half-barbarous condition, why the people are so sluggish and unenterprising in their character, and finally why certain national vices are not yet extirpated. These questions may be readily answered. First, it is a great defect in the people's schools of Prussia that the children leave them at so early an age. At 14, when the mind, by blending its own reflections with the instructions of an accomplished teacher, is perhaps in the very best state for making rapid advance, the child is withdrawn from school and his progress suddenly arrested. The subsequent instruction of the evening school and the Sunday school reaches but a small part of the rural population. Secondly, there is a great dearth of suitable books for the reading of the older children or younger men. Notwithstanding the multitude of publications sent forth annually from the prolific German brain, but very few of them are adapted to the youthful mind, and that great instrumentality for operating in every place, however secluded or remote, and for elevating every individual, however indigent or obscure, the district school library, has hardly yet been heard of in the kingdom. Hence there is a failure of mental nutriment on which the common people can thrive. Whenever I mentioned our own plan of school libraries, it struck all, whether teachers, school officers, or friends of free and progressive institutions, as one of the grand desiderata for carrying forward the public mind in its career of improvement. I have the happiness to believe that our course on this subject will not only diffuse blessings by its direct agency at home, but will enlarge into a wide circle of benevolence by the effect of its example abroad. The Prussians have political newspapers, but these are under a rigorous censorship. There are but few of them, and their size is very small. One of our mammoth sheets would nearly supply a Prussian editor for a year. Thirdly, but the most potent reason for Prussian backwardness and incompetency is this: when the children come out from the school, they have little use either for the faculties that have been developed or for the knowledge that has been acquired. Their resources are not brought into demand. Their powers are not roused and strengthened by exercise. Our common phrases, the active duties of life, the responsibilities of citizenship, the stage, the career of action, the obligations to posterity, would be strange-sounding words in a Prussian ear. There, government steps in to take care of the subject almost as the subject takes care of his cattle. The subject has no officers to choose, no inquiry into the character or eligibleness of the candidates to make, no vote to give. He has no laws to enact or abolish. He has no questions about peace or war, finances, taxes, tariffs, post office, or internal improvement to decide or discuss. He is not asked where a road shall be laid, or how a bridge shall be built, although in the one case he has to perform the labor, and in the other to supply the materials. His sovereign is born to him. The laws are made for him. In war, his part is not to declare it or to end it, but to fight and be shot in it, and to pay for it. The tax-gatherer tells him how much he is to pay. The ecclesiastical authority plans the church which he must build, and his spiritual guide, who has been set over him by another, prepares a creed and a confession of faith all ready for his signature. He is directed alike how he must obey his king and worship his God. Now, although there is a sleeping ocean in the bosom of every child that is born into the world, yet if no freshening, life-giving breeze ever sweeps across its surface, why should it not repose in dark stagnation forever? Many of our expensively educated citizens will understand too well what I mean in saying that when they came from the schools and entered upon the stage of life, they had a practical education to begin. Though possessed of more lore than they could recite, yet it was of a kind unavailable in the mart or counting room, and they still had the ABC of a business education to commence. What then must be the condition of a people to the great body of whom not even this late necessity ever comes? Besides, it was not until the beginning of the present century that the Prussian peasantry were emancipated from a condition of absolute vassalage. Who could expect that the spirit of a nation which centuries of despotism had benumbed and stupefied could at once resume its pristine vigor and elasticity? Fourthly, as it respects the vices of the Prussians, the same remark applies to them as to those of all the continental nations of Europe. They are the vices of the sovereign, and of the higher classes of society, copied by the lower without the decorations which gilded them in the upper sphere. Mr. Lang, the same author before referred to, says, "Of all the virtues, that which the domestic family education of both sexes most obviously influences, that which marks more clearly than any other the moral condition of a society, the home state of moral and religious principles, the efficiency of those principles in it, and the amount of that moral restraint upon passion and impulses which is the object of education and knowledge to attain, is undoubtedly female chastity. Will any traveler, will any Prussian say that this index virtue of the moral condition of a people is not lower in Prussia than in almost any part of Europe? This, says Mr. Lang, is a fact not to be denied, when the fruits of this educational system may be appreciated in the generation of the adults. Allowing the accusation to be true, which, however, so far as it gives to Prussia a criminal preeminence over many other continental nations, may well be questioned, can anything surpass the absurdity of expecting that a deep-seated vice of this description can be extirpated in a single age by the influence of any education, however perfect, or by any other human means of reform whatever? It would be a revolution such as was never yet wrought in so short a period, even by miracles. No, not even under the Jewish theocracy, when men looked to the Omnipotent himself for the execution and avengement of the laws. Could so fatal a canker in the social body be so easily eradicated from it, the criminality of sovereigns and of the highborn, of princes and of nobles, would be infinitely less than it now is for spreading so virulent a vice among the lower orders by the contagion of their own example, or for allowing its existence by their neglect. The vicious indulgences of the elevated descend through all the grades of society beneath them, and the bitterest drop in the cup of their abominations is that which flows forward and pollutes the blood of generations yet unborn. Besides, what man of conscientiousness, of an awakened moral sense, can sympathize with denunciations leveled at the poor and ignorant, while those who dwell in high places and give the law to society escape unrebuked? Before the pure spirit of justice, the worst debaucheries and licentiousness that ever reeked in the stews of Athens are less criminal than the amours and obscenities of the gods on Olympus. Throughout the whole history of mankind, the vices of the low have been only vulgarized copies and editions of the profligacies of their social superiors, the coarse penny prints of the illuminated and voluptuous originals of kingly and courtly sensualism. A proverb has now obtained currency in Prussia which explains the whole mystery of the relation between their schools and their life. The school is good, the world is bad. The quiescence or torpidity of social life stifles the activity excited in the schoolroom. Whatever pernicious habits and customs exist in the community act as antagonistic forces against the moral training of the teacher. The power of the government presses upon the partially developed faculties of the youth, as with a mountain's weight. Still, in knowledge and in morality, in the intellect and in the conscience, there is an expansive force which no earthly power can overcome. Though rocks and mountains were piled upon it, its imprisoned might will rend them asunder and heave them from their bases, and achieve for itself a sure deliverance. No one who witnesses the quiet, noiseless development of mind which is now going forward in Prussia through the agency of its educational institutions can hesitate to predict that the time is not far distant when the people will assert their right to a participation in their own government. The late king made a vow to his subjects that he would give them a constitution. He survived a quarter of a century to falsify his word, and at last went down to his grave with the promise unredeemed. This was a severer shock to his power than if he had lost half the wealth of his realm. Thousands of his subjects do not hesitate now to declare that fidelity on his part was the only equivalent for loyalty on theirs. And standing in his mausoleum amid the costliest splendors of architecture and statuary, the marble walls around covered with gilded inscriptions in honor of the royal name, they interpolate a black line upon his epitaph, and say, "He promised his people a constitution, but violated his royal faith and died forsworn." Some suspicions are entertained that the present sovereign is adverse to that mighty intellectual movement which is now so honorably distinguishing Prussia from most of the nations in Europe. Alike for the fame of the king and the welfare of humanity, it is to be hoped that these suspicions are groundless. He has the power of gaining as enviable and lasting a renown as any sovereign who ever sat upon an earthly throne. The opportunity is before him. The materials are in his hands. Through a peaceful revolution by knowledge, he can save a fiery revolution by blood. He can liberalize the institutions of his people, elevate their condition, and continue to enlighten their minds, until they shall become a luminary in the heart of Europe, shedding its benignant beams upon the surrounding nations. One of his ancestors has been surnamed the Great, because he aggrandized his country in war, because he ravished the population and seized the territory of other nations, and added them to his own. But this monarch may win a purer and nobler fame, not by the captives or the domain which he shall take by conquest or spoliation from the nations around him, but by the example and the enlightenment which he shall be instrumental in giving both to contemporaries and to posterity. Corporal punishment. I have uniformly made inquiries respecting the use of corporal punishment as a means of order and an incitement to progress in schools. I need not repeat what was said above, pages 359 to 360, in regard to corporal punishment in Germany. In Holland, corporal punishment is obsolete. Several teachers and school officers told me there was a law prohibiting it in all cases. Others thought it was only a universal practice, founded on universal public opinion. The absence of the Minister of Public Instruction when I was at Hague prevented my obtaining exact information on this interesting point. But whatever the cause, corporal punishment was not used. In cases of incorrigibleness, expulsion from the school was the remedy. One of the school magistrates in Amsterdam told me that last year about 5,000 children were taught in the free schools of that city. Of this number, from 40 to 50 were expelled for bad conduct. This would be about 1%. At Haarlem, Mr. De Vries told me he had kept the same school for about 20 years, that its average number had been 600 scholars, that not an instance of the infliction of corporal punishment had occurred during that whole time, and that 2 only, boys, had been expelled from it as hopelessly incorrigible. He added that both of these boys had been afterwards imprisoned for crime. On seeing the manner of Mr. De Vries, his modes of instruction, and the combined dignity and affection with which he treated his pupils, I could readily believe the statement. The schools of Holland were remarkable for good order, among the very best certainly which I have anywhere seen. Nor does this arise from any predominance of phlegm in the constitution or any tameness of soul, for the Dutch are certainly as high-toned and free-spirited a people as any in Europe. This fact may be read in their organization and natural language, as well as learned from their history. In Hamburg, I visited an institution of a novel character. It was a punishment school, or school prison, a place of instruction and restraint for those children belonging to the poor schools of the city who commit any aggravated offense. In Hamburg, many poor people receive assistance from the city. One of the conditions of the succor is that those who receive it shall send their children to the schools provided for them. If a child in these schools commits any trivial and ordinary offense, he is punished in the school in the usual way. But if the transgression is gross, or if he persists in a course of misconduct, he is sentenced by the competent authorities to a prison or punishment school, Strafschule. Here he must go at 8 in the morning and remain until 8 in the evening. A part of the day is spent in study, a part in work. I saw the children picking wool. There were 21 boys in one room and 11 girls in another. The school was in the 3rd story of a building, and near the schoolrooms were small and wretched bedrooms, where those whose sentence covered the night, as it sometimes did, were compelled to sleep. These children were usually sentenced to so many stripes as well as to so many days' confinement, and the teacher kept a book, as a jailer keeps a record of his prisoners, in which the case of each child was recorded. At the expiration of the sentence, the children returned to the school whence they came. Instances of a second, and even of a third commitment sometimes occur. While I was stopping at the punishment school, the hour of dinner arrived. All the boys left their schoolroom for one of the adjacent rooms, and all the girls for another. They arranged themselves in groups of 4 each on the opposite sides of a long table. A bowl of bean porridge was set in the center of each group, and to each child was given a large, round, coarse wooden spoon. The teacher entered a sort of pulpit and said grace, after which the children ate their homely meal. There was very little of indecorous behavior, such as winking or laughing in a clandestine manner, but the sobriety appeared to me to come more from fear than from repentance. One of the rules was that during the 12 hours of daily confinement, the children should have no communication with each other. But it happened here, as it has in many other cases where all communication is interdicted, that it is carried on clandestinely or by stealth, an evil much greater than any which could result from allowed intercourse. The highest tension of authority which I anywhere witnessed was in the Scotch schools. There, as a general rule, the criminal code seemed to include mistakes in recitation as well as delinquencies in conduct, and where these were committed, nothing of the law's delay intervened between offense and punishment. If a spectator were not vigilant, there might be an erroneous answer by a pupil and a retributive blow on his head by the teacher's fist, so instantaneous and so nearly simultaneous as to elude observation. Still, the bond of attachment between teacher and pupils seemed very strong. It was, however, a bond founded quite as much on awe as on simple affection. The general character of the nation was distinctly visible in its schools. Could the Scotch teacher add something more of gentleness to his prodigious energy and vivacity, and were the general influences which he imparts to his pupils modified in one or two particulars, he would become a model teacher for the world. In England, as there is no national system, nor any authoritative or prevalent public opinion towards which individual practice naturally gravitates, a great diversity prevails on this head. In some schools, talent and accomplishment have wholly superseded corporal punishment. In others, it is the all in all of the teacher's power, and whether for order or for study. I was standing one day in conversation with an assistant teacher in a school consisting of many hundred children, when, observing that he held in his hand a lash or cord of Indian rubber knotted towards the end, I asked him its use. Instead of answering my question in words, he turned round to a little girl sitting nearby, perfectly quiet, with her arms, which were bare, folded before her and lying upon her desk, and struck such a blow upon one of them as raised a great red wale or stripe, almost from elbow to wrist. In some of the proprietary and endowed schools of England, the practice of solitary confinement still prevails. In large establishments at Birmingham, Liverpool, etc., I saw cells, or solitary chambers, 4 or 5 feet square, for the imprisonment of offenders. These were not for mere children, but for young men. I have seen a lad 15 or 16 years of age, dressed in a cap and gown, the scholastic uniform of England, a prisoner in one of these apartments. In some of the private establishments at Paris, an extent of surveillance over the conduct of students prevails, of which we have no idea. This is intended to supersede the necessity of punishment by taking away all opportunity for transgression. Some of the private schools are subsidiary to the colleges. That is, the master of the private school has the general charge and superintendence of the students, maintains them at his own house, instructs them himself or by his assistants at home, but takes them daily to the college, where their lessons are finally heard by professors. I attended one morning the opening of the Collège Bourbon in Paris. At 8 o'clock the private teachers came, followed by their pupils marching in procession. All entered a large square or court, enclosed on all sides, except the gateway, by the college buildings. Soon after, the roll of a drum was heard, at which all the students arranged themselves in classes. At a second drum beat, they marched to their recitation rooms. The teachers then returned home, but at the end of the college exercises they were to be in attendance again to take back their charges in the same way as they had conducted them thither. To us this would seem singular, because many of the students had already passed the age which we call the age of discretion. By the invitation of one of the teachers, I accompanied him home. The collegians were only the older pupils in his school, and I wished to see the rest of his establishment. It was laid out on a most liberal scale as to playgrounds, schoolrooms, dormitories, kitchen, etc., and was in an excellent condition of order and neatness. The arrangement was such that he could inspect all the playgrounds while sitting in his study, in this particular resembling those prisons where all the wards can be inspected from a central point. But this was not all. As I passed round to see the several schoolrooms, I observed that a single pane of glass had been set into the wall of each room, so that the principal, or anyone deputed by him, could inspect both the class and its teacher without a moment's warning. This was pointed out as one of the distinguishing excellences in the construction of the rooms. It was stated also that in order to save the younger from contamination by associating with the older, there was not only an entire separation of them in the schoolrooms, but also in the playgrounds and sleeping apartments. And it was added further that if 2 brothers of different ages and belonging to different classes should attend the school at the same time, they would not be allowed to see each other. I afterwards saw the same contrivances for inspection, not only in other schools, but in a royal college of Versailles, a very distinguished institution. I feel unable to decide whether, in such a state of society and with such children, this piercing surveillance is not the wisest thing that can be done, but with us the question certainly arises whether the cause of school morals would gain more in the end by a closeness of inspection designed to prevent the outflow of all natural action, or by allowing more freedom of will, with a careful training of the conscience beforehand and a strict accountability for conduct afterwards. At all times and in all countries the rule is the same. The punishment of scholars is the complement of the proper treatment of children by parents at home, and the competency of the teacher in school. Where there is less on one side of the equation, there must be more on the other. Emulation. In the Prussian and Saxon schools, emulation is still used as one of the motive powers to study, but I nowhere saw the passion inflamed to an insupportable temperature. I was uniformly told that its employment was becoming less and less, and that the best authorities throughout the country were now discountenancing rather than encouraging it. Just in proportion as the qualifications of the teachers had improved, it had been found less necessary to enlist this passion in their service, and as the great idea of education, that of the formation of Christian character and habits, had been more and more developed, emulation had been found an adverse, not a favoring influence. France and Scotland are the two countries in Europe where emulation between pupils, as one of the motive powers to study, is most vigorously plied. In France, the love of approbation, of conspicuousness, of éclat, of whatever ministers to the national passion of vanity, holds preeminence. In Scotland, rivalry is more frequently stimulated by the hope of reward. In one of the pensions or boarding schools of Paris, I was struck by the sight of a large number of portraits of young men. These were hung around the walls of the principal's room, which was a large apartment, 3 of whose sides were nearly covered by them. These were the portraits of those pupils of the school who had afterwards won prizes at a college examination. The name of the pupil, the year, and the subject matter on which he had surpassed his competitors were inscribed respectively beneath the portraits. In the room of the head of the Royal College at Versailles, I also saw the portraits of those students of the college who had won prizes at the university. This display, and the facts connected with it, speak volumes in regard to the French character and the motive powers under which not only the scholars but the nation works. A brief account of a single phasis of this system, for it is reduced to a system, if not particularly interesting, may be instructive. The pensions, or boarding schools, are equivalent to our select or private schools. Their patronage depends upon their reputation, and that reputation is mainly graduated by the number of distinguished scholars they send out. Hence, to send pupils to the college who gain prizes for scholarship brings celebrity to the school and emolument to the master. To obtain talented boys, therefore, becomes a grand object with the masters of the pensions. For this purpose, careful inquiries are made, and sometimes agents are employed to search out lads of promise and bring them to the school. In some instances, not only tuition, but the whole expense of board, lodging, etc., is gratuitously furnished, and in extraordinary cases, a pecuniary bounty beyond the whole expenses of the pupil has been given. It may be said that this has had a good effect, because it searches out the latent talent in the country, and suffers no genius to be lost through neglect. But here, as everywhere else, the great question is whether the principle is right, for no craft of man can circumvent the laws of nature, or make a bad motive supply the place or produce the results of a good one. The teachers do not supply these facilities or encourage this talent from benevolence. It is a pecuniary speculation, and if they did not anticipate a richer return for their outlay when invested in this manner than when used in a legitimate way, they would not incur such extraordinary trouble and risk. Hence, they devote themselves in an especial manner to the training of these prize fighters, while the other pupils suffer a proportional neglect. The very children, therefore, who are attracted to the school in consequence of its celebrity are defrauded of their share of the attention, in order that the reputation of the school, for which they have been made victims, may induce others to join it, to be made victims in their turn. Thus the system prospers by the evil it works. There is the same ambition among the colleges to win the prizes of the university. The day of examination when these prizes are awarded is one of great pomp and ceremony. The minister of public instruction and other high official dignitaries usually attend. The king himself has sometimes been present in person, and it is a standing rule that the successful competitors are invited to dine at the royal table. Who that is conversant with the history of France does not see how much of her poverty, her degradation, and her suffering, even in the proudest periods of her annals, is directly attributable to this inordinate love of praise, and especially how much of the humiliation of later times, when the charm of her invincibility was broken, and she was obliged to ransom herself from the grasp of her conquerors by gold wrung from her toiling millions, is directly traceable to the predominance in her character of this love of applause. It was this blind passion for glory which created Bonaparte, and which sustained him not less faithfully in all his vast schemes of wickedness than in his plans for improvement. Had the Romans not been sheep, Caesar had not been a wolf. Among all the nations of Christendom, our own is perhaps second only to France in this love of approbation as a prompter and guide to action. Ought we then to cultivate this passion, already of inordinate growth, by the use of emulation in our schools? On a former page, page 281, when speaking of the modes of instruction in the Scotch schools, I have incidentally described the skill and power with which the teachers wield the lash of emulation. I recur to the subject again only to observe that this motive is not confined in Scotland to the lower grades of the schools, but bears equal sway in colleges and universities, that it is not employed in imparting secular knowledge only, but is an instrument equally welcomed and made equally efficient in giving religious instruction. Whatever one may think of employing such a motive in matters purely intellectual, I cannot believe that a religious lesson like the following, of which I give an exact account as I heard it, will fail of shocking its hardiest defender. Teacher: what sort of death was denounced against our first parents for disobedience? First pupil: temporal death. Teacher: note, and pointing instantaneously to the second. Second pupil: to die. The teacher points to the third, crying, "Come away," and then to the fourth. A dozen pupils leap to the floor, a dozen hands are thrust out, all quivering with eagerness. Fourth pupil: spiritual death. Teacher: go up, dux, that is, take the head of the class. And so of the following, from the Westminster Catechism, which, with all the proofs, is committed to memory. Teacher: what is the misery of that estate whereunto man fell? Pupil: all mankind by their fall lost communion with God, are under his wrath and curse, and so made liable to all the miseries of this life, to death itself, and to the pains of hell forever, giving the proofs. Teacher: what sort of a place is hell? Pupil: a place of devils. Teacher: how does the Bible describe it? First pupil hesitates. Teacher: next, next, next. Fifth pupil: a lake of fire and brimstone. Teacher: take 'em down 4. And thus, on these awful themes, a belief and contemplation of which should turn the eyes into a fountain of tears, and make the heart intermit its beatings, there is the same ambition for intellectual superiority as on a question in the multiplication table. There is no more apparent solemnity in the former case than in the latter. Nor is this mode of treating sacred themes confined to the schools. In the universities, money is employed to stimulate theological effort, and a sordid financial aspect is given to the holiest subjects. For instance, in looking over the published list of prize questions in the Glasgow University for the last 2 or 3 years, I find the following offers: the University Silver Medal for the best essay on the analogy of the Mosaic and Christian dispensations. Other prizes of various values are offered for the best essay on subjects such as the following: for the best lecture on the first letter of John, chapter 3, verses 1 through 6. All students of divinity in this university during the session 1843-44 may be competitors. For the best essay on the goodness of God by students of the 3rd and 4th year. For the best discourse on John, chapter 14, verse 27. For an essay on the character of Christ. For the best specimen of reading the Holy Scriptures. For the best lecture on the 35th chapter of Isaiah. Prize for essay from students of the 2nd year, subject the personality of the Holy Ghost. Thus, the sordidness of worldly motives is forever mingled with the purity of sacred themes. Men are addressed as though piety dwelt in the purse and not in the heart, and the holiness of God's nature and the sanctity of the divine commands are flung wantonly into the ring to be fought for, with dialectic weapons, by hired wrestlers and prize fighters. What value would the New Testament retain in our eyes had the Gospels and the Epistles been prize essays penned by money-loving disciples and apostles for so many Jewish shekels or talents? Under the influences which God and nature are shedding around us, the heart may be trained to a moral intrepidity that will bear martyrdom in the cause of truth, or to an avarice that will sell its Redeemer for 30 pieces of silver. Which class of these motives ought the great literary institutions of a country in all ways to foster? End of section 31. Section 32 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7th Annual Report, 1843, Part 8. Moral and Religious Instruction. It has been an object of paramount interest with me, throughout my whole tour, to learn in what manner and to what extent moral and religious instruction are given in schools. In addition to the inherent interest which belongs to the subject itself, the great variety of practice existing abroad promises to throw much light upon our course of proceedings at home. The statutes of Massachusetts relative to public instruction, while they prohibit the inculcation upon school children of any such religious views as favor the tenets of any particular sect of Christians, do provide guarantees for the moral character of teachers, and prescribe their duties in the following comprehensive and noble language. It shall be the duty of the President, professors and tutors of the University at Cambridge, and of the several colleges, and of all preceptors and teachers of academies, and all other instructors of youth, to exert their best endeavors to impress on the minds of children and youth committed to their care and instruction the principles of piety, justice, and a sacred regard to truth, love to their country, humanity, and universal benevolence, sobriety, industry, and frugality, chastity, moderation, and temperance, and those other virtues which are the ornament of human society, and the basis upon which a republican constitution is founded. And it shall be the duty of such instructors to endeavor to lead their pupils, as their ages and capacities will admit, into a clear understanding of the tendency of the above-mentioned virtues to preserve and perfect a republican constitution and secure the blessings of liberty, as well as to promote their future happiness, and also to point out to them the evil tendency of the opposite vices. The aim of this law obviously is to secure as much of religious instruction as is compatible with religious freedom. Let us see how our policy in this respect compares with that of other countries. In Ireland, a National Board of Education has existed for 12 years, having been constituted in 1831. It is founded in the principle of religious tolerance and conciliation as between the two great sects into which that country is divided. Some of the most distinguished men, lay and clerical, of both the Protestant and Catholic communions compose it. In the letter of the Chief Secretary for Ireland, which is the charter and constitution of the Board, its object is expressed in the following words: "To superintend a system of education from which should be banished even the suspicion of proselytism, and which, admitting children of all religious persuasions, should not interfere with the particular tenets of any. To exclude all possible occasion for jealousy, the Board requires that no use shall be made of schoolrooms for any purpose tending to contention, such as the holding of political meetings in them, or bringing into them political petitions or documents of any kind for signature, and that they shall not be converted into places of public worship. The Commissioners require the schoolrooms to be used exclusively for purposes of education." Another of the standing regulations is as follows: "The Commissioners regard the attendance of any of their teachers at meetings held for political purposes, or their taking part in elections for members of Parliament except by voting, as incompatible with the performance of their duties, and as a violation of rule which will render them liable to dismissal. All religious instruction is expressly prohibited in the schools, and this prohibition includes the reading of scriptures, the teaching of catechisms, public prayer, and all other religious exercises. But separate hours are set apart, in which all the children receive religious instruction from the clergymen of their respective denominations, the principle being to give combined literary and moral, but separate religious instruction. In every schoolroom, a copy of the following general lesson, prepared by that distinguished and excellent prelate, Dr. Whetley, the Protestant Archbishop of Dublin, is to be conspicuously hung up, and all teachers are required to inculcate its principles upon the children under their charge. Christians should endeavor, as the Apostle Paul commands them, to live peaceably with all men, Romans 12:18, even with those of a different religious persuasion. Our Savior Christ commanded his disciples to love one another. He taught them to love even their enemies, to bless those that cursed them, and to pray for those who persecuted them. He himself prayed for his murderers. Many men hold erroneous doctrines, but we ought not to hate or persecute them. We ought to seek for the truth, and to hold fast to what we are convinced is the truth, but not to treat harshly those who are in error. Jesus Christ did not intend his religion to be forced on men by violent means. He would not allow his disciples to fight for him. If any persons treat us unkindly, we must not do the same to them, for Christ and his apostles have taught us not to return evil for evil. If we would obey Christ, we must do to others, not as they do to us, but as we would wish them to do to us. Quarreling with our neighbors and abusing them is not the way to convince them that we are in the right and they in the wrong. It is more likely to convince them that we have not a Christian spirit. We ought to show ourselves followers of Christ, who, when he was reviled, reviled not again, 1 Peter 2:23, by behaving gently and kindly to everyone. Under the auspices of this board, more has been done within the last 12 years for the education of the Irish nation than had been effected for a century before, under a system whose instruments were coercion, imprisonment, banishment, and death. On the 21st of March, 1843, when the board issued its last report, 2,721 schools had been established, in which 319,792 scholars were pursuing a course of education, and this number was rapidly increasing. At this date, the board had established a normal school at which 1,000 teachers had been educated, had prepared a complete series of school books, had digested a code of regulations for the whole system, and notwithstanding the novelty of the subjects and the number and delicacy of the questions to be settled, as between opposing parties in religion and politics, not a single protest had been entered upon its records, nor had any schism disturbed the harmony of its members. In Holland, all doctrinal religious education is excluded from the schools. The Bible is not read in them. Children are permitted to withdraw at a certain hour to receive a lesson in religion from their pastors, but this is not required. It is optional to go or remain. In England, as there is neither law nor system on the subject of education, each teacher, with the exception noted below, does as he pleases. In the schools sustained by the Church, the views of the Church, both as to religious doctrine and church government, are taught, and sometimes, though not always, in the schools of the dissenters, their distinctive opinions are inculcated. There are, however, a few other schools which are established upon a neutral basis as between opposing sects. In these, the common principles and requirements of morality, and all the preceptive parts of the gospel, as contradistinguished from its doctrinal, are carefully inculcated. The Harp Alley School in London is a good specimen of this class. This school contains children of churchmen and dissenters, of Catholics and Jews. The teacher told me that though himself a churchman, yet being placed there to educate children of all denominations, he did so with entire impartiality, and without their knowing what his own views might be. There is one large class of schools, technically called grammar schools, because they were established to give instruction in the Greek and Latin languages, whose annual income amounts to about £100,000, nearly $500,000, which, by construction of law, are held to be so far under the jurisdiction of the Church that the masters must be licensed by an archbishop or bishop, and must take the oath and make the subscriptions and declarations which are recited in the license. The form of the ordinary's license is as follows: "We give and grant to you, A.B., in whose fidelity, learning, good conscience, moral probity, sincerity, and diligence in religion we do fully confide, our license or faculty to perform the office of Master of the Grammar School at blank, in the county, etc., to which you have been duly elected, to instruct, teach, and inform boys in grammar and other useful and honest learning and knowledge in the said school, allowed of and established by the laws and statutes of this realm, you having first sworn in our presence on the holy evangelists to renounce, oppose, and reject all manner of foreign jurisdiction, power, authority, and superiority, and to bear faith and true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Victoria, etc., and subscribed to the 39 Articles of Religion of the United Church of England and Ireland, and to the 3 Articles of the 36th Canon of 1603, and to all things contained in them, and having also before us subscribed a declaration of your conformity to the liturgy of the United Church of England and Ireland as is now by law established, in testimony, etc." In Scotland, although there is no law prescribing the quality of religious instruction to be given, yet there is a public opinion not less authoritative than law, a public opinion, indeed, whose peremptory demands are more sure to be obeyed without the sanctions of law than a law would be without the exactions of this public opinion. After the particular attention which I gave to this subject, both in England and Scotland, I can say, without any exception, that in those schools where religious creeds and forms of faith and modes of worship were directly taught, I found the common doctrines and injunctions of morality, and the meaning of the preceptive parts of the gospel, to be much less taught and much less understood by the pupils than in the same grade of schools and by the same classes of pupils with us. Probably, however, I can give a better notion of this subject by relating a few instances from my own observation, just as they occurred. But for this purpose I shall quote only from schools of a high, or at least of a very respectable character, as it would be uninstructive on such a subject to take specimens from those of a low grade. In a school of high standing, a few miles from London, after the teacher had gone through with his exercises in the common branches, I requested him to give me a specimen of his manner of teaching the social virtues, such as regard for truth, and observance of the rights of property, etc. Upon this, he turned to an older class of scholars and said, "What instances of lying are given in the Bible?" Answer, the case of Ananias and Sapphira. Question, against whom was that crime committed? Answer, against the Holy Ghost. Question, what doctrine of the Bible does this prove? Answer, the doctrine of the Trinity. Here he stopped, as though the subject of lying were exhausted. He then took up another subject and proceeded as follows. Question, do you recollect any case in the Scriptures in which stealing is condemned? Answer, the case of Achan. Question, any case of Sabbath breaking? Answer, the man who gathered sticks on the Sabbath and was stoned to death. Here again he stopped. But, I said, how do you inculcate an observance of the Sabbath at the present day? Your boys know very well that Sabbath breakers are not stoned to death in our time anywhere, and if the observance of that day is to rest upon the fear of being stoned to death, it will not be observed. He replied that he taught from such examples as were to be found in the Bible, and he knew no other way. He said the same about the vice of lying. In this school I heard a lesson of an hour's length in which the teacher read passage after passage from the liturgy, called upon the pupils to give an exposition of the meaning of each, and to quote those texts of Scripture which were supposed to prove it. The answers were given with great promptness and showed a familiar acquaintance with the language of the Bible. In a school in Edinburgh, in which the intellectual exercises were conducted in a most efficient manner, the teacher put the New Testament into my hands and requested me to select any passage I might choose from either of the 4 Gospels or from the Epistle to the Hebrews, and then to read the passage selected to a class of about 80 boys and girls, who were, as I should judge, from 11 to 13 years of age. At the same time, a testament was given to each of the class. Accordingly, I opened the book at random and read the first verse upon which my eye fell. Before I had finished the verse, a large number of the class had turned to it in their own testaments and announced the book, the chapter, and the number of the verse which I was reading. Astonished at this, I repeated the experiment, turning pages backwards and forwards promiscuously again and again, but in no case were they at fault. In every instance, before, or at least as soon as I had finished the reading of a verse, a considerable number of the class, often a majority of them, held up their testaments and showed or mentioned book, chapter, and verse. It took them no longer to find the verse than it did me to read it. I then tried them by beginning in the middle of a verse, selecting verses whose division was such that each clause presented a substantive idea. This made no difference. So completely had they committed to memory not only every verse, but the order of all, and the place where each one was to be found. Amazed at this command of the Bible by children so young, I said to myself, how happy if their ideas and sentiments of duty correspond with their verbal knowledge of the great source whence they derive its maxims. Accordingly, I requested the teacher to examine them on points of common morals or social everyday duties and obligations. He did not seem fully to comprehend my meaning, and therefore requested me to explain what I meant by a practical example. I then asked the class what they understood by the word honesty, or what is it to be honest. After a little delay, one of the class replied, "To give money to the poor," and to this definition all assented. I then inquired what they understood by the word conscience. Several replied, "It is the thinking principle." I asked if all agreed to that, and all but one gave token of assent. This one, a remarkably intelligent-looking boy, observing that I was not satisfied with that reply, said, "Conscience tells us what to do." And when I rejoined, "Does it not tell us also what not to do?" he assented. I requested the class to give me an instance of what was meant by lying. All exclaimed as with one voice, "Ananias and Sapphira." But beyond this, though I pressed them for some time, they could present me no combination of circumstances which would answer the description of lying. When, however, I stated cases circumstantially, such as whether if a traveler were to call to me in a noisy street, or when I was in a field at some distance from the wayside, to ask me the direction to a place, and without speaking I should point in a direction opposite to the true one, whether if I were standing by and heard such a question put and saw such a sign made without interfering, whether if I were a witness in a court of law and should tell the truth literally and exactly without any equivocation or reservation, and should subsequently perceive by what the advocate or judge might say that I had been misunderstood, but I should not correct the mistake because it was in favor of the party whom I wished to prevail in the cause. When I asked them whether any of these would not be cases of lying, they appeared perfectly able to comprehend the point on which falsity would turn. So in the case of Judas kissing Jesus, they understood that this act was a lie, but they did not know that it was perfidy also, nor understand the injury which such an act must inflict upon the cause of truth generally, by casting suspicion upon one of its liveliest tokens. The children had been admirably trained in most respects, but their minds seemed not to have been turned in this direction. In another school, where the same general conversation was held, and where the case of Ananias and Sapphira seemed to exhaust the pupils' knowledge respecting falsehood, I said to the teacher, "But your children know that liars nowadays are not struck down dead as a punishment for lying. What further explanations do you give to show them the deformity and mischievousness of lying, and the beauty and utility of truth?" "You remind me," he said, "of a case that actually occurred in my school a few days ago. I detected a boy in a falsehood, and publicly punished him for it. The next morning, a schoolmate of his, who had known the whole transaction and its results, came to me and said, 'I have been thinking.' I asked him what he had been thinking. He said, 'You once told us that God was the same yesterday, today, and forever. Now, if this is true, why did God not kill this boy for lying, as well as Ananias and Sapphira?' I was not able," said the teacher, "to answer him." In the Prussian Christian schools, only two systems of religion prevail, the Protestant Evangelical and the Catholic. The parents have an option between these, but one or the other must be taught to their children. If the parents are all of one religious denomination, the teacher generally gives the religious instruction. Where a diversity of creeds exists, and the teacher is Protestant, he usually gives the religious instruction to the Protestant part of the children, and a Catholic priest attends at certain hours to give instruction in a separate apartment to the Catholic children. A similar arrangement prevails in regard to the Protestant children when the teacher of a mixed school is Catholic. At 14, the common termination of the school-going age, the Protestant children usually have sufficient knowledge of the Bible to be confirmed, that is, to become members of the Church and, of course, communicants at the Eucharist. This confirmation and membership of the Church depend upon the amount of their Bible knowledge, not on the state of their religious affections. The priest examines or approves, or if he finds the pupils deficient in Bible knowledge, they are remanded to their former school or sent to a Bible school. In a Prussian city, I was taken to a school of about 20 boys and girls, from 14 to 16 or 17 years of age, who were doing nothing but reading the Bible. They were vagrants from other places, and were as vicious and perverse a looking company of children as I ever saw. All over their countenances, in character too legible to be mistaken, were inscribed the records of malignity and evil passions. They had not obtained the amount of Bible knowledge requisite for confirmation and admission into the Church, and were therefore sent here to acquire it. The day for a new examination was nearby, at which time the greater part of them would probably be received into the Church. Such reception is indispensable, because without a certificate of confirmation from the priest, it would be nearly or quite impossible for anyone to obtain a place as a servant, apprentice, or clerk, or even to get married. The consequence of all this is that the whole community are members of the Church. the gamester in a country where gaming is a national vice, the drunkard, the thief, the libertine, the murderer, alike the malefactors who are in prison under sentence of the law, and the crafty and powerful who by force or fraud have eluded its judgments, all are members of the Church of Christ. Such ascendancy has faith over practice in the eyes of the law. So much more important is the legal name by which the tree is called than the fruits which it bears. No inconsiderable number of the teachers in the Prussian schools, gymnasia, and universities are inwardly hostile to the doctrines they are required to teach. I asked one of these how he could teach what he disbelieved, and whether it did not involve the essence of falsehood. His reply was, "It is a lie of necessity. The government compels us to do this, or it takes away our bread." While human nature remains as it is not such the natural consequence of compulsory religion. Though everyone must condemn as flagrantly wrong what is here done under the plea of necessity, yet is it not clear that the government which creates this necessity is 100 times more guilty than the victim who yields to the temptation? When the mass of a people are ignorant, they easily become the passive subjects and recipients of a compulsory religion, however false. But when the people become enlightened, their tendency is to recoil from a compulsory religion, even though it be true. The enforcement of a speculative faith, or at least of an acknowledgment of one, upon minds that discard it, is doubtless one of the principal reasons of the rapid spread of infidelity in that country. This setting a snare to the conscience by tempting any man to practice what he condemns or to affirm what he disbelieves is also one of the greatest corrupters of public morals, and by allowing and enforcing 2 different religions, the government proclaims its own absurdity, for both cannot be right. 2 opposites may both be wrong, but while truth remains one and the same, it must be obvious to the simplest understanding that both cannot be right. What faith or trust can children put in what is taught to them as positively and certainly true, when they know that views diametrically opposite are being taught with equal positiveness and dogmatism by the same authority to their playfellows? When they know that if one part of the instruction is loyal to the majesty of truth, the other is treasonable to the same majesty? Would not this be the case if a parent were to teach one faith to a part of his children and an opposite faith to the rest? And must not the same consequences follow where a government, claiming to be paternal, does the same thing? In the same schoolhouse, under the same roof, I have passed from one room to another, separated only by a partition wall, where different religions, different and irreconcilable ideas of God and of His government and providence, of our own nature and duties, and of the means of salvation, were taught to the children by the authority of law, and where a whole system of rights, books, teachers, officers, had been provided by the government to enforce upon the children as equally worthy of their acceptance hostile views. Everlasting, immutable truth, not merely the image but the essence of God, not merely unchanging but in its nature unchangeable and immortal, was made to be one thing on one side of a door and another thing on the other side, was made after crossing a threshold to affirm what it had denied and to deny what it had affirmed. The first practical notion which any child can obtain from such an exhibition, and the brightest minds will obtain it the earliest, is of the falsity of truth itself, or that there is no such thing as truth, and that morals and religion are only convenient instruments in the hands of rulers for controlling the populace. Such a conclusion must be an extinction of the central idea of all moral and religious obligation. I shall never forget the impression made upon my mind by a conversation with a school officer of great intelligence and high authority, the inspector of the schools of a large circle of territory, to whom I explained the neutrality of our school system as between different religious sects. He expressed the greatest astonishment at that fact, and thought it to be impossible that any government could stand which did not select some form of religion and enforce its adoption throughout the schools and the pulpit upon the whole community. On further conversation, I found him to be a thorough pantheist and a disbeliever in the divine authority of the book whose use and the inculcation of whose doctrines, as held by the state, he was enjoining upon all the schools under his charge. Wherein does the teaching of two hostile religions by authority of law differ from teaching contradictory theories in science, only as the former subject should be approached with more caution and reverence than the latter? Suppose some weak but proud mortal, having, by means of birth or any other accident, obtained a control over the destinies of men, should decree that half the children in his kingdom should be taught the Ptolemaic system of astronomy, according to which the sun revolves around the earth, while the other half were taught the Copernican system, according to which the earth revolves around the sun. Could he retain the respect of any intelligent subject, either for his systems or for himself? Upon portions of the vegetable kingdom, the Creator has inscribed certain visible marks or tokens, by means of which the plants that bear them may at once be recognized as belonging to a poisonous family. To the scientific eye, these marks are equivalent to the words "Beware of poison" written on the plant itself. Suppose a law were promulgated that half the children in the realm should be taught that all plants having 5 stamens and 1 petal, and whose leaves are rough in texture and of a livid green in color, should be accounted sanative and be adopted into the pharmacopoeia of the physician, and in certain prescribed cases should be administered to all patients by their medical advisers. Aside from the actual and immediate havoc of health and life which would be caused by a public teaching and common practice founded upon such laws, would not the cleanest, most powerful, and most independent minds in the community be tempted to treat the whole subject with contempt and derision? Are not the laws of the Creator as certain, as infallible in one of his kingdoms as in another? The only difference is, we know the laws of one kingdom better than we do those of another. It is a difference not in the certainty of the Creator's laws, but in the amount of the creature's knowledge. Where these laws are already known, no human authority, no sanction of pains and penalties, can uphold or commend them like their own inherent and indestructible truth. Where they are not yet known, especially when great and good men entertain conflicting views respecting them, is it not the wisest part of wisdom to concentrate whatever of talent, of virtue, of religious motive there may be in the community to ascertain with more certainty what they really are? And is not a higher education of the intellect and conscience of the rising generation one of the most promising of these means? To a vast extent abroad I found religion to be used for political purposes, not to enthrone a deity in the heavens, but a king over a state, not to secure the spontaneous performance of good works to men, but the blind submission of person and property to the ruler. It will therefore be readily understood that I have returned from this survey of foreign systems with a more exalted appreciation and a more heartfelt attachment for our own. The letter and spirit of our law respect the right of conscience in each individual. Our school system is designed to promote the development and growth of the understanding, to cultivate upright and exemplary habits and manners, to quicken the vision of conscience in its discrimination between right and wrong, and to inculcate the perfect morality of the gospel, while it reverently forbears to prescribe by law any belief which men shall profess respecting their Maker. This belief it leaves to the right of private judgment and the sense of private responsibility. Least of all does it scandalize truth by setting up different images of the one and indivisible being and essence, and then commanding either old or young to bow down and do homage to these discordant representations. The time has probably gone by, in all parts of Christendom, when the dungeon, the rack, and the faggot will be resorted to as instruments for the propagation of supposed truth or the suppression of supposed heresy. But though the mode may be different, is not the spirit the same, and the intrinsic wrong as great, when any one man or class of men attempts to enforce its own religious views upon the children of another man or class of men, by penal enactments or civil disabilities or social privations of any kind. The form of oppression may be changed in accordance with the milder spirit of our age, but the innate and ineradicable injustice remains the same. End of section 32. Section 33 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Seventh Annual Report, 1843, Part 9. Whatever may be the especial object of the American citizen in going abroad, still, if his mind is imbued with the true spirit of the institutions of his own country, he cannot fail, in traveling through the different nations of Europe, to find material for the most profound and solemn reflection. There is no earthly subject in its own nature of higher intrinsic dignity and interest than a contemplation of the different forms into which humanity has been shaped by different institutions. This interest deepens when we compare our own condition with the contemporaneous condition of other families of mankind. Tracing back, by the light of history and philosophy, these respective conditions to their causes in some period of antiquity more or less remote, we behold the headsprings of those influences which have given such diversity to the character and fortunes of different portions of the race. We are enabled not only to see the grand results which have been wrought out by certain agencies acting through long periods of time, but we are brought into immediate contact, and we commune, as it were, face to face, with those great principles which bear the future destinies of mankind in their bosom. Whatever now is, whether of weal or of woe, is the effect of causes that have pre-existed. In like manner, what is to be, whether of glory or debasement, will result from the causes put in operation by ourselves and others. The past is a unit, fixed, irrevocable, about which there is no longer either option or alternative. But the future presents itself to us as an infinite of possibilities. For the great purposes of duty and happiness, tomorrow is in the control of the weakest of men. But yesterday is beyond the dominion of the mightiest prince or potentate. It is no longer changeable by human or divine power. The future, then, is our field of action. The past is only valuable as furnishing lights by which that field can be more successfully entered and cultivated. For this purpose we study the history of the particular parts of our globe, of particular portions of our race, of Europe, for instance, for the last 1,000 or 2,000 years. We learn what manner of men have borne sway. We discern the motives by which they have been actuated. We study the laws they have made and the institutions they have established for shaping and molding their unformed future. We go to Europe, or by other means we examine and investigate the present social, intellectual, and moral condition of its people, and here we have the product, the grand result, of men, motives, laws, institutions, all gathered and concentrated into one point which we can now see, just as we see the fabric which comes from a piece of complicated machinery when the last revolution of the last wheel rolls it into our hands for inspection. And what is this result? In a world which God has created on such principles of wisdom and benevolence that nothing is wanting save a knowledge of His commands and an obedience to them to make every human being supremely happy, what amount of that knowledge is possessed? What degree of that happiness is enjoyed? It is no adequate representation of the fact to say that not anything like 1/2 of the adult population of Europe can read and write in any intelligible manner, and hence are shut out from a knowledge of all history, sacred and profane, and of all contemporary events. that not 1/3 are comfortably housed or fed or clothed, according to the very lowest standard of comfort amongst the laboring classes in this country, that not one individual in 500 has any voice in the enactment of the laws that bind him, or in the choice of the rulers who dispose of his property, liberty, and life, and that, excepting in a few narrow and inconsiderable spots, the inalienable right of freedom in religion and liberty to worship God according to the dictates of conscience is not recognized or known. Nay, that the claim of any such liberty is denounced and spurned at, and its advocates punished, not only by a denial of the right itself, but by the deprivation of all human rights whatever. All these facts, deeply as they affect human happiness, greatly as they derogate from human dignity, present no living picture of Europe as it now exists. All this is negation only. It leaves wholly untouched the side of positive, boundless suffering and wrong. In the Europe of the 19th century, the incomputable wealth that flows from the bounty of heaven during the revolving seasons of the year, and is elaborated from the earth by the ceaseless toil of millions of men, that wealth which is wrought out by human labor and ingenuity, in conjunction with the great agencies of nature, fire, water, wind, and steam, and whose aggregates are amply sufficient to give comfort and competence to every human being, and the joys of home and the sacred influences of the domestic circle to every family, that wealth, by force of unjust laws and institutions, is filched from the producer and gathered into vast masses to give power and luxury and aggrandizement to a few. Of production there is no end. Of distribution there is no beginning. 999 children of the same common father suffer from destitution, so that the 1,000th may revel in superfluities. 1,000 cottages shrink into meanness and want, to swell the dimensions of a single palace. The tables of 1,000 families of the industrious poor waste away into drought and barrenness, that one board may be laden with surfeit. And yet the great truth has scarcely dawned upon the mind of a theorist or speculator, that the political application of doing as we would be done by is to give every man entire equality before the law, and then to leave his fortunes and his success to depend upon his own exertions. That there must be governors or rulers when there are communities of men is so self-evident a truth that it is denied only by the insane. Yet under this pretext, a few individuals or families have usurped and maintained dominion over almost 200 millions of men. That a nation must possess the means of defending itself against aggressors or submit to be vanquished, despoiled, and enslaved has been equally obvious. Yet under the pretense of doing this, naval and military armaments are kept up at incalculable expense, and men are converted into the soulless machinery of war far more to uphold thrones and to subjugate all independence of thought and action at home than to repel assaults from abroad. Religion is the first necessity of the soul, but because every human being, though he were heir to all the glories and profusions of the universe, must still be a wanderer and an outcast until he can find a Supreme Father and God in whom to confide, because of this instructive outreaching of the soul towards some almighty power, crafty and cruel men have come in and have set up idols and false gods for its worship, and then, claiming to be the favorites and ministers of omnipotence, have dispensed the awful retributions of eternity against any questioners of their authority, and brandished every weapon in the armory of heaven, not merely for the slightest offenses against themselves, but for the noblest deeds of duty towards God and of benevolence towards men. Hence, throughout wide regions of country, man is no longer man. Formed in the image of his Maker, the last vestiges of that image are nearly obliterated. He no longer breathes that breath of independent and conscious life that first animated his frame and made him a living soul. The heavenly spark of intelligence is trodden out from his bosom. In some countries which I have visited, there are whole classes of men and women whose organization is changing, whose whole form, features, countenance, and expression are so debased and brutified by want and fear and ignorance and superstition that the naturalist would almost doubt where among living races of animals to class them. Under governments where superstition and ignorance have borne most away, the altered aspect of humanity is assimilating to that of the brute. But where resistless power has been trampling for centuries upon a sterner nature and a stronger will, the likeness of the once human face is approximating to that of a fiend. In certain districts of large cities, those of London, Manchester, Glasgow, for instance, such are the influences that surround children from the day they are brought into the world, and such the fatal education of circumstances and example to which they are subjected, that we may say they are born in order to be imprisoned, transported, or hung, with as exact and literal truth as we can say that corn is grown to be eaten. Not in a single generation could either the cruelties of the oppressor or the sufferings of his victim have effected these physical and mental transformations. It has taken ages and centuries of wrongs to bend the body into abjectness, to dwarf the stature, to extinguish the light of the eye, and to incorporate into body and soul the air and movements of a slave. And the weight and fullness of the curse is this, that it will require more ages and centuries to efface these brands of degradation, to re-edify the frame, to rekindle in the eye the quenched beam of intelligence, to restore height and amplitude to the shrunken brow, and to reduce the overgrown propensities of the animal nature within a manageable compass. Not only is a new spirit to be created, but a new physical apparatus through which it can work. This is the worst, the scorpion sting in the lash of despotism. There is a moral and a physical entailment as well as a civil. Posterity is cursed in the debasement inflicted upon its ancestors. In many parts of Europe, the laws both of the material and of the moral nature have been so long outraged that neither the third nor the fourth generation will outlive the iniquities done to their fathers. Again, the population of a country may be so divided into the extremes of high and low, and each of these extremes may have diverged so widely from a medium or standard of nature, that there are none, or but a very small, intermediate body or middle class of men left in the nation. The high, from luxury and its enervations, will have but small families, and will be able to rear but few of the children that are born to them. The intermediate class, whom affluence has not corrupted, nor ignorance blinded to the perception of consequences, will be too few in number, and too cautious about contracting those matrimonial alliances which they cannot reputably and comfortably sustain, to contribute largely to the continuation of the species. But the low, the abandoned, the heedless, those whom no foresight or apprehension of consequences can restrain, these, obedient to appetite and passion, will be the fathers and mothers of the next generation. And no truth can be more certain than this, that after the poor, the ignorant, and the vicious have fallen below a certain point of degradation, they become an increasing fund of pauperism and vice, a pauper-engendering hive, a vital, self-enlarging, reproductive mass of ignorance and crime. And thus, from parent to child, the race may go on degenerating in body and soul, and casting off one after another the lineaments and properties of humanity, until the human fades away and is lost in the brutal or the demoniac nature. While the vicious have pecuniary means, they have a choice of vices in which they can indulge. But though stripped of means to the last farthing, their ability to be vicious and all the fatal consequences to society of that viciousness still remain. Nay, it is then that their vices become most virulent and fatal. However houseless or homeless, however diseased or beggarly a wretch who is governed only by his instincts may be, marriage is still open to him, or so far as the condition and character of the next generation are concerned, the same consequences may happen without marriage. This also the statesman and the moralist should heed, that however adverse to the welfare of human society may be the circumstances under which a foredoomed class of children are born, yet the doctrine of the sanctity of human life protects their existence. Public hospitals and private charities must step in and rescue them from the hand of death. Hence they swarm into life by myriads and crowd upwards into the ranks of society. But in society there are no vacant places to receive them, nor unclaimed bread for their sustenance. Though uninstructed in the arts of industry, though untaught in the restraints and obligations of duty, still the great primal law of self-preservation works in their blood just as vigorously as in the blood of kings. It urges them on to procure the means of gratification. But having no resources in labor or in frugality, they betake themselves to fraud, violence, incendiarism, and the destruction of human life, as naturally as an honest man engages in honest employment. Such, literally, is the present condition of large portions of the human race in some countries of Europe. In wide rural districts, in moral jungles hidden from public view within the recesses of great cities, those who are next to be born and to come upon the stage of action will come 50 to 1 from the lowest orders of the people, lowest in intellect and morals and in the qualities of prudence, foresight, judgment, temperance, lowest in health and vigor, and in all the elements of a good mental and physical organization, strong only in the fierce strength of animal nature, and in the absence of all reason and conscience to restrain its ferocity. Of such stock and lineage must the next generation be. In the meantime, while these calamities are developing and maturing, a few individuals, some of whom have a deep stake in society, others moved by nobler considerations of benevolence or religion, are striving to discover and devise the means for warding off these impending dangers. Some look for relief in a change of the administration and in the change of policy that it will ensure. With others, compulsory emigration is the remedy, a remedy by which a portion of the household is to be expelled from the paternal mansion by the terrors of starvation. There are still others who think that the redundant population should be reduced to existing by means of subsistence, and they hint darkly at pestilence and famine as the agents for sweeping away the surplus poor, just as famishing sailors upon a wreck hint darkly at the casting of lots. Smaller in numbers than any of the preceding is that class who see and know that while the prolific causes of these evils are suffered to exist, all the above schemes, though executed to their fullest extent, can only be palliatives of the pain and not remedies for the disease, who see and know how fallacious and nugatory all such measures must be towards the recreation of national character, towards the laying anew of the social foundations of strength and purity. They see and know that no external appliances can restore soundness to a fabric where the dry rot of corruption has penetrated to the innermost fibers of its structure. The only remedy, this side of miracles, which presents itself to the clear vision of this class, is in a laborious process of renovation, in a thorough physical, mental, spiritual culture of the rising generation, reaching to its depths, extending to its circumference, sustained by the power and resources of the government, and carried forward irrespective of party and of denomination. But a combination of vested interests has hitherto cut off this resource, and hence they stand, appalled and aghast, like one who finds too late that he is in the path of a descending avalanche. Under circumstances so adverse to the well-being of large portions of the race, the best that even hope dares to whisper is that, in the course of long periods yet to come, the degraded progeny of a degraded parentage may at length be reclaimed, may be uplifted to the level whence their fearful descent began. But if this restoration is ever effected, it can only be by such almost superhuman exertions as will overcome the momentum they have acquired in the fall, and by vast expenditures and sacrifices corresponding to the derelictions of former times. It was from a condition of society like this, or from one where principles and agencies were at work tending to produce a condition of society like this, that our ancestors fled. They came here as to a newly formed world. In many respects, the colonization of New England was like a new creation of the race. History cannot deny that the founders of that colony had faults. Indeed, the almost incredible fact that as soon as they escaped from persecution, they became persecutors themselves, that while the wounds were still unhealed which the iron fetters of oppression had made in their souls, they began to forge fetters for the souls of others. This fact would seem mysterious and inexplicable, did we not see in it so vivid an illustration of the established order of nature and providence, signalizing to the world the power of a vicious education over even virtuous men, exemplifying the effect of tyrannical institutions on human character, by an instance so conspicuous and flagrant that it should be remembered to the end of time, and should forever supersede the necessity of another warning. But on the other hand, history must concede to the founders of this colony the possession of exalted, far-shining, immortal virtues. Not the least among the blessings which they brought were health and a robustness of constitution that no luxury had ever enervated, or vicious indulgences ever corrupted. In all that company there was not a drop of blood which had been tainted by vice, nor an act of life that had been stained by crime. Arriving here at a period when winter had converted the land into one broad desert, the inclemency of the season and the extremity of their toil swept away all the less healthful and vigorous, and left not man or woman save those whose hardy and powerful frames the perils of the ocean and the wintry rigors of the clime and the privations of a houseless and provisionless coast had assailed in vain. In physical energy and hardihood, such were the progenitors of New England. It was said above that this settlement of our country resembled in some respects the creation anew of the race. But had Adam and Eve been created under circumstances so adverse to life, we cannot suppose they would have survived the day on which they were animated. Yet these men and women were the first parents, the Adam and Eve, of our republic. Mighty as were their bodies, their spirits were mightier still. Some of the former did yield to privation and peril and disease, but in that whole company not a heart ever relented. Staunch, undaunted, invincible, they held fast to what they believed to be the dictates of conscience and the oracles of God, and in the great moral epic which celebrates the story of their trials and triumphs, the word apostate is nowhere written. This transference of the fortunes of our race from the old to the new world was a gain to humanity of at least 1,000 years. I mean, if all the great and good men of Europe from the 22nd of December, 1620, had united their energies to ameliorate the condition of the human family, and had encountered no hostility either from civil or religious despotism, it would have taken 10 centuries to bring the institutions and population of Europe to the point where the great experiment of improving the condition of the race by means of intellectual, moral, and religious culture could be as favorably commenced as it was commenced on the day when the Pilgrims first set foot upon the rock of Plymouth. What mighty obstructions and hindrances to human progress did they leave behind them? What dynasties of powerful men, and the more firmly seated dynasties of false opinions! But in the world to which they came, there were no classes upheld by law in feudal privilege and prerogative. There were no laws of hereditary descent upholding one class in opulence and power, irrespective of merit or vigor, and degrading other classes to perpetual indigence and servility without demerit or imbecility. Here was no cramped territory whose resources were insufficient to furnish a healthful competence to all, nor any crowded population struggling so earnestly to supply their cravings for daily necessities that all the nobler wants of the soul were silenced by the clamor of the appetites. No predatory barons had conquered the whole land and monopolized it, and by a course of legislation as iniquitous as the original robbery itself, had predestined its descent in the line of their particular families through all coming time, so that not one in the hundreds of all who should be born into the state could own a rood of ground which he might till for subsistence while living, or beneath which he could have a right of burial when dead. Our Pilgrim Fathers also possessed intelligence, not merely common learning and information on common affairs, but most of them were men of accomplished education, conversant with the world's history, profoundly thoughtful, and as well qualified as any equally numerous community that had ever existed to discuss the deepest questions of state or church, of time or eternity. Hence we are not the descendants of an ignorant horde or pauper colony, driven out from the parent country in quest of food, and leaving all metropolitan art, intelligence, and refinement behind them. Besides, almost coeval with the settlement of the colony, they founded a college and established common schools. In the first clearings of the forest, by the side of the first dwellings which they erected for a shelter, they built the schoolhouse, and of the produce of the first crops planted for their precarious subsistence, they apportioned a share for the maintenance of teachers and professors. This they did, that the altar lights of knowledge and piety which they had here kindled might never go out. This they did, hoping that each generation would feed the flame to illumine the path of its successors, a flame which should not be suffered to expire, but should shine on forever to enlighten and gladden every soul that should here be called into existence. I repeat that the transference of the fortunes of the race to the New World under such auspices were a gain to humanity of at least 1,000 years. By that removal we were at once placed at a distance of 3,000 miles from any spot where the Inquisition had ever tortured or the faggot of persecution had ever blazed. By that removal the chains of feudalism were shaken off. The false principle of artificial orders of castes in society were annulled. The monopolies of chartered companies and guilds were abolished. Proscriptions by men who knew but one thing, of all knowledge they did not themselves possess, no longer bound the free soul in its quest of truth. Rapacious hordes of vicious and impoverished classes no longer prowled through society, plundering its wealth and jeopardizing the life of its members. There were no besotted races occupying the vanishing point of humanity to be reclaimed. A free, unbounded career for the development of the faculties and the pursuit of knowledge and happiness was open for all. Ample and open as was the territory around them, their spiritual domain was more ample and open still. On the earth there was no arbitrary power to forbid the establishment of righteous and humane institutions and laws, and as they looked upward, the air was not filled with demon shapes of superstition and fear, interdicting their access to heaven. Opportunity was given to discard whatever old errors should remain, and to adopt whatever new truths either the course of nature or the providence of God might reveal. Whatever of degeneracy was to come upon themselves or their descendants in later times was to come not from hereditary transmission, not from nature or necessity, but from the culpable dereliction or allowance of themselves or their posterity. Surely never were the circumstances of a nation's birth so propitious to all that is pure in motive and great in achievement, and redundant in the means of universal happiness. Never before was a land so consecrated to knowledge and virtue. Never were children and children's children so dedicated to God and to humanity as when in those forest solitudes, that temple of the wide earth and the overarching heavens, girt round with the terrors of ocean and wilderness, afar from the pomp of cathedral and court, in the presence only of the conscious spirits of the creatures who made and of the Creator who accepted their vows. We, their descendants, were devoted to the cause of human freedom, to duty, to justice, to charity, to intelligence, to religion, by these holy men. It is in no boastful or vainglorious spirit that I refer to this heroic period of our country's history. It is in no invidious mood that I contrast the leading features of our civil polity and our social condition with those of the transatlantic nations of Christendom. Rather, I must confess that the contemplation of these historic events brings more humiliation than pride. It demands of us whether we have retained our vantage ground of 1,000 years. It forces upon our conscience the solemn question of whether we have been faithful to duty. Stewards of a more precious treasure than was ever before committed to mortal hands, are we prepared to exhibit our lives and our history as a record of our stewardship? On the contrary, do we not rather cling to the trust and vaunt the confidence wherewith we have been honored, without inquiring whether the value of the deposit is not daily diminishing in our hands? Subtract the superiority, which under our more propitious circumstances we ought to possess, and how much will remain as the aliment of pride? It is not enough for us to say that we are exempt from the wretchedness of the masses and from the corruptions of the courts in other lands. With our institutions and resources, these should have been incommunicable evils, evils which it would have been alike unmeritorious to avoid and unpardonable to permit. It is no justification for us to adduce the vast, the unexampled increase of our population. The question is not how many millions we have, but what are their character, conduct, and attributes. We can claim neither reward nor approval for the exuberance of our natural resources or the magnificence of our civil power. The true inquiry is, in what manner that power has been used. How have those resources been expended? They were convertible into universal elevation and happiness. Have they been so converted? Neither a righteous posterity nor a righteous heaven will adjudicate upon our innocence or guilt on the same principles or according to the same standards as those by which other nations shall be judged. A necessity for defense convicts us of delinquency, for had our deeds corresponded with our privileges, had duty equaled our opportunity, we should have stood as a shining mark and exemplar before the world, visible as an inscription written in stars upon the blue arch of the firmament. The question is not whether we have ruled others, but whether we have ruled ourselves. The accusations which we must answer before the impartial tribunals of earth and heaven are such as these. Have we, by self-denial, by abstinence from pernicious luxuries, by beneficent labor, by obedience to the physical and organic laws of our nature, retained that measure of health and longevity to which, but for our own acts of disinheritance, we had been rightful heirs? Where temptations are few, vice should be so rare as to become monstrous. Where art and nature lavish their wealth, a pauper should be a prodigy. But have we prevented the growth of vice and pauperism amongst us by seeking out every abandoned child within our borders, as the Good Shepherd seeks after the lambs lost from his flock, and by training all to habits of industry, frugality, temperance, and exemplary life? Have we remembered that if every citizen has a right to vote when he becomes a man, then the right of every child to that degree of knowledge which shall qualify him to vote is 1,000 times as strong? Have the more fortunate classes amongst us, the men of greater wealth, of superior knowledge, of more commanding influence, have they periodically arrested their own onward march of improvement, and sounded the trumpet, and sent back guides and succors to bring up the rear of society? Have we insulated ourselves, as by a wall of fire, from the corruptions and follies engendered in European courts, and practiced only by those who abhor the name of republic? Have we caused the light of our institutions so to shine before the world that the advocates of liberty in all parts of the earth can boldly point to our frame of government as the model of those which are yet to bless mankind? Can we answer these questions as the myriad sufferers under oppression in other lands would have us answer them? If not, then we have not done to others as we would that others, were circumstances reversed, should do unto us. In the mines of Siberia, at Olmutz, at Spielberg, in all the dungeons of the old world, where the strong champions of freedom are now pining in captivity beneath the remorseless power of the tyrant, the morning sun does not send a glimmering ray into their cells, nor does night draw a thicker veil of darkness between them and the world, but that the lone prisoner lifts his iron-laden arms to heaven in a prayer that we, the depositories of freedom and of human hopes, may be faithful to our sacred trust. While, on the other hand, the pensioned advocates of despotism stand with listening ear to catch the first sound of lawless violence that is wafted from our shores, to note the first breach of faith or act of perfidy amongst us, and to convert these into arguments against liberty and the rights of man. There is not a shout sent up by an insane mob on this side of the Atlantic, but is echoed by 1,000 presses and 10,000 tongues along every mountain and valley on the other. There is not a conflagration kindled here by the ruthless hand of violence, but its flame glares over all Europe from horizon to zenith. On each occurrence of a flagitious scene, whether it be an act of turbulence and devastation, or a deed of perfidy, or a breach of faith, monarchs point them out as fruits of the growth and omens of the fate of republics, and claim for themselves and their heirs a further extension on the lease of despotism. The experience of the ages that are past, the hopes of the ages that are yet to come, unite their voices in an appeal to us. They implore us to think more of the character of our people than of its numbers, to look upon our vast natural resources not as temptations to ostentation and pride, but as means to be converted by the refining alchemy of education into mental and spiritual treasures. They supplicate us to seek for whatever complacency or self-satisfaction we are disposed to indulge, not in the extent of our territory or in the products of our soil, but in the expansion and perpetuation of the means of human happiness. They beseech us to exchange the luxuries of sense for the joys of charity, and thus to give to the world the example of a nation whose wisdom increases with its prosperity, and whose virtues are equal to its power. For these ends they enjoin upon us a more earnest, a more universal, a more religious devotion of our exertions and resources to the culture of the youthful mind and heart of the nation. Their gathered voices assert the universal truth that in a republic ignorance is a crime, and that private immorality is not less an opprobrium to the state than it is guilt in the perpetrator. In conclusion, the Board will allow me to express my gratitude for the opportunity they have afforded me of investigating that class of institutions in other countries to whose prosperity in our own I feel so deep an attachment. I need not ask a body of gentlemen from whom I have uniformly experienced such candor and kindness to distinguish in this report between those sentiments and views which I have advanced as my own, and those of other persons which I have recorded as subjects of interesting or useful information. I am aware that it may be said that 6 months are too short a period to authorize anyone to visit countries so numerous and so remote, and to speak of institutions so difficult to be understood. But to this it may be answered that I was not wholly unprepared for the investigation beforehand, and that the time, though short at best, was prolonged by diligence. The better to accomplish my purpose, many of the great thoroughfares and most of the attractive objects which the throng of travelers in pursuit of mere personal gratification commonly selects, were left. Always heedful of my mission, I kept my mind in perpetual contact with the great interests of mankind, and after seeing those institutions in other countries out of which human character arises, as vegetation rises out of the soil, I have come back to my native state more ardently attached to her institutions than ever before, and animated with a more fervent and undying desire to see her noble capabilities of usefulness and of happiness developed and cultivated. To be able to return to my post of labor at the appointed time, I have permitted no pain or peril to retard my progress, and if the observations which I have made and recorded shall produce those impressions of obligation to our country and our kind upon other minds which they have made upon my own, the remembrance alike of the pain and the peril will be sweet. End of Section 33. Section 34 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ninth Annual Report, 1845, Part 1. Gentlemen, the extraordinary facts exhibited in my last report respecting the manner of apportioning school money among the districts have turned public attention to that important subject. Footnote. The details of this unequal distribution have not been republished here, as they are not of present interest. End note. Those facts have already induced some towns to make very material modifications in the manner of distributing their money, and they promise to do the same thing in many more. The great doctrine which it is desirable to maintain and to carry out in reference to this subject is equality of school privilege for all children of the town, whether they belong to a poor district or a rich one, a small district or a large one. A general interest has been awakened in some towns upon which a deep sleep had fallen before. During no year since my original appointment have my advice and assistance been so frequently requested respecting the best methods of arranging and improving our school system. Nor is the movement confined to our own Commonwealth. Several states in the South and West seem to be awakening from their lethargy and inquiring into the detail of means necessary to be adopted for the general education of their people. Within the space of a single month during the last autumn, I received inquiries from a dozen distinguished men belonging to a single state respecting the organic structure of our system, its general administration, and its internal arrangements and management. In the meantime, the great state of New York, by means of her county superintendents, her state normal school, and otherwise, is carrying forward the work of popular education more rapidly than any other state in the Union or any country in the world. Within the last year, the state of Rhode Island has entirely renovated her school system. Under the auspices of that distinguished and able friend of the common schools, Henry Barnard, Esquire, she is preparing to take her place among the foremost of the states. Within the last few weeks, also, the state of Vermont has reorganized her school system by passing a law which provides for the appointment of town, county, and state superintendents, prescribing the course of duty of each class of officers in regard to the examination of teachers, the visitation of schools, and the general administration of the system. These indubitable evidences of progress are not only a reward for past exertions, but an incentive to future efforts. But let not complacency in successes already obtained tempt to the relaxation of a single fiber in our endeavors for future advancement. What has been gained must be converted into means for future acquisition. The faithful steward, being entrusted with 5 talents, therewith gets other 5 talents. Our common schools are a system of unsurpassable grandeur and efficiency. Their influences reach with more or less directness and intensity all the children belonging to the state, children who are soon to be the state. They act upon these children at the most impressionable period of their existence, imparting qualities of mind and heart which will be magnified by diffusion and deepened by time, until they will be evolved into national character, into weal or woe, into renown or ignominy, and at last will stamp their ineffaceable seal upon our history. The natural philosopher looks at the silky envelopment which an insect has woven for itself. He marks its structure, he recognizes the laws of life which are silently at work within it, and he knows that in a few days or weeks that covering will burst, and from it will be evolved a thing of beauty and vivacity, lovely in the eyes of all, or an agent of destruction, fit to be a minister in executing God's vengeance against an offending people. With a profounder insight into the laws of development and growth, and with an eye that embraces an ampler field of time in its vision, the philosopher of humanity looks at the institutions which are molding the youthful capacities of a nation. He calculates their energy and direction, and he is then able to foresee and to foretell that if its course be not changed, the coming generation will be blessed with the rewards of parental forecast or afflicted with the retributions of parental neglect. Happy are they who, knowing on what conditions God has made the welfare of nations to depend, observe and perform them with fidelity. Improvements in schoolhouse architecture, including in that phrase all comfortable and ample accommodations for the schools, is only an improvement in the perishing body in which they dwell. A more perfect organization of the schools themselves, by a wisely graduated classification of schools and scholars, and by the assignment of such territorial limits as will best combine individual convenience with associated strength, is only an endowment of that perishing body with a superior mechanism of organs and limbs. The more bounteous pecuniary liberality with which our schools from year to year are maintained is only an addition to the nutriment by which the same body is fed, giving enlargement and energy to its capabilities, whether of good or of evil, and empowering it to move onward more swiftly in its course, whether that course is leading to prosperity or to ruin. The great, the all-important, the only important question that remains: by what spirit are our schools animated? Do they cultivate the higher faculties in the nature of childhood, its conscience, its benevolence, a reverence for whatever is true and sacred? Or are they only developing upon a grander scale the lower instincts and selfish tendencies of the race, the desires which prompt men to seek, and the powers which enable them to secure, sensual ends, wealth, luxury, preferment, irrespective of the well-being of others? Knowing as we do that the foundations of national greatness can be laid only in the industry, the integrity, and the spiritual elevation of the people, are we equally sure that our schools are forming the character of the rising generation upon the everlasting principles of duty and humanity? Or, on the other hand, are they only stimulating the powers which lead to a base pride of intellect, which prompt to the ostentation instead of the reality of virtue, and which give augury that life is to be spent only in selfish competition between those who should be brethren? Above all others must the children of a republic be fitted for society as well as for themselves. As each citizen is to participate in the power of governing others, it is an essential preliminary that he should be imbued with a feeling for the wants and a sense of the rights of those whom he is to govern, because the power of governing others, if guided by no higher motive than our own gratification, is the distinctive attribute of oppression, an attribute whose nature and whose wickedness are the same, whether exercised by one who calls himself a republican or by one born an irresponsible despot. In a government like ours, each individual must think of the welfare of the state as well as the welfare of his own family, and therefore of the children of others as well as his own. It becomes then a momentous question whether the children in our schools are educated in reference to themselves and their private interests only, or with a regard to the great social duties and prerogatives that await them in after life. Are they so educated that when they grow up they will make better philanthropists and Christians, or only grander savages? For however loftily the intellect of man may have been gifted, however skillfully it may have been trained, if it be not guided by a sense of justice, a love of mankind, and a devotion to duty, its possessor is only a more splendid, as he is a more dangerous, barbarian. We have had admirable essays and lectures on the subject of morality in our schools. In perusing the reports of school committees from year to year, nothing has given me so much pleasure as the prominence which they have assigned to the subject of moral education, and the sincerity, the earnestness, and the persistence with which they have vindicated its claims to be regarded as an indispensable part of all common school instruction. Considered as general speculation, nothing could be better. And yet no one will deny that the want of a corresponding action on this subject still beclouds the prospects of the schools, and ofttimes causes us to tremble for the fate of those who are passing through them. Practically, the duty of cultivating the moral nature of childhood has been neglected, and is still neglected. Profound ethical treatises are written for the guidance of men, after the habits and passions of 99 in every 100 of those men have become too deep-rooted and inveterate to be removed by secondary causes. Volumes are published on the nicest questions of casuistry, questions which probably will never arise in the experience of more than 1 in 1,000 of the community, while specific directions and practical aids in regard to the training of children in those everyday domestic and social duties on which their own welfare and the happiness of society depend are comparatively unknown. How shall this great desideratum be supplied? How shall the rising generation be brought under purer moral influences by way of guarantee and suretyship, that when they become men they will surpass their predecessors, both in the soundness of their speculations and in the rectitude of their practice? Were children born with perfect natures, we might expect that they would gradually purify themselves from the vices and corruptions which are now almost enforced upon them by the example of the world. But the same nature by which the parents sunk into error and sin pre-adapts the children to follow in the course of ancestral degeneracy. Still, are there not moral means for the renovation of mankind which have never yet been applied? Are there not resources whose vastness and richness have not yet been explored? Of all neglected and forgotten duties in all ages of the world, the spiritual culture of children has been the most neglected and forgotten. In all things else, art and science have triumphed. In all things else, principles have been investigated and instruments devised and constructed to apply those principles in practice. The tree has been taken by the germ, and its growth fashioned to the wants or the tastes of man. By the skill of the cultivator, the wild grain and the wild fruit have been taken in the seed, and have had their dwarfishness expanded into luxuriance, and their bitter and sometimes poisonous qualities ameliorated into richness of flavor and nutrition. The wild animal, and even the beast of prey, if domesticated when young, and from the lair, have been tamed and trained to the service of man, the wild horse and the buffalo changed into the most valuable of domestic animals, and the prowling wolf into the faithful dog. But man has not yet applied his highest wisdom and care to the young of his own species. They have been comparatively neglected until their passions had taken deep root, and their ductile feelings had hardened into the iron inflexibility of habit. And then how often have the mightiest agencies of human power and terror been expended upon them in vain? Governments do not see the future criminal or pauper in the neglected child, and therefore they sit calmly by until roused from their stupor by the cry of hunger or the spectacle of crime. Then they erect the almshouse, the prison, and the gibbet, to arrest or mitigate the evils which timely caution might have prevented. The courts and the ministers of justice sit by until the petty delinquencies of youth glare out in the enormities of adult crime, and then they doom to the prison or the gallows those enemies to society who, under wise and well-applied influence, might have been supports and ornaments of the social fabric. For 16 centuries, the anointed ministers of the gospel of Christ were generally regardless of the condition of youth, and the same remark holds true in regard to the last 2 centuries, with the exception of 3 or 4 only of all the Christian nations, and by far the greater part even of these must be excepted from the exception. The messengers of him who took little children in his arms and blessed them have suffered juvenile waywardness or perversity to mature into adult incorrigibleness and impenitency, and then they have invoked the aid of heaven to subdue that ferociousness of the passions which even a worldly foresight would have checked. How often has heaven turned a deaf ear to their prayers, as if to rebuke the neglect and blindness which gave occasion for them? Who will deny that if 1/10 of the talent and culture which have been expended in legislative halls in defining offenses and in devising and denouncing punishments for them, or of the study and knowledge which have been spent in judicial courts in trying and sentencing criminals, or of the eloquence and the piety which have preached repentance and the remission of sins to adult men and women, had been consecrated to the instruction and training of the young, the civilization of mankind would have been adorned by virtues and charities and Christian graces to which it is now a stranger. What an appalling fact it is to every contemplative mind that even wars and famines and pestilences, terrible calamities as they are acknowledged to be, have been welcomed as blessings and mercies because they swept away by thousands and tens of thousands the pests which ignorance and guilt had accumulated. But the efficiency or sufficiency of these comprehensive remedies is daily diminishing. A large class of men seem to have lost that moral sense by which the liberty and life of innocent men are regarded as of more value than the liberty and life of criminals. There is not a government in Christendom which is not growing weaker every day so far as its strength lies in an appeal to physical force. The criminal code of most nations is daily shorn of some of its terrors. Where, as with us, the concurrence of so many minds is a prerequisite, the conviction of the guilty is often a matter of difficulty, and every guilty man who escapes is a missionary going through society and preaching the immunity of guilt wherever he goes. War will never again be waged to disburden the crowded prisons or to relieve the weary executioner. The arts of civilization have so multiplied the harvests of the earth that a general famine will not again lend its aid to free the community of its surplus members. Society at large has emerged from that barbarian and semi-barbarian state where pestilence formerly had its birth and committed its ravages. These great outlets and sluiceways, which in former times relieved nations of the dregs and refuse of their population, being now closed, whatever want or crime we engender or suffer to exist, we must live with. If improvidence begets hunger, that hunger will break into our garners. If animal instincts are suffered to grow into licentious passions, those passions will find their way into our most secret chambers. We have no armed guard which can save our warehouses, our marketplaces, and our depositories of silver and gold from spoliation by the hands of a mob. When the perjured witness or the forsworn juryman invades the temple of justice, the evil becomes too subtle for the police to seize. It is beyond legislative or judicial or executive power to redeem the sanctuaries of religion from hypocrisy and uncharitableness. In a word, the freedom of our institutions gives full play to all the passions of the human heart. The objects which excite and inflame those passions abound. And as a fact, nearly or quite universally, there is intelligence sufficient to point out some sure way, lawful or unlawful, by which those passions can be gratified. Whatever children, then, we suffer to grow up amongst us, must live with us as men, and our children must be their contemporaries. They are to be our co-partners in the relations of life, our equals at the polls, our rulers in legislative halls, the awarders of justice in our courts. However intolerable at home, they cannot be banished to any foreign land. However worthless, they will not be sent to die in camps or to be slain in battle. However flagitious, but few of them will be sequestered from society by imprisonment or doomed to expiate their offenses with their lives. In the history of the world, that period which opened with the War of the American Revolution and with the adoption of the Constitution of the United States forms a new era. Those events, it is true, did not change human nature, but they placed human nature in circumstances so different from any it had ever before occupied that we must expect a new series of developments in human character and conduct. Theoretically, and to a great extent practically, the nation passed at once from being governed by others to self-government. Hereditary misrule was abolished, but power and opportunity for personal misrule were given in its stead. In the hour of exultation at the achievement of liberty, it was not considered that the evils of license may be more formidable than the evils of oppression, because a man may sink himself to a profounder depth of degradation than it is in the power of any other mortal to sink him, and because the slave of the vilest tyrant is less debased than the thrall of his own passions. Restraints of physical force were cast off, but no adequate measures were taken to supply their place with the restraints of moral force. In the absence of the latter, the former, degrading as they are still desirable, as a straitjacket for the maniac is better than the liberty by which he would inflict wounds or death upon himself. The question now arises, and it is a question on whose decision the worth or worthlessness of our free institutions is suspended, whether some more powerful agency cannot be put in requisition to impart a higher moral tone to the public mind, to enthrone the great ideas of justice, truth, benevolence, and reverence in the breasts of the people, and give them a more authoritative sway over conduct than they have ever yet possessed. Of course, so great an object can be reached only by gradual approaches. Revolutions which change only the surface of society can be effected in a day, but revolutions working down among the primordial elements of human character, taking away ascendancy from faculties which have long had control over the conduct of men, and transferring it to faculties which have long been in subjection, such revolutions cannot be accomplished by one convulsive effort, though every fiber in the nation should be strained to the endeavor. Time is an essential element in their consummation, nor can they be effected without an extensive apparatus of means efficiently worked. Yet such revolutions have taken place, as when nations emerged from the barbarian into the classic and chivalrous and romantic ages, or when they passed from these into the commercial and philosophic periods. By a brief retrospect of the condition of the more civilized nations of ancient and modern times, it can be easily shown that such a change has already taken place on the subject of education itself. It is the mission of our age to carry this cause one step further onward in the progress of its development. Among the ancients, physical education was deemed of paramount importance. A preparation of the masses for war was the grand, almost exclusive object of national concern. War being carried on and battles decided mainly by muscular strength and agility, by the distance and accuracy with which the javelin could be hurled, or the vigor and dexterity with which the falchion could be wielded, the desire of physical celerity and force predominated among men. It was not the cultivation of the great heart of the nation, it was not even the development of the intellect of the masses, but it was the invigoration of the frame, the growth and the strengthening of the limbs, that constituted the object of national policy and ambition. Bodily hardihood, the power of physical endurance, the ability to make long marches unfatigued, and to fight hand to hand for the longest period unterrified, these were the qualities which won the spoils and the plaudits of victory, and kindled to enthusiasm the aspirations of the emulous youth. Who can fail to see that the tendency of all this was not only to weaken the intellectual nature and to narrow its range of action, but to degrade and demoralize the spiritual affections? The man was sacrificed to the animal, his soul was deemed of less value than his sinews. As the nobler qualities of his nature sunk to the level of brute force, it happened naturally that the horse became as valuable as his rider, and the elephant that went out to battle was of more consequence than the dozen warriors whom he bore in the tower upon his back. During the Middle Ages, and until the introduction of firearms, which to a very great extent neutralized the inequalities of physical strength, the great barbarian idea that the body of man is the only part of him worth cultivating retained unquestioned ascendancy in regard to the masses of the people. The soul was not consciously excluded from culture, for it was not sufficiently thought of as an object of culture to raise the question. Even down to the present century, the rulers and aristocracy of England have always encouraged athletic sports among the people, wrestling, running, leaping, boxing, as a part of the national policy, because, as it was said, these exercises tended to invigorate the breed, and thus to make better soldiers and sailors, the very language which was used betraying the sentiment that it was the animal and not the spiritual part of man which was the object of national concern. Not even in our own times, nor in our own country, have philosophy and Christianity dispelled this fatal idea, an idea which is proper to the savage and the heathen only, and which we have inherited from them. In all the nations of Europe, the regulations of military schools in regard to training the body for vigor and robustness, and the capability of endurance, are entirely different from those of the classical, medical, legal, or theological schools. And in the military academy of our own government at West Point, the cadets are inured to exposure and their bodies hardened by camp duty, while in our colleges and higher schools there are no regulations which have the health of the student for their object. On the contrary, so far as the body is concerned, the latter classes of institutions provide for all the natural tendencies to ease and inactivity as carefully as though paleness and languor, muscular enervation and debility were held to be constituents in national beauty. The introduction of the Baconian philosophy wrought a great revolution in the education of mankind. Since that epoch, the cultivation of the intellect has received more general attention than ever before, and just in proportion as the intellect has been developed, it has seen more clearly and appreciated more fully the advantages of its own development. In Prussia and a few of the smaller states of continental Europe, the action of the intellect, for reasons too obvious to be mentioned, has taken more of a speculative turn. In Great Britain, it has been turned more towards practical or utilitarian objects, and in the United States it has been preeminently so turned. The immense natural resources of our country would have stimulated to activity a less enterprising and less energetic race than the Anglo-Saxon. But such glittering prizes, placed within reach of every fervid nature and such capacious desire, turned every man into a competitor and an aspirant. The exuberance that overspread the almost interminable valleys of the West drew forth hosts of colonists to gather their varied harvests. The tide of emigration rolled on, and it still continues to roll, with a volume and a celerity never before known in any part of the world or in any period of history. Unlike all other nations, we have no fixed but a rapidly advancing frontier. The geographical information of yesterday has become obsolete today. The outposts of civilization have moved forward with such gigantic strides that their marches are reckoned not by leagues but by degrees of longitude, and cities containing 30 or 50,000 souls have sprung up before the relics of the primeval forests had decayed on the soil they had so lately shaded. In the space of half a century, vast wildernesses have been organized into territories, and these territories erected into states, to take their place in the great family of the Confederacy, and to be heard by their representatives in the council halls of the nation. But scarcely had the immigrant and the adventurer surveyed the richness of vegetation which covered the surface of the earth, before they discovered an equal vastness of mineral wealth beneath it, wealth which had been laid up of old in subterranean chambers, no man yet knows how capacious. Thus every man, however poor his parentage, became the heir apparent of a rich inheritance. And while millions were thus appropriating fortunes to themselves out of the great treasure house of the West, other millions on the Atlantic seaboard, with equal enterprise and equal avidity, were amassing the means of refinement and luxury. In one section, where nature had adapted the soil to the production of new and valuable staples, the planter seized the opportunity, literally a golden one, and soon filled the markets of the world with some of the cheapest and most indispensable necessities of life. In another section, foreign commerce invited attention, and the hardy and fearless inhabitants went forth to the uttermost parts of the earth in quest of gain. They drew wealth from the bosom of every ocean that spans the globe. They visited every country and searched out every port on its circumference where wind and water could carry them, and brought home for sustenance or for superfluity the natural and artificial productions of every people and of every zone. Meantime, science and invention applied themselves to the mechanic arts. They found that nature in all her recesses had hidden stores of power, surpassing the accumulated strength of the whole human race, though all its vigor could be concentrated in a single arm. They found that whoever would rightly apply to nature, by a performance of the true scientific and mechanical conditions, for the privilege of using her agencies, should forthwith be invested with a power such as no Babylonian or Egyptian king, with all his myriads of slaves, could ever command. With the aid of a little hand machinery at the beginning, water and steam have been taught to construct machines, and out of their matchless perfection, when guided by a few intelligent minds, have come the endless variety, the prodigality, and the cheapness of modern manufactures. In the northern states, too, one universal habit of personal industry, not confined to the middle-aged and vigorous alone, but enlisting the services of all, the old, the young, the decrepit, the bedridden, each according to his strength, has never ceased to coin labor into gold, and from the confluence of these numberless streams, though individually small, the great ocean of common comfort and competence has been unfailingly replenished. Gathered together from these numerous and prolific sources, individual opulence has increased, and the sum total or valuation of the nation's capital has doubled and redoubled with a rapidity to which the history of every other nation that has ever existed must acknowledge itself to be a stranger. This easy accumulation of wealth has inflamed the laudable desire of competence into a culpable ambition for superfluous riches. To convert natural resources into the means of voluptuous enjoyments, to turn mineral wealth into metallic currency, to invent more productive machinery, to open new channels of intercommunication between the states, and to lengthen the prodigious inventory of capital invested in commerce, has spurred the energies and quickened the talent of a people, every one of whom is at liberty to choose his own employment, and to change it when chosen for any other that promises to be more lucrative. Nor is this the only side on which hope has been stimulated and ambition aroused. Others of the most craving instincts of human nature have been called into fervid activity. Political ambition, the love of power, whether it consists in the base passion of exercising authority over the will of others, or in the more expansive and generous desire of occupying a conspicuous place among our fellows by their consent. These motives have acted upon a strong natural instinct in the hearts of all. The chief magistrate and legislators of the nation, the chief magistrate and legislators of the states, the numerous county, town, parochial, and district officers, are, with but few exceptions, elective, and therefore the possession of all such offices implies the confidence and regard of a great majority at least of their respective constituencies. So too of a great proportion of the militia offices. In addition to all these, there are voluntary, civil, social, philanthropic, and corporate organizations, each presided over and its affairs administered by officers of its own election. Probably there are at the present hour in the United States as many persons holding offices bestowed upon them by the votes of others, and therefore indicative of some degree of respect and estimation, as existed through all the centuries of the Roman Republic when its domination was coextensive with the then known world. Doubtless there are more such elective offices at this time among the 20 millions of this country than among the 200 millions of Europe, and far more than in all the world besides. Many of these offices are sources of emolument as well as of power, and hence they present to competitors the double motive of a desire of gain and a love of approbation. If most of these innumerable fountains of honor are too small to slake the thirst of aspirants, they are sufficient to excite it. They create desires that are often unappeasable, desires that embroil towns, states, and the nation itself in the fiercest contentions of party. Now it is too obvious to need remark that the main tendency of institutions and of a state of society like those here depicted is to cultivate the intellect and to inflame the passions, rather than to teach humility and lowliness to the heart. Our civil and social condition holds out splendid rewards for the competitions of talent, rather than motives for the practice of virtue. It sharpens the perceptive faculties in comparing different objects of desire. It exercises the judgment in arranging means for the production of ends. It gives a grasp of thought and a power of combination which nothing else could so effectively impart. But on the other hand, it tends not merely to neglect the moral nature, but to an invasion of its rights, to a disregard of its laws, and in cases of conflict, to the silencing of its remonstrances and the denial of its sovereignty. And has not experience proved what reason might have predicted? Within the last half-century, has not speculation to a fearful extent taken the place of honest industry? Has not the glare of wealth so dazzled the public eye as often to blind it to the fraudulent means by which that wealth itself had been procured? Have not men been honored for the offices of dignity and patronage they have held, rather than for the ever-during qualities of probity, fidelity, and intelligence, which alone are meritorious considerations for places of honor and power? In the moral price current of the nation, has not intellect been rising, while virtue has been sinking in value? Though the nation as a nation, and a very great majority of the states composing it, have performed all their pecuniary obligations and preserved their reputation unsullied, yet have there not been great communities, acting through legislators whom they themselves had chosen, that have been guilty of such enormous breaches of plighted faith as would cause the expulsion of a robber from his brotherhood of bandits? And who will say, even of the most favored portions of our country, that their advancement in moral excellence, in probity, in purity, and in the practical exemplification of the virtues of a Christian life has kept pace with their progress in outward conveniences and embellishments? Can virtue recount as many triumphs in the moral world as intellect has won in the material? Can our advances towards perfection in the cultivation of private and domestic virtues, and in the feeling of brotherhood and kindness towards all the members of our households, bear comparison with the improvements in our dwellings, our furniture, and our equipages? Have our charities for the poor, the debased, the ignorant, been multiplied in proportion to our revenues? Have we subdued low vices, low indulgences, and selfish feelings? And have we fertilized the waste places in the human heart as extensively as we have converted the wilderness into plenteous harvest fields, or enlisted the running waters into our service? In fine, have the mightier and swifter agencies which we have created or applied in the material world any parallel in new spiritual instrumentalities, by which truth can be more rapidly diffused, by which the high places of iniquity can be brought low, or its crooked ways made straight? Must it not be acknowledged that, morally speaking, we stand in arrears to the age in which we live? And must not some new measures be adopted, by which, as philanthropists and Christians, we can redeem our forfeited obligations? While then the legislator continues to denounce his penalties against such wicked desires as break out into actual transgression, and while the judge continues to punish the small portion of offenses that can be proved in court, the friends of education must do whatever can be done to diminish the terrible necessity of the penal law and the judicial condemnation. In view of these considerations, I propose to speak, in the residue of this report, of school motives, and of some means for avoiding and extirpating school vices. End of section 34. Section 35 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ninth Annual Report, 1845, Part 2. School Motives and School Vices. In the order of events, the first thing which demands attention is the choice of school committee men. We need school committee men who will scrutinize as diligently the moral character of the proposed teacher and his ability to impart moral instruction, as they do his literary attainments and his ability to impart knowledge. This official prerequisite in every member of our school committees is not only necessary on account of the general influence which his character will exert upon children, but on account of the particular duties the law requires him to perform. How would consistency be outraged, what a brand would be affixed by the general verdict of the community upon the character of a town which should elect as school committee men to decide upon the literary qualifications of the instructors of their children, those who could neither read nor write? And yet is it not obvious that an immoral man is as little qualified to pronounce upon moral character as an illiterate man is to decide upon the sufficiency of literary qualifications? The general exemption of the teachers of Massachusetts from immoral habits is a fact to which the committees cheerfully and confidently testify, and it is one which my acquaintance with them enables me to confirm. But freedom from actual vice is not sufficient. In the character of one who is to train up children, a positive determination towards good, evinced by his life as well as by his language, is an essential attribute. No talent can atone for want of principle, no brilliancy of genius compensate for a stain upon the character. The perceptions of a teacher between right and wrong should be as unclouded by interest or passion as the lot of humanity will allow, and his conscience should be trained to an affinity for truth and an abhorrence of falsehood, as quick and sure as the elective attractions and repulsions of chemistry. Knowledge is power, talent is power, but they are powers which may be enlisted on the side of evil as well as of good. Nature bestows talent, living among men confers some knowledge, and mere instinct is sufficient to make known to the appetites and passions their related objects, and therefore, unless a moral sovereign and lawgiver be enthroned in the breast, whose eye can watch and whose arm can defend, these appetites and passions will be to all the sanctuaries of liberty, of reputation, of life, and of chastity, what wolves are to the sheepfold. If talent were sufficient, why are not the greatest men the best men also? If knowledge were sufficient, why does it not always become the handmaid of virtue? Or why does much learning ever make men mad? Not nearer to the day of its destruction is a community without knowledge than a community which relies upon knowledge alone as sufficient to preserve it. According to the present constitution of the human mind, and of the world in which we are placed, knowledge is a necessity in the pursuit of happiness, but morality is a preliminary necessity, elder-born and eternal. We can conceive of a state of existence where we could be happy without knowledge, but it is not in the power of any human imagination to picture to itself a form of life where we could be happy without virtue. Generally speaking, I believe there is a commendable desire on the part of teachers to impart moral instruction, but there are obstacles in the way of doing it, and for various causes, the ability or the opportunity does not equal the exigencies of the case. Some of these causes I proceed to notice. The manner in which school examinations have heretofore been conducted has tended to make the moral progress of the children secondary to their literary attainments. Perhaps there is something in the nature of the case conducing to a result so lamentable. If so, it should be sedulously guarded against by a preventive foresight. The scholars are ambitious to win the approval of the committee, but in what way are they to satisfy the committee that they deserve this approval? Let us glance for a moment at the course of proceedings as it usually takes place in some of the best of our schools. The committee visit the school soon after its commencement, as they are required to do by law. Their object is to ascertain the condition of the school, as it stands at the time, in regard to the studies pursued. For this purpose, the classes are called upon to spell, and the percentage of misspelled words is noted, to read, and the facility and intelligence with which they read are attended to exhibit their writing books, and the neatness and legibility of their handwriting are observed, to answer questions in geography and grammar, to work sums or draw maps upon the blackboard, and their proficiency and accuracy in these several studies are noted down, at least in the memory, if not in a book. Occasionally, during the term, a committee man may call in to watch the progress of the school, but at its close a more formal and thorough examination is made necessary, both by the law of the land and by public expectation. The committee appear, the classes again spell, and the diminution in the percentage of errors, as compared with what it was at the opening of the school, is recorded. They read and define words, and the more living and natural expression of the voice, the greater ease and elegance in the elocutionary part of the exercise, together with their enlarged understanding of the scope and drift of the piece selected, and their ability to explain its historical, biographical, or scientific allusions, all these are susceptible to some extent of a numerical notation, and can be reported to persons not present at the exercise. The classes are called to the blackboard, and by a swift process the answers to difficult arithmetical questions are evolved. Or, on requiring a map of a particular country to be drawn, a miniature representation of it, with its boundaries, its mountains, its rivers, and its cities, starts into being before their eyes. Indeed, if the class be large and has been competently trained, then, by assigning a different part of the globe to each member of it, in 10 minutes a very respectable atlas of the world will be depicted upon the walls of the schoolroom, to the honor of the pupils and the delight of all spectators. The committee and the parents participate in the general joy, and both teachers and scholars receive the meed of praise. The teacher wins or confirms an enviable reputation. The district solicits his acceptance of the school for another term. Other districts hear of his success and become competitors for his services, and as a natural consequence of the competition, he obtains both increased honor and emolument. But suppose, at the time when the school began, low, perverse, and ungentlemanly habits and manners prevailed among the pupils, which the teacher, by the dignity and impressiveness of his own example, and by the energy and kindness of his expostulations, has extirpated, and has substituted decency and propriety and manliness for them. Suppose profaneness polluted the lips of his children, and he has made them see the beauty and the truth of the saying that a Christian should be afraid to swear and a gentleman should be ashamed to. Suppose falsehood overt, or falsehood in some of its 1,000 forms of equivocation, deception, or suppression, had cankered the vitals of the school, and threatened to consume all the honesty and ingenuousness of the young heart. But the teacher has made it a loathing and an abomination, and has inspired his school with some adequate conception of the moral beauty and the moral necessity of truth. Suppose a love of parents, brothers, and sisters, and a compassion for the poor and the unfortunate have been warmed into being, and nourished into strength, in bosoms where they did not exist before. Suppose a reciprocation of kind offices among schoolmates has been substituted for alienation or hostility, or that some ancient and long-descended feud has been harmonized by his pacific counsels. Every school of children, as much as every community of men, has a public opinion, which, though unwritten, is a self-executing law among the pupils, and descends from one school generation to another. Suppose this public opinion of the school has been brought over, from the side of insubordination to voluntary acquiescence, and from trickery to open dealing. Suppose any or all of these blessed results to have been effected by the teacher. How are they to be brought forward for exhibition at the closing examination of the school? no general answers to general questions, no volubility in the rehearsal of moral precepts can display them. They cannot be exhibited on the blackboard, but they are graven upon the heart. They cannot be recorded in the school register, but they are written in the book of life. All attempts at display, indeed, will refute and corrupt the whole, for there is no more offensive vice than the ostentation of virtue, and the most disgusting of all hypocrisies is a humility ambitious of display. True virtue is lowly and retiring, and finds its highest gratifications in its inward and silent delights. But the moment that a sentiment of pride, on account of its supposed possession, is consciously allowed, or an impulse to boastfulness indulged, then virtue falls from its high and pure estate, and can no longer be numbered with the angels of light. And yet is not such a change, or anything approximating to such a change, in the moral character and conduct of scholars, as I have here attempted to describe, worth infinitely more than if the teacher, by a miracle of art, could transfer into their minds all the knowledge of all the philosophers who have ever lived. Now, an unhappy consequence of the prevalent course of things is that the teacher who withdraws some part of his time and attention from the intellectual training of his pupils to devote it to their moral culture may be unable to exhibit so great a degree of proficiency in the studies pursued at the end of a short term or even of a single year as the one who forgets the existence of a moral nature in his charges and devotes himself exclusively to their intellectual progress. Whatever time the faithful moral teacher spends in cherishing sentiments of honor, truth, generosity, and magnanimity, the unfaithful one will spend polishing and perfecting the recitations in grammar, geography, or some other study. The former will use no motive, however efficacious, if its ultimate tendencies are injurious, but the latter will make all motives equally welcome, provided they conduce to his immediate end. The object of the one teacher is remote, consisting in the welfare of the children in after life. That of the other is immediate, consisting in the reputation and the pecuniary value of the reputation that will redound to himself at the end of his engagement. And hence it clearly follows that if the committee attend only, or attend mainly, to the proficiency made by the children in their accustomed studies, then a direct and palpable temptation is held out to the teacher to attend only or to attend mainly to this inferior part of his duty, because by so doing he will win a higher degree of success and a higher reputation for skill. His future services will be in greater demand, and he will not only enjoy his fame as fame, but be able also to coin it into money. Here, then, there seems to be a disastrous alliance of worldly motives, and they unite to weigh down the teacher who aspires to lofty and noble views in the discharge of his duty. Is not a change in this part of our school system imperatively demanded? Is not here a point where positive improvement may forthwith begin? Ought it not to become an axiom and a proverb that no amount of mere knowledge in a school shall ever be accepted as an equivalent for an uninstructed conscience, but on the other hand, that the formation of good habits shall be an acceptable apology for inferiority in attainments? Let committees then look vigilantly. Let them inquire anxiously day by day into the effect produced by the teacher upon the conduct, the manners, and the disposition of his pupils. And let censure rather than commendation be awarded to the teacher who has carried forward his pupils ever so rapidly in mere knowledge, if he has neglected the culture of the affections, or purchased proficiency in school studies by means which put their moral nature in jeopardy. How unworthy the sacred office of a teacher if he incites his pupils to effort only by displaying before them the brilliant prospect of worldly honors and distinctions, or the power and the pride of wealth, while he neglects to cherish the love of man in their bosoms, or to display before them daily the evidences of the goodness and wisdom of God. I care not how promptly the classes may respond in the schoolroom if I hear profaneness and obscenity in the playground. I care not how many textbooks they have mastered, if they have not mastered the passions of jealousy and strife and uncharitableness. It is not indispensable to the happiness of children that they should know the length of all the great rivers, or the height of all the great mountains upon the globe. But it is indispensable to their happiness that they should love one another and do as they would be done unto. A life spent in obscurity and supported by daily toil may be full of blessings, but no worldly honors, however high, or wealth, however boundless, can atone for one dereliction from duty in acquiring them. But the great agent in carrying the benign work of reform into our schools must be the teacher himself. No fullness in the qualifications of others can be the supplement of any material deficiency in him. Essential requisites in a teacher's character are a love of children and a love of his work. He must not be a hireling. It is right that he should have a regard for his compensation, but his compensation being provided for, it should be forgotten. To exclude the feeling of monotony and irksomeness, he must look upon his work as ever a new one, for such it really is. The school teacher is not, as it sometimes seems to be supposed, placed upon a perpetually revolving wheel, and carried through a daily or yearly round of the same labors and duties. Such a view of his office is essentially a low and false one. What if he does turn over the leaves of the same book from day to day, and hear the same lessons recited from year to year? What if he is required to explain the same principles, and to reiterate the same illustrations, until his path in the accustomed exercises of the schoolroom is as worn and beaten as the one by which morning and night he travels to and from it? Still, in the truest and highest sense, his labor is always a new one, because the subject upon which he operates is constantly changing. Every day he is developing new faculties, or carrying forward the old through new stages of their course. Though the books which he uses and the instructions which he imparts may be the same, yet his real work consists in his taking up class after class, and conducting them onward through new portions of their progress. The charge committed to his care is weak, ignorant, immature, and constitutionally subject to error. He imparts vigor, he supplies knowledge, he ripens judgment, he establishes principle, and he then sends them on their way to fulfill the great duties of earth, and to be more and more prepared for another life. But so soon as he has fulfilled his duty to one company of the ever onward-moving procession of young life, another company steps in to occupy the place of the former. Their need of guidance, their capacities of improvement, are as great as those which have gone before them. They too are bound on the same perilous journey of life, and for the same goal of an immortal existence. He is to guide their steps aright. He is to see that before they pass from under his hands, they have some adequate conception of the great objects at which they are to aim, of the glorious destiny at which they may arrive, and that they are endued with the energy and the perseverance which will make their triumph certain. As soon as this labor is done to one company, he bids them a hasty farewell, that he may turn with glad welcome to hail another, more lately arrived upon the confines of existence, who ask his guidance as they are crossing the narrow isthmus of time, on their way to eternity. Such is the teacher's duty, to welcome each new group, to prepare them for the journey of life, and to speed them on their way, and again to welcome, to prepare, and to speed. And I repeat, it is, and forever must be, a new work, while new beings emerge into existence, to receive benefit and blessing from him, to be rescued from what is wrong, to be consecrated to what is right. No teacher, therefore, who regards his duties in the light of reason and religion can look upon them as repulsive or monotonous or irksome. The angel that unlocks the gate of heaven might as well become weary of the service, though with every opening of the door a new spirit is ushered into the mansions of bliss. Let the teacher, then, who cannot draw exhaustless energies from a contemplation of the nature of his calling, Let the teacher whose heart is not exhilarated as he looks round upon the groups of children committed to his care, let the teacher who can ever consciously speak of the tedium of school-keeping or the irksome task of instruction, either renovate his spirit or abandon his occupation. The repining teacher may be useful in some other sphere. He may be fit to work upon the perishable materials of wood or iron or stone, but he is unfit to work upon the imperishable mind. The teacher should enter the schoolroom as the friend and benefactor of his scholars. He is supposed to possess more knowledge than they, by the utmost diligence and stretch of faculty, can receive from him. But yet no fact is more certain, or law more universal, than that they will make no valuable or abiding acquisition without their own consent and cooperation. The teacher can neither transfuse knowledge by any process of decanting, nor inject it by any force into the mind of a child. But the law of the relation subsisting between them is, that he must have the child's conscious assent and concurrence before he can impart it. He cannot impart unless the child consents to receive. What then is the state of mind most receptive of knowledge, and most cooperative in acquiring it? Surely it is a state of confidence, of trustfulness, of respect, of affection. Hence it follows that the first great duty of a teacher is to awaken these sentiments in the breasts of his pupils. For this end he can do more the first half-day he enters the schoolroom than in any week afterwards. But if a teacher presents himself before his pupils with a haughty or a contemptuous air, if he introduces himself by beginning to speak of his power and his authority, he will soon create the occasion for using them. The pupils themselves are first to be prepared, to be put into an apt condition for the work that is to follow. If we take a survey of any department of nature or of art, illustrations and analogies will crowd upon the mind in confirmation of the universal truth that if we would exert an influence upon any object, we must first bring it into a condition receptive of that influence. Does not the farmer break up the soil and open it to the sun before he commits the seed to its bosom in expectation of a harvest? Have not celebrated artists owed their fame as much to the careful preparation of their materials as to the skill with which they afterwards combined them? By the softening agencies of fire or steam, the mechanic overcomes the rigidity or inflexibleness of his materials before he attempts to mold or bend them to his purpose. Yet the chemical changes effected by heat through the innermost particles of the bar of iron which the smith wishes to fashion anew upon his anvil are not deeper or more transmuting than the spiritual changes wrought upon the inmost emotions of a child's soul by a demeanor of dignity, and by looks and tones of affection on the part of the teacher. When the all-bountiful giver of the seasons wills to overspread our hemisphere with vegetable bounty and luxuriance, he does not scatter abroad his treasures of snow and of hail, nor bind the rivers in the death-like embraces of frost, but he causes the sun to draw near and the genial rain to descend. He scatters the infinite drops of dew over the earth, and summons the warming winds from the chambers of the south. Whatever is to be done, whether in the works of nature or of art, the material which is to be wrought upon must first be adapted to the work. All teachers look upon books and apparatus as indispensable to the highest progress of a school, and hence the sending of a child to school, with a demand that he should be taught, but without the common instrumentalities for teaching him, they justly regard as a Pharaoh-like requisition. Yet how much more indispensable are a desire and a purpose to learn in the breast of a child than a book in his hand? A spelling book, a geography, and so forth are very desirable, but a disposition to use them is indispensable. Parents must supply the books, but teachers, with the help of the parents where they can have it, and as far as possible without that help where they cannot have it, must supply the disposition. Let this be done, and we may safely affirm that the laws of nature are not more certain than that the child will learn, for it is a law of nature that he will. Footnote: in the number of the Bibliotheca Sacra for February 1846, pages 110-111, we find the following observations from the pen of the Reverend Noah Porter, Jr. of Springfield, Massachusetts. They are so valuable in themselves, and tend so strongly to fortify the views we have expressed, that we cannot forbear to copy them. You cannot drive a boy to study, least of all can you drive study into him. The attention must itself awake and pant with eagerness for knowledge. The affections must lay hold of it with a grasp that nothing can unlock, and the man must appropriate it, turning it into the very substance of the mind. You cannot force upon the attention, as you must the jaw that is locked, nor bind on enthusiasm, nor infuse the results that come, if they come at all, from the personal activity of the scholar. The appliances of masters and textbooks and illustrations and rules and supervision, and the most perfect system of gradations, one and all of them, are in vain, unless you can find or make a generous enthusiasm and a wakeful spirit. Still less at college will the scholar carry forward the work, however well begun at school, unless, with his growing capacity to labor and to learn, there grow likewise the desire to labor and to learn. Still less, after he leaves the university, will there be an overmastering desire to be the thorough and finished man, unless there be an iron energy and a burning enthusiasm. To success in acquiring, then, there is needed a strong and active spirit. Indeed, without it, study becomes a mechanical process. Books overmaster the mind that should overmaster them. The love of learning is a morbid habit, an unnatural craving, and the highest attainments of scholarship are as useless and as unnatural as a monstrous lion, or a heart that palpitates when it should beat. End footnote. If securing the goodwill of scholars is preliminary to their attainment of knowledge, far more important is it to the cultivation of their moral sentiments and to the growth of good habits. It is an invariable law of nature in regard to the young mind that the affections are developed before the judgment. How woeful and desolate would be the condition of a child if it could never love its mother until it had arrived at an age capable of mastering such a process of reasoning as should convince it that she was deserving of its love. Happily, this law of instinctive love prevails until an age when the reasoning powers can be developed and the conscience enlightened. Then, and not till then, can a child make his affections intelligently obedient to his duties. All the circumstances and conditions, therefore, which attend the first introduction of a teacher to his pupils should conciliate regard and predispose to a mutual good understanding. Is it not too obvious to need exposition that the principles of duty can be superinduced upon a state of affection and sympathy more easily than upon one of antipathy and distrust? Is it not so self-evident as to make the idea of confirmation absurd, that a teacher who possesses the love and confidence of his pupils will reclaim them from error or establish them in good principles more readily than if he were obliged to break through a rampart of hostile feelings and carry the citadel of the judgment and conscience by assault, and thus to found his ultimate authority upon the right of conquest, instead of having the gates thrown open to him with welcome and gratulation, and being received and hailed as a friend and deliverer? Every pupil who loves his teacher will feel that love soliciting him to obedience, just as certainly as every true disciple finds the love of Christ constraining him to good works. Every teacher, animated by the spirit which is alone worthy of a teacher, will enter into possession of his school, not by constraint, but willingly, not for filthy lucre, but of a ready mind, not as being a lord over his pupils, but as being an example to them. The idea that there are two antagonist powers in the schoolroom, each struggling for mastery over the other, like the rival houses of York and Lancaster contending for the English throne, will be as fatal to the prosperity of a school as is a civil war to the prosperity of a country. But primary and essential is the idea that there is one sacred, all-pervading law to which the teacher and pupil alike are subject, the law of duty and affection. All the rules of the schoolroom are but corollaries or consequences from this paramount law. If the authority and power of a teacher are not offensively set forth, they will rarely be questioned. If, instead of flattering a despicable pride by a proclamation of his own supremacy, if instead of arrogating sovereignty to his own personal will, all his words and actions proceed upon the supposition that there is one serene and majestic power to which all alike are bound to render allegiance and to pay homage, a law by which the judge is to be judged and the ruler ruled, and above all, if the teacher shows himself to be a living and shining example of the doctrine he inculcates, the number of pupils will be few indeed who will ever bring the question of authority to a practical issue. When have soldiers ever undergone such privation of the necessities of life as when their commander was known to stint himself to the same meager allowance? When have they ever performed such forced marches as when they saw their leader moving in the van of the column, or made so valorous an assault as when they saw his plume waving at the head of the charge? Or, to draw examples from the highest source, does not the apostle say that the goodness of God leadeth us to repentance? And the Saviour's emblem was that of a true shepherd, who does not drive but leads forth his flock. However it may be with sheep, we know that with children, as with men, the difference is unimaginably great between leading and driving. It was intimated above that if the proper influences constantly radiate from the teacher and pervade the schoolroom, the cases of insurgency against him will be rare. Such cases, however, may occur, and when they do occur, they suggest their own remedy. If the talent and skill of the teacher are not sufficient to arouse the indolence or restrain the waywardness of the pupil, if his commanding dignity and benevolence cannot change perverseness into docility, or melt down obstinacy into submission, in fine, if the teacher's mind cannot overmaster the pupil's mind in its then present condition, and if the teacher's heart be not of such superior moral power as to overcome and assimilate to itself the heart of the pupil, there is still one resource left. The teacher's physical power is superior to the pupil's physical power, for the teacher has a legal right to summon all necessary assistance to his aid, and with this superiority he must begin his work of reform. Order must be maintained. This is the primal law. The superiority of the heart, the superiority of the head, the superiority of the arm. This is the order of the means to secure an observance of law. As soon as possible, however, the teacher must ascend from the low superiority of muscular force to the higher and spiritual ones, and he must forever cultivate the higher, that they may the sooner supersede the lower. I think one cannot have been long accustomed to visiting schools without being able to determine almost at a glance, on entering a schoolroom, what the relation is which exists between the teacher and his scholars. If, as soon as the teacher turns his back upon the scholars in order to approach and to salute his guests, the whole muscular system of the school seems to snap the fetters in which it had been bound and to break out into mischievous activity, but as soon as the teacher reverts his face, all is again subdued and hushed into death-like stillness. If, as the teacher moves about among his scholars and gives his directions, they exhibit a deference that almost runs into timidity, but as soon as he has passed by, they make grimaces behind him, or Philip spitballs at his back. If, as he turns from time to time towards different parts of the room, that portion of the school which is under his eye is constrainedly quiet and submissive, while that portion which he does not see starts out into 100 disorders, as wild beasts rush forth when the light of day is withdrawn. If such be the general aspect of the school, then an intelligent spectator becomes as certain at the end of 5 minutes as he would be at the end of a week, that the teacher holds his place only by the law of force. But on the other hand, if the scholars seem almost unconscious of the teacher's presence, If they are unobservant in what part of the room he stands, or in which direction he may be looking, if he can step out at the door to speak to a visitor, or into a recitation room to inspect a class, and remain absent for 5 or 10 minutes without there being any buzz or whirring in the schoolroom, then one may feel the delightful assurance that such a school is under the sway of a serene and majestic authority, the authority of the great law of duty and love. I have seen many schools of each class in Massachusetts, and I feel warranted in saying that in point of numbers the latter class is rapidly gaining upon the former. There is a small class of schools intermediate between the two above described, where the teacher, through a false ambition of having it said that he can govern by moral suasion, or through fear of losing his place, or from some equally unworthy motive, seeks to govern without resort to corporal punishment, but has not the skill that can interest children in their studies, nor the spiritual ascendancy that can control their waywardness. But no low motive can ever perform the office of a high one. The laws of nature will not be circumvented. High influences without can only come from high principles within. If a teacher would govern by intellectual and moral power, he must possess intellectual and moral power, and no spurious or counterfeit similitudes of them can borrow or steal their efficacy. There is great beauty in the Romish superstition that the moment consecrated water is sold, it is desecrated. It loses its quality of holiness by the unhallowed motive that transfers it. The spirit of the sentiment applies to the present case. The teacher who would govern by the law of love must have faith in the law of love. In the absence of this, he will be compelled to resort to coaxing or wheedling or hiring children to be good, which is like the sin of laying a false offering upon the altar of the Lord. Immediately on opening a school, an important question arises as to the expediency or inexpediency of promulgating a code of laws for its government. It is the practice of some teachers to announce orally during the first day or half-day of the school the rules whose observance they shall require and whose infraction they shall punish. Others prepare written statutes sanctioned by specific penalties, which they post up in some conspicuous place in the schoolroom, so as to give a warning to transgressors and to provide themselves with a ready answer should the plea of ignorance be urged by any offender. Other teachers anticipate the commission of no offense, but wait until one occurs before they expound its demerits or prescribe its consequences. It seems to me that very serious objections lie against the promulgation of a code of laws, either oral or written, in advance or at the commencement of the school. If this be done, the scholars instantly adopt the well-known principle of legal construction, that what is not included is excluded, and hence that everything is permitted which is not prohibited. But as he is a bad citizen who has no higher rule of action than the law of the land, so is he a bad scholar who has no other restraint against wrongdoing than the prohibitions of the teacher. No code ever framed by the ingenuity of man, however voluminous and detailed it may have been, ever enumerated a tithe of the acts which an enlightened conscience will condemn, and no language was ever so exact and perspicuous as to be proof against sophistry and tergiversation. The jurisdiction of the conscience is infinitely more comprehensive than that of the statute book. Is it right, and not is it written, is the question to be propounded in the forum of conscience. Each scholar brings a conscience to school. If it has not been previously enlightened on any given point of duty, then there is no punishable blame in the breach of that duty. If it has been previously enlightened, then the tribunal is already open before which the culprit should be arraigned. Besides, as most of our schools consist of scholars differing very much from each other in regard to age and intelligence, the rules applicable to one portion of them may be very unsuitable to another. And yet, if relaxed and suspended in one case, the idea of their permanency and immutability will be destroyed, and with that all their moral efficacy ceases. So there may be cases where peculiar circumstances will take an action out of the spirit of a rule while they leave it within the letter. Suppose, for instance, in consideration of the many mischiefs which follow in the train of whispering and other modes of communication between scholars, they are peremptorily and altogether forbidden. And suppose that the next day a child exhibits symptoms of extreme distress or of fainting, or is exposed to some danger which requires instant warning, shall the general rule be observed at the expense of any consequences? Or, if violated, shall it be punished? Doubtless, too, it has happened, and not very unfrequently, that the idea of the offense was originally suggested by the prohibition, and thus the law has led to its own infraction. As with ignorant and superstitious persons, predictions often procure their own fulfillment. Footnote: the story of the Catholic priest and the ostler is not inapposite. When an ostler had finished making confession of his sins, the priest inquired of him if he had ever greased the teeth of his customers' horses to prevent them from eating their oats. The ostler not only replied in the negative, but said he had never heard of such a thing. The next time he went to the confessional, the first offense which he had to acknowledge was that he had been greasing the teeth of his customers' horses. End footnote. But there is a great variety of duties to be performed in a schoolroom, as well as of offenses to be avoided. Would it not be more appropriate to go into a detail of these duties and expound their reasons and their rewards, rather than to set forth an array of offenses with penalties? And are there no methods by which a teacher can commend the duties beforehand to the goodwill of the scholars, ingratiate them, as it were, into the mind of the school, and thus exclude much of what is bad by a pre-occupancy of the ground with that which is good? I would commend a course by which not only have some excellent schools sustained their character for excellence, but by which some indifferent schools have been made excellent. It is that of employing the first hour, or perhaps more, of the first day of a term in a familiar and colloquial exposition of the objects of the school, and the means which it is indispensable to observe for the accomplishment of these objects. Certainly all the older children, in all schools above the rank of the primary, are capable of understanding something both of the advantages and the pleasures of knowledge, of the connection between present conduct and future respectability, of the different emotions which arise in the mind after the performance of a good and of an evil action, and of the inherent tendencies, both of virtuous and of vicious habits, to accelerate their course towards happiness or misery. Excepting the comparatively few cases of implicit faith, a child will not be deterred from wrong unless he sees it to be wrong, any more than he will shrink back from a precipice from whose brink he is about to step, if he is ignorant of its existence. If the moral precipice were made as visible as the natural can be, might we not hope that fewer victims would be precipitated into the abyss of ruin? End of section 35. Section 36 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ninth Annual Report, 1845, Part 3. A vast deal of the success of a school depends upon the first impression made by the teacher upon it, and by a well-conducted conversation with the scholars at its commencement, and before any prejudices against its requirements have sprung up, or any temptations to disobedience have been presented, the good will of many, to say the least, may be propitiated. There are some points, indeed, absolutely essential to the prosperity of a school, respecting which the teacher is in the hands of the scholars, wholly dependent upon their cooperation, such as the punctuality and regularity of their attendance, and not infrequently their being provided with textbooks and other instruments of learning. And in regard to other points falling more directly within a teacher's control, his only hope of reaching the highest success depends upon securing their assistance. A few hours, therefore, at the beginning of a school, and an occasional one afterwards, as the age and capacities of the scholars may require, may be most beneficially spent in a familiar exposition of the great purposes for which the school has been opened, and of the means and observances by which alone its highest prosperity can be secured. A teacher can hardly enter a school of children collected from various families and subjected to various home influences without finding some, at least, who have an essentially false view of the object for which they are attending. He must throw light forward to show them the true nature of that object. Among the topics introduced by him in his first friendly discourse to the youthful group collected around him may be the duty of cultivating the spirit of honor and of kindness to each other, a desire for each other's improvement as well as for their own, and a determination generously to assist their companions in improving the advantages of the school. Let him deprecate the meanness that would try to put off blame upon another for the sake of shielding oneself, that would even risk the concealment of a fault for which another might be unjustly blamed or suspected, that would triumph in any success which would give pain to the innocent, and let him fill their bosoms with a noble scorn of deception or falsehood. Let him make his company of hearers perceive that knowledge should only be trusted to those who will use it conscientiously, and this he can do by a graphical description of some immoral great man who has used power and knowledge for selfish and wicked purposes. Let him convince them that he intends to bring into the schoolroom none but the highest motives, and that it is alike their duty and interest to bring into the school none but the highest motives. Let more or less of these topics be introduced again, particularly on the accession of new members to the school, and before time has been allowed them for practicing or inventing any adroit measures of defiance or deception. If new children, when they come into a school, find its tone a high one, and its habits generous and manly, they will almost invariably be assimilated into the prevalent sentiment. Extraordinary cases of perversity may indeed occur, but if the new pupils see that the denizens of the school make it a matter of honor to govern themselves instead of being governed by a set of arbitrary rules, if they see such confidence existing between teacher and pupils, that each is ready to trust the other, and that the interests of both sides are the same, instead of clashing like those of enemies, they will be ashamed to stand out as exceptions, as ugly, misshapen creatures in a company where all others are beautiful. One of the highest and most valuable objects to which the influences of a school can be made conducive consists in training our children to self-government. The doctrine of no government, even if all forms of violence did not meet the first day to celebrate its introduction by a jubilee, would forfeit all the power that originates in concert and union. So tremendous, too, are the evils of anarchy and lawlessness, that a government by mere force, however arbitrary and cruel, has been held preferable to no government. But self-government, self-control, a voluntary compliance with the laws of reason and duty have been justly considered as the highest point of excellence attainable by a human being. No one, however, can consciously obey the laws of reason and duty until he understands them. Hence the preliminary necessity of their being clearly explained, of their being made to stand out, broad, lofty, and as conspicuous as a mountain against a clear sky. There may be blind obedience, without a knowledge of the law, but only the will of the lawgiver. But the first step toward rational obedience is a knowledge of the rule to be obeyed and of the reasons on which it is founded. The above doctrine acquires extraordinary force in view of our political institutions, founded as they are upon the great idea of the capacity of man for self-government, an idea so long denounced by the state as treasonable and by the Church as heretical. In order that men may be prepared for self-government, their apprenticeship must commence in childhood. The great moral attribute of self-government cannot be born and matured in a day. and if school children are not trained to it, we only prepare ourselves for disappointment if we expect it from grown men. Everybody acknowledges the justness of the declaration that a foreign people born and bred and dwarfed under the despotisms of the Old World cannot be transformed into the full stature of American citizens merely by a voyage across the Atlantic, or by subscribing the oath of naturalization. If they retain the servility in which they have been trained, some self-appointed lord or priest on this side of the water will succeed to the authority of the master whom they have left behind them. If, on the other hand, they identify liberty with an absence from restraint and an immunity from punishment, then they are liable to become intoxicated and delirious with the highly stimulating properties of the air of freedom. And thus, in either case, they remain unfitted until they have become morally acclimated to our institutions to exercise the rights of a free man. But can it make any substantial difference whether a man is suddenly translated into all the independence and prerogatives of an American citizen from the bondage of an Irish lord or an English manufacturer, or from the equally rigorous bondage of a parent, guardian, or school teacher? He who has been a serf until the day before he is 21 years of age cannot be an independent citizen the day after, and it makes no difference whether he has been a serf in Austria or in America. As the fitting apprenticeship for despotism consists in being trained to despotism, so the fitting apprenticeship for self-government consists in being trained to self-government, and the law of force and authority is as appropriate a preparation for the subjects of an arbitrary power as liberty and self-imposed law are for developing and maturing those sentiments of self-respect, of honor, and of dignity which belong to a truly republican citizen. Were we hereafter to govern irresponsibly, then our being forced to yield implicit obedience to an irresponsible governor would prepare us to play the tyrant in our turn. But if we are to govern by virtue of a law which embraces all, which overlays all, which includes the governor as well as the governed, then lessons of obedience should be inculcated upon childhood in reference to that sacred law. If there are no two things wider asunder than freedom and slavery, then must the course of training which fits children for these two opposite conditions of life be as diverse as the points to which they lead. Now, for the high purpose of training an American child to become an American citizen, a constituent part of a self-governing people, is it not obvious that in all cases the law by which he is to be bound should be made intelligible to him, and as soon as his capacity will permit, that the reasons on which it is founded should be made as intelligible as the law itself? This view of the subject does not trench one hair's breadth upon the great doctrine of order and subordination. It only contests the claim to arbitrary power on the one side, and its correlative, blind submission, on the other. It discards these as substitutes for moral power and voluntary obedience, and there it stops. The great question is, to whom or to what is the obedience or subordination due? It is primarily due to the law written upon the heart, to the law of God. The teacher is the representative and the interpreter of that law. He is clothed with power to punish its violations, but this comprehends only the smallest part of his duty. As far as possible, he is to prevent violations of it, by rectifying that state of mind out of which violations come. Nor is it enough that the law be obeyed. As far as possible, he is to see that it is obeyed from the right motives. As a moral act, blind obedience is without value. As a moral act, also, obedience through fear is without value. And not only so, but as soon as the fear is removed, the restrained impulses will break out and demand the arrears of indulgence as a long-delayed debt. To prevent misunderstanding, however, I wish to define the term fear as here used. It is here used to signify a dread of bodily pain or injury or of personal loss. In reference to the divine being, the term is used in a widely different sense. That fear of the Lord, which is the beginning of wisdom, includes the emotion of awe and reverence. It is not a servile but a filial fear. It is a sentiment which an enlightened conscience can never experience toward an unworthy object, and which, therefore, an unworthy object can never inspire. But the mere dread of personal harm as a consequence of wrongdoing is not curative, it is not restorative. It may warn, it may arrest, it may check the outward commission of wrong, and its use for these purposes, to any extent which circumstances may require, is legitimate. But with the prevention of wrong, its functions end. Though it may make an offender cease to do ill, it can never, by its own efficacy, make him love to do well, as poison may arrest a disease, though it cannot restore a patient to health. By suppressing outbreaks, by restraining waywardness, fear may prepare the way for the introduction of higher motives of action. But if the aid of these higher motives be not then invoked, the ground of justification for using the fear is taken away. A reform in character may be begun by fear, but if it ends in fear, it will prove to be no reform. When the spendthrift finds he is approaching the last dollar of his patrimony, and gaunt hunger and want begin to stare him in the face, he is admonished to desist, and under the terror of these impending evils, he arrests his course of riot and dissipation. But this terror does not inspire him with the least love of temperance and industry. A habit of diligence and sobriety must come, if it comes at all, from the working of other motives within him. Without the restraint of higher motives, should another inheritance unexpectedly descend to him, he would return to his wallowing in the mire. The bond-servants of fear always do as little as they can, because they do nothing for the love of the thing done, but only to avoid some painful consequence if it be not done. Work, whether of the hand or of the mind, which is not performed from a love of it, is never performed with that zest or alacrity which the love of it inspires. An external act of duty may be done, but it is done not from a willing but from a repugnant, not from a dutiful but from a rebellious heart. The mind will disown what the hand performs, while each movement and each moment will deepen disgust towards it. This is so clear, even to the intellect, that some of the more sagacious slave-drivers in the South are substituting motives of personal profit, of appetite, and the love of tawdriness for the scourge. They have been led to this not from compassion, but from cupidity. They find the sum total of the profits at the end of the year to be greater under the use of pleasurable motives than under the use of painful ones. Formerly, and to a great extent even at present, they used the motive of bodily fear and smart, the motive by which the tyrant maintains his power, by which the savage enforces obedience to his will, by which the brute secures its prey. But the eyes of some of them have been opened to see the neighboring motives as they lie arranged along the great scale from the brutish to the angelic, and they now avail themselves of the love of appetite, the love of approbation, the desire of being bedizened with gaudy colors, and so forth, as more efficient agencies than pain. Doubtless the quantity of their work will be increased, and its quality improved, as the masters ascend higher and higher in the scale of motive powers. Teachers should be children of light, and they should not permit the children of Mammon to be wiser in their generation than they. It should never be forgotten that the highest duty of a teacher is to produce the greatest quantity and the purest quality of moral action. Fear, then, is no more to be proscribed from the teacher's list of motives than arsenic and henbane from the materia medica of the physician, but the teacher or parent who uses nothing but fear commits a far greater error than the physician who uses nothing but poison. let all wise and good men unite their efforts so to improve both the moral and the physical health of the community, as gradually and regularly to diminish and finally to supersede the necessity of either. The maxim embodied in the law of the land and sustained by the good sense of all communities, that the teacher stands in loco parentis, that is, in the parent's place or stead, has been 1,000 times repeated. By virtue of this relation, he is authorized to do, for all the purposes within his jurisdiction, what the parent might rightfully do under like circumstances. But he stands in the parent's place for love as well as for power, for duty as well as for authority. If a father has any right to punish a child whose reason he has never attempted to enlighten, whose conscience he has never sought to develop, it is a right founded upon the previous commission on his part of the highest wrong. If preventives and milder remedies have not been used to avert the ultimate necessity of violent applications, then the parent, in regard to every offense which demands the application of violence, is an accessory before the fact, a suborner to the crime, and justly incurs the largest share of its guilt. If the rights of the teacher as to the exercise of power are commensurate with the rights of the parent, so are the teacher's duties also, in regard to the motives from which he acts, commensurate with parental duties. A question connected with this subject has been often discussed, and the practice is different in different parts of the state. It is whether refractory and disobedient scholars should be dismissed from the school or retained in it and subdued. If a teacher stands in the place of the parent, why should he dismiss any scholar from his school, unless temporarily, any more than a parent should expel a child from his household? There is no Botany Bay to which such a child can be banished. Instead of crossing the ocean to another hemisphere, he remains at home. For all purposes of evil, he continues in the midst of the very children from among whom he was cast out, and when he associates with them out of school, there is no one present to abate or neutralize his pernicious influences. If the expelled pupil be driven from the district where he belongs into another, in order to prevent his contaminations at home, what better can be expected from the people of the place to which he is sent than a reciprocation of the deed, by sending one of their outcasts to supply his place, and thus opening a commerce of evil upon free trade principles? Nothing is gained while the evil purpose remains in the heart. Reformation is the great desideratum, and can any lover of his country hesitate between the alternatives of forcible subjection and victorious contumacy? In extreme cases, however, the school committee have an undoubted legal right to expel a scholar from school. But in those cases where the dangerousness of the symptoms will no longer permit delay, there is an immense difference in the modes of treating a malady. We know that a mere pretender to medical or surgical knowledge will aggravate the puncture of a pin into a mortification fatal to life, while by anodyne and restorative, the skillful practitioner will cure the gangrene itself. So, in the case of a distempered will, it may be inflamed and exasperated by fiery and passionate appliances into incorrigibleness and misanthropy. Or, on the other hand, it may be restored to soundness and docility by reproofs or chastisements administered in wisdom and love. But after the school has commenced, when classes have been formed and the routine of exercises begun, it is then that opportunities without number and without end will present themselves for inspiring sentiments and cultivating habits of order, of decorum, of honor, of justice, and of truth. Or, on the other hand, of engendering a brood of base and dissocial feelings, unkindness, evasion, hypocrisy, dishonesty, and falsehood. Nay, the teacher may be entirely honest and sincere himself, and yet, from having his mind too intently and exclusively fixed upon the intellectual progress of his pupils, he may be regardless of the moral impulses which secure that progress, and of the emotions which attend it. Every true teacher will consider the train of feeling not less than the train of thought, which is evolved by the exercises of the schoolroom. Here opens a most important and difficult subject. So far as I know, it has never been comprehensively or minutely treated by any writer. It is impossible for me to do it justice. I enter upon it with undissembled diffidence, yet such is its intrinsic importance, and so often when visiting schools have I seen exemplifications of wrong, where I was sure the teacher intended only what was right, that I can no longer forbear to attempt an elucidation of its merits. May others be led to investigate and expound it until it assumes a prominence and commands an attention corresponding to its magnitude. After the provisional classification of a school, the first business ordinarily consists in setting lessons and hearing recitations. In all schools having any claim to respectability, imperfect recitations incur some unpleasant consequences. In some, it is only a forfeiture of the teacher's approval. In some, it is a record of the failure. In some, after a fixed number of failures, it is corporal punishment, the infliction of which cancels the old score and opens the books for a new account. In all decent schools, an imperfect recitation is a thing which the pupils deprecate, but the means of preventing it or of avoiding the appearance of it are various. In the first place, the teacher can ensure any number of imperfect recitations by giving too long or too difficult lessons beyond the ability of the scholars to learn. And thus a mere mistake in judgment on the part of the teacher may lead to discouragement or fraud on the part of the pupils. Lessons should be such that they can be competently mastered by all the scholars in the class, unless in cases of remarkable dullness. Some of the less forward or less bright may require a little extra assistance, which should be freely rendered to them. But if there be any members of the class who cannot make themselves tolerably well acquainted with the lessons, they should be removed to a lower class. Habitually to break down at a recitation has a most disastrous influence on the character of a child. It depresses the spirits, takes away all the animation and strength derived from hope, and utterly destroys the ideal of intellectual accuracy, which is next in importance to moral accuracy, on which indeed moral accuracy often depends. It is still worse when the whole class fails. Shame never belongs to multitudes. It is a feeling which arises when we contrast our own deficiency or misconduct with the opposite qualities in others. But where all are equally deficient or equally wrong, there is no opportunity for such a contrast. Common deficiency at the recitation begets a mingled feeling of contempt for the study and recklessness of reputation, which is fatal to all advancement. It may begin by merely disheartening the pupil, but it will soon become disgust towards the study and aversion from the teacher. Few things are of more baneful tendency than to have a scholar or a class leave the recitation stand after a half hour of blundering and darkness, with no sense of shame or regret at the dishonor. Few things are of more evil augury than for children to become so inured by frequency to having marks of discredit entered against their names, that they grow indifferent and callous to any recorded censure. Such children lose all that delicacy of feeling, that fine sensitiveness to honor, which are strong outposts of virtuous principle. Day after day, to have a dishonorable mark set upon the body or the hand or on the name, without any feeling of regret or effort at amendment, is as deplorable for a boy or a girl as it would be for a man or a woman to receive, without shame and without compunction, a 10th or a 20th sentence to the house of correction or jail. The former, indeed, foretokens the latter. But suppose the character of the lesson to be rightly adjusted to the capacity of the learner. Still a brood of temptations lurk around. In the first place, there is the device of getting one part of the lesson better than the rest, under the expectation of being questioned on that part. How often has this been done? In some of the studies, it is to be forestalled and excluded by the method before described of putting each question to the whole class, waiting a sufficient time for each pupil to think out the answer in his own mind, and then calling upon someone by name to answer it. The naming of the scholar to give that answer should be in no set order, but promiscuous. This method especially applies to grammar, to oral spelling, to oral recitations in geography, and to mental arithmetic. In written arithmetic, a question for solution may be propounded, and one pupil required to state the first step in the process, and then another pupil in another part of the class the second step, and so on until the explanation is completed. Where there is, as there should be in every schoolroom, a sufficient extent of blackboard to allow the whole class to stand before it at once, a separate question may be given to each member of the class to be wrought upon it. Occasionally, when the solution is half completed, the pupils may be transposed, and each one required to examine and complete his neighbor's work. Such are some of the methods, to be constantly varied and interchanged, by which the temptation to deal treacherously with the lesson may be met and defeated. And yet the teacher should make no avowal that he entertains any suspicions against any individual, and designs to baffle his plans for deception. He uses these means only for banishing temptation where it exists, and for shutting the door against it where its invasion is threatened. Temptation may be analyzed into two elements, desire and opportunity. Take away the desire, and the opportunity can work no harm. Take away the opportunity, and the desire is baffled. The former course is better, where it can be taken, but the latter is recommended as one means of accomplishing the former. It sometimes happens that scholars experiment upon the numbers or terms of an arithmetical question. In proportion, for instance, if they have no knowledge of the principle which should guide them, they may try the effect of multiplying two of the numbers together and dividing the product by the third. But if that does not yield the right answer, they may transpose the order and try again. And in the end, having exhausted all the errors, they will obtain the truth. But it is only by a comparison of their result with the answer in the book that they will know when they have arrived at the truth. They will not know on what principle that true answer was obtained, and on attempting a solution of the next question, they will be as ignorant as ever, and be again obliged to go through with the same experimental process. In order to prevent this appeal to chance instead of an appeal to principle, the class may be occasionally required to lay aside their slates and to work out all the questions contained in a lesson on paper. Here they will not be able to obliterate what they have done, as they can do on the slate, and therefore the teacher, by a single glance of the eye, can see the track which the mind has made, whether it were straight or circuitous, in its search after the answer. He will also see the mechanical correctness with which each step may have been performed. Frequent reviews, by carrying the pupils a second time over the ground they have traversed, will be another means of determining whether they have left any part of it unexplored. Devices or excuses to escape the lesson altogether, when the pupil is conscious of not having faithfully learned it, are an aggravated form of the evil above mentioned, and it should be guarded against by an examination of the absentee upon the omitted lesson at another time. I fear that this slurring or shirking of the lesson is sometimes regarded in no other light than as a clog upon the progress of the pupil, or as an abatement from the success of the coming examination. The substance of the argument, often used as a warning against this species of misconduct, is that whoever leaves a lesson of his course unmastered leaves an enemy in ambush behind him, an enemy who will at some day rise up to molest his peace and perhaps to defeat his most cherished hopes. But though this is a legitimate consideration, yet the subject has relations far more important. It is not so much the lesson which is omitted as the wrongful act which is committed. The knowledge that is lost is an insignificant matter compared with the trickish habit that is gained. The avoidance of the lesson has deprived the intellect of so much exercise, and therefore has prevented whatever of strength that exercise would have given. But the means by which the lesson was avoided have given exercise and strength to motives of deception and fraud. Herein lies the lamentable character of the deed. It is only a misfortune to be ignorant, but it is an unspeakable calamity to be dishonest. However vigilantly the teacher may look after the intelligence of his charge, he should use 1,000 times more vigilance in preserving their integrity. Limited attainments are not incompatible with a high degree of happiness, but every immoral act diminishes the capacity for happiness forever and ever. Another means of avoiding study, and I am sorry to say I have found no little evidence of its existence, is, after procuring some fellow pupil or other person to perform the work which the teacher has assigned, to present the work thus performed by another as the product of one's own labor. The intellectual loss and injury of such a course are great. It leaves the mind unexercised when it was one of the principal objects of the lesson to exercise it. It also disqualifies the pupil more and more for mastering subsequent lessons. A scholar who did not get his lessons last week through indolence may be unable to get them this week through incapacity, and next week he may give them up in despair. But the most deplorable quality of such conduct is that it is an acted falsehood, and as subsequent lessons are mastered with so much more difficulty after the omission of the preceding ones, the power of the temptation increases in a geometrical ratio at each succeeding step. The cases above referred to are generally those where assistance is obtained out of school, but the prompting of a fellow pupil in school and during the recitation comes under the same general head, and incurs the like mischievous consequences. To guard against the latter species of misconduct, the teacher should be all eye and all ear. He should be so familiar with the lesson that he can devote his whole attention to the class, instead of occupying the time in preparing himself by looking at his book to hear the successive answers. His eye should be on them on their account, and not on his book on his own account. To guard the pupil against taking fraudulent measures out of school, he should instruct as faithfully in regard to the object of the lesson as in regard to the lesson itself. The attention of the pupil should be forever turned towards the state of his own mind. Have the lesson, the fact, the principle, the scientific relation been reproduced within himself? Are they recorded on the tables of his intellect? Are they so clearly and enduringly written there that if the slate and the blackboard were broken to fragments, if the book were to be consumed, he would still possess them as his own, ineffaceably inscribed on his mind? Is the lesson so luminously recorded in his memory that he can see it there in the darkness of midnight, and revive it in the solitude of the desert? Every pupil should be made to see that to transfer or to copy an answer or a process from a textbook to his own slate or paper, or to take it from another's dictation, is valueless in the way of acquisition, of improvement, that it is in its nature the veriest task-work or treadmill service ever performed. He should be made to see that he might as well learn the art of swimming by getting another boy to swim for him, that he might as well increase his stature and strength by employing another to eat his meals, or that he might as well expect to gain wealth by forfeiting all his daily earnings to the more industrious. Perhaps the most appropriate punishment in cases where a punishment is deemed advisable for stealing the solution of the sum from a book, or for transferring it from another's slate, or for borrowing another's composition instead of writing one, would be to make the offender copy off figures in logarithms or the letters of some algebraic process about which he knows nothing, or to transcribe passages in the French or Latin language. This would be a parallel to his own vain knowledge, and would show him how pleasant it is to feed upon the cast wind. But the forfeiture of privileges and of knowledge which the pupil incurs by such a course as is described above is not the principal evil. It is not the loss of utility merely, but it is the departure from honor and honesty. Why should not the scholar who now cheats his teacher in the recitation room cheat his master in his work when he becomes an apprentice or a clerk, and cheat his customers in their utensils or their goods when he becomes a mechanic or a merchant? All great robbers begin by stealing small things, and the foulest assassins and murderers commence their career by inflicting petty injuries. I fear the little departures from rectitude and truth which sometimes pervade a school, or are practiced by particular members of it, are not regarded in their true light, as seminal principles or germs, which, if not eradicated, will grow up to maturity, and bear the fatal fruit of falsehoods, perjuries, and frauds. How narrow the range of a school child's thoughts compared with the vast compass and combinations of an adult mind! How slow the mental operations of the former compared with the celerity with which the latter passes from premises to conclusions and from means to ends! The child is obliged to commence his calculations with visible and tangible units, and for a long time he moves feebly and totteringly forward, constantly seeking the support of another's hand. Yet what vast and complicated schemes that same mind in its maturity will project! When we thus witness the capacity of growth and expansion with which the intellect is endowed, why should we doubt that the appetites and propensities have at least an equal power of expansion and activity? Nay, is it not conceded in every system of mental philosophy ever promulgated that the appetites and desires are endowed with an ardor and a vehemence to which the intellect is a stranger? That the passions, if unregulated and unchastened, rush to extremes infinitely more wide and more ruinous than the understanding can ever reach? Why, then, when we find the mind, which was once so feeble, now capable of concerting vast plans for wealth, for ambition, or other forms of personal aggrandizement, why should we doubt that the little tricks and prevarications of the schoolroom may grow up into fraudulent bankruptcies or stupendous peculations and embezzlements? States and empires are no more to the man than the toys of the nursery to an infant. Why then should not corruption in politics and hypocrisy in religion grow out of the artifices and pretexts of the playground? If we would enjoy an immunity from the latter, we must suppress the former. How much easier and safer to crush the brittle egg than to kill the coiling serpent! The act of furnishing arithmetical solutions or translations in the classics to a fellow pupil before recitation, or of prompting him during it, is to be treated as a wrong in the giver as well as in the receiver. Yet always, or nearly so, the subject presents itself in a different light to children, and generally, I believe, even to mature minds. It is commonly regarded as an act of kindness, as a social pleasure, if not a social duty, to give to one who wants what we without any loss can spare. Shall a pupil who has neglected his lesson until the hour of recitation approaches be subjected to punishment when we can supply his deficiencies in 10 minutes and save him from harm? Shall a friend and classmate who has suffered the time of probation to pass by unimproved, shall he be subjected to mortification, if not to rebuke or chastisement, when we, merely by a whisper in his ear, can save his feelings, his character, and perhaps his skin? Such is the aspect in which the subject presents itself to most minds, especially to the minds of school children. So, to the natural eye, the earth appears to be flat. But what do we do as soon as the child arrives at a proper age for understanding its true shape? Do we not spend the time, use apparatus, and give explanations again and again until the natural error of the senses is corrected? Why should not as much time be spent in correcting those moral errors into which all children naturally, if not necessarily, fall? No reason can be assigned, unless it be the infinitely false one, that moral culture is less important than intellectual. The first impressions of children on this whole subject of prompting answers and of supplying solutions can easily be shown to be illusory and false. The true question goes far deeper than the scholar's appearance at the recitation.
The recitation is only a means to an end. In itself it is valueless. The only question of any importance is what is the state of the pupil's mind. Does that which he writes down upon his slate or speaks with his tongue come from his understanding, or does it only come mechanically from his fingers or from his lips by the dictation of another, and not from his own mind? The pupil who submits himself to the ordeal of a recitation, like a witness in a court, is under a moral obligation to make true answers from his own knowledge to whatever questions may be propounded to him. And is that pupil an honest one who, under such an obligation, gives either the work or the answer of another as his own? If the deficiencies of others are to be recorded, or if there is a competition for places or medals or parts, and one pupil escapes a mark or gains a credit by indirect means, is it fair towards his fellow pupils, or doing as he would be done by? If two children collude together and agree to help each other by private signs or otherwise during the recitation, ought we to be surprised if afterwards they agree to run up stocks in the market in order to cheat innocent purchasers? Besides, where is the iniquity to stop? If one pupil may be assisted or prompted once, why may not all go to the same extent? This, however, would reduce the whole to their original equality, for if all take the liberty to cheat once, they stand in the same relative position as at first. He, therefore, who means to get a dishonest advantage over his fellows must now cheat twice in order to gain his end, and so on indefinitely. If the grocer adulterates his sugar and his flour to the amount of 10% of its value, and the purchaser pays him 10% counterfeit coin or bills, neither is a gainer in money, and both are sufferers in morals. So it is with children who cheat each other and their teacher at the recitation. Now, is not the moral spirit with which the lesson is studied and recited of as much consequence as the knowledge it confers? And if so, ought not the teacher to spend as much time on the former as on the latter? I exhort teachers and committee men to ask themselves the question whether this is done. The hour of recitation is the hour of reckoning. The place of recitation is the place for weighing and gauging the amount of acquisition made by the pupils. Emphatically, therefore, it is a place for fair dealing, for truth, for uprightness towards the teacher, and for equity between the fellow pupils. Any deception there is like the use of false balances, and the teacher should no more wink or connive at it, however anxious he may be that his school should appear well, than that he should instruct his scholars how they may use false weights and measures in their traffic with men. I think the nature of a recitation can be so unfolded and explained to all, excepting perhaps the lowest class of minds, and that the recitation itself can be so conducted as to save it from the frauds to which it now gives birth. Invested with the associations of honor and good faith, it may be made to assume something of a sacred character. I have known scholars who would not give an answer with which a prompter had supplied them, any more than they would receive stolen goods or pass counterfeit money. The inherent absurdity of one pupil's getting up a lesson for another may be made so obvious and glaring even by a moderate degree of ability to a moderate capacity of understanding as to excite contempt and abhorrence for it. The objects of a child's studying are usefulness, respectability, eminence, happiness. These objects are reached through the acquisition of knowledge and through an increase of mental activity and energy. But each child's mind must grow for itself as much as each child's body must grow for itself. I may as well be warmed by another man putting on my garments as be improved by another man getting my lessons. If a child is idle or squanders away his time, he, in his own proper person, must suffer for it. No friend can bear the burden of his future ignorance or imbecility. One person may as well bear another's toothache, or transfer another's consumption to his own lungs. Nor does the fraud bring any profit to the defrauder. Suppose the children, instead of gathering the richer treasures of knowledge, were only gathering gold dust, which day by day should be brought to the scales, that the amount of their gains might be ascertained? Would any sluggard become richer by concealing a worthless pebble in his heap? Would not the assayer detect the fraud and expose both it and its author? And would not everyone who supplied, or who only assisted in supplying, this spurious substance be justly regarded as an accomplice in the guilty act? Time is the great assayer, and it will surely expose the folly and the ignorance of all those who cheat at the recitation, and impose upon the teacher the semblance of knowledge for its reality. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. Ninth Annual Report, 1845, Part 4. I fear that too much value is ordinarily attached to the recitation. I fear that it is often regarded as an object and not as an instrument, as the goal and not as the path that leads to it. The daily routine of exercises and the examinations of the school committee may cause all the forces of the school to converge to this point. When such is the case, the pupils, especially the ambitious ones, will devote themselves to the words of their lesson rather than to its meaning. They will aim at readiness and volubility rather than at depth and discrimination. They will confine themselves within the author's train of thought instead of taking discursive views, tracing analogies, and sending the mind out to the right and left in quest of materials for confirmation or for questioning from all collateral and related topics. So, too, under such a mistaken view of the object of a recitation, the pupils will be tempted when it is over to discharge the subject from their minds, that they may make room for the next exercise. All this is delusive. It grasps at the shadow, but misses the substance. To exhibit to the teacher the state of the pupil's mind is the true object of the recitation, so that whatever is right may be fastened there securely and forever, so that deficiencies may be supplied, and so that whatever is erroneous may be rectified or obliterated before the impression is deepened beyond effacing. If the arrangements and the general spirit of the school are such as to make the pupils desire a brilliant recitation only, then they are tempted to manage adroitly to conceal their ignorance in order to escape degradation and to gain a credit upon the teacher's books. But such a course will redound to their own discredit, and will entail enduring degradation upon the moral sense. Closely akin to the above subject is the use of keys in mathematical studies. To avoid cumbrous enumeration, I shall refer to arithmetical keys only, although the remarks on this topic will apply to algebra as well as to arithmetic. In our old arithmetical textbooks, the answers were regularly appended to the questions, each to each. The complaint of the pupil who studied the old arithmetics in the old way was, "I cannot get the answer." He did not say he could not understand the principle, but the answer, as given in the book, was the thing he sought for. By observing the denomination in which it was expressed and the number of places of figures which it contained, he could conjecture the process by which it might be reached. The pupil thus made an illicit use of the answer itself as a means of obtaining it. This was obviously preposterous. The answer was the unknown quantity which was to be obtained from known data on known principles. But as soon as the answer was included among the known data, the pupil might arrive at it by repeated experiment, although each time he should proceed on unknown principles. The knowledge of the answer beforehand, therefore, became to some extent a substitute for such a knowledge of principles as would command the true answer, not only in the given case but in all analogous cases. Had it been the only object to arrive at the answer contained in the book, then any additions, subtractions, multiplications, or divisions which would secure that end would be sufficient,
and the result would be equally satisfactory whether the answer contained in the book should be correct or erroneous. Now, it is obvious that there is no more legitimate exercise of the power of calculation in such a procedure than there is true piety in those contrivances of the Japanese whereby, turning a crank, they wind off a long scroll of written prayers from one cylinder onto another. The arithmetical faculty is as little employed in the one case as the heart is in the other. To obviate this difficulty, arithmetics were prepared containing the questions only. But lest the teacher should not be able for want of time, or for some other reason, to determine the correctness or incorrectness of the answers as they should be found by the pupil, the author prepared a second book, a book for the answers as well as a book for the questions. This second book is called a key. Both questions and answers are numbered so as to correspond. According to the theory, the key is to be used only by the teacher. It is a labor-saving instrument, designed to supersede the necessity of the teachers looking over each sum. But it being known to the scholars that there is a key, containing not only the answers but solutions or partial solutions of the most difficult questions, a grievous temptation is presented to them to get it and use it. So far as this is done, it defeats the very object of separating the answers from the questions, and makes the increased cost of 2 books over 1 a gratuitous expense. But what is infinitely more to be deprecated than any cost, or any diminution in intellectual attainment, is the moral delinquency which is involved in the act of using the key clandestinely. If the use of keys be prohibited, then they must be obtained surreptitiously and examined by stealth. The key itself must be kept in some secret place where the teacher will not be likely to discover it, hence a system of frauds. The purchasing of a book, the selection of a covert place for its concealment, the stealthy step or look by which it is examined, the transfer of the answers, perhaps upon a piece of paper, to be carried privately about the person, the plans laid to satisfy or circumvent the teacher should he make any inquiry into the subject, and finally the presence of the pupil at the recitation with the questions all correctly solved, but with a lie visible to himself lying at the bottom of every solution. All this planned and consummated deception it is indeed fearful to contemplate. It is a practical training of the young heart to iniquity. Each commendation obtained under such circumstances is a reward for past deception and a lure to its repetition in the future. Why should not the child who does this, and who perhaps is not reprehended for doing it, if done when the committee and visitors are present, why, when the opportunity comes, should he not overreach his neighbor in making a bargain, or put 2 votes into the ballot box to secure the election of his favorite candidate, or defraud the post office and the custom house? And how much is the virulence of the temptation increased when prizes are offered to the foremost pupils, when perhaps badges of honor are bestowed upon the most successful competitors, and their names are brought forward with éclat in reports, or proclaimed to the world through newspapers, while a proportionate degradation awaits the unsuccessful. And all this is made to depend upon the marks of credit or discredit received at the end of the recitations. What the world seems to regard with honor, ambitious children will of course strive to obtain. And when intellectual attainments take precedence over moral qualities, how cruelly will they be tempted to sacrifice the latter to the former? In foreign universities, where a subscription to creeds is a prerequisite to the honors and emoluments of professorships and presidencies, do we not know that men, for the sake of a conspicuous and lucrative station, will subscribe to theological dogmas and articles of church government which their souls abhor? For such bold treason against God and man they were prepared in childhood, by slight and gradually increasing deviations from truth and duty, under temptations whose force they could not be expected to resist. Is it not the worst form of sacrilege to invade the unsophisticated consciences of children with temptations to evil before which it is almost certain they will fall? For years past I have made particular inquiries of teachers and others on this subject.
I have endeavored to ascertain to what extent keys are allowed or forbidden in our schools, and also whether they are used although forbidden. I am satisfied that a startling amount of deception is practiced, and that not a few of our children are learning those arts in school which, we have reason to fear, will be matured in after life into flagrant immorality and turpitude. In some cases it has been discovered that a class owned a single key in common which was passed round privately among them. In some, the sons of a family go to one school and the daughters to another, and although in one of the schools keys may be strictly prohibited, yet in the other they are openly allowed, or at least they are not forbidden, so that all the children have equal access to them. I believe it would be far better, than that things should continue in their present condition, that all restriction on the use of keys should be removed, in which case, of course, it would be better to return to the old system of inserting the answer with the question in the textbook. But the only effectual remedy, while such helps are prepared and are accessible, is to cultivate the moral feelings of the pupils to such a high tone as will make them disdain and abhor those acts of deception by which one pupil obtains advantage over another, or by which the pupils succeed in deceiving the teacher. It is fervently to be hoped that teachers will look more carefully into this subject than they have been accustomed to do. Better that we should go back to counting on the 10 fingers and remain there, than that the learners of arithmetic should imbibe the spirit by which they will hereafter make fraudulent invoices or false entries in the books of banks or of the government. It might prove a preventative to the fraudulent use of keys, and save children from some of the temptations which now spring from the use of them, if teachers would make it a frequent practice to dictate original questions from their own minds. However great the pupil's proficiency may be, a competent teacher could easily frame questions equivalent and analogous to those contained in the book, and the impossibility in such cases of getting at the answer by the use of a key would preclude the thought and prevent the desire of doing so. Is this not in consonance with the spirit of the prayer, at once so religious and so philosophical, that we may not be led into temptation? The only objection that can be made to the preparation of questions by teachers is that they may not have time to examine the solutions and decide upon their correctness, and must therefore submit to the necessity of taking questions where the answers are at hand. But surely to an accomplished teacher it can be the work of but a few moments to look over even a long demonstration and to determine whether the successive steps have been correctly taken. As to what may be regarded as the mechanical part of the solution, the addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, he has no need to trouble himself with that. He knows the nature of the question he is given. He perceives in the twinkling of an eye what the necessary steps are to arrive at a correct result, and a single glance from point to point, even in an extended process, is sufficient to show him whether the correct course or one of several correct courses has been pursued. As to the rudimental parts, he may, occasionally at least, set some of the younger classes to examine them. They will be able to detect errors, if any exist, in the work of the older pupils, and the older pupils, mortified at being exposed by the younger, will be incited to greater care. In advanced Prussian schools, where arithmetic was so remarkably well taught and learned, though if it were well taught, it is almost tautology to say it was well learned, instead of an octavo volume or a series of duodecimos, imposing burdensome expenses upon the parents, I generally found arithmetical textbooks which did not contain more than 50 or 60 pages, mere skeletons, and yet amply sufficient for the use of the schools. Probably 19/20ths, if not 49/50ths, of the questions were supplied extemporaneously by the teacher from his own mind. Under such a system, no temptations to idleness and no provocations to fraud could enter in to weaken the intellect and to deprave the morals. Children should also be encouraged to frame questions for themselves, for their own working, and within certain limits to frame questions for each other. In some parts of arithmetic, such an exercise would be of great utility, as it would help them to understand more thoroughly the nature, the number, and the relation of the terms necessary to form a practical question. Preparing questions would fasten more securely in their mind the principles for their solution. I leave this topic with the expression of an intense desire that those who use, as well as those who prepare, mathematical textbooks will take into consideration the moral tendencies as well as the intellectual bearings of the methods they adopt and of the works they publish. If each day's addition to arithmetical knowledge is to be a subtraction from the authority of conscience, it would be better that such days should never dawn. I have sometimes found the preservation of good order in the schools, especially the prevention of whispering, attempted by means which seem to me to incur great moral and social hazards. In some schools, a pupil caught in an act of delinquency is made to take a place upon the platform or other elevated site in the classroom, and there to watch for other delinquents. When he detects any one of his schoolmates in a violation of any of the rules of the school, he is expected to announce the name of the offender and the offense. If he is not contradicted, or, although contradicted, yet if confirmed, he is absolved and returns to his seat, and the new culprit succeeds to the post and the office of sentinel. Here he is expected to remain until, in his turn, he can obtain his discharge by successfully inculpating another. Such a watchman is usually called a monitor, but his real office is that of a spy. If indolent, he may prefer this post to one which obliges him to study. He stands guard under no responsibility. If he sees one of his friends about to commit an offense, he can overlook it, or even connive at it by turning away so as to afford an opportunity for its commission. I have seen such an overseer violating, with those immediately around him, the very rules which he was stationed there to enforce. If, however, he entertains any grudge against a schoolmate, he may there find an opportunity to indulge it. I think the practice here described has injurious influences, both upon the school and upon the sentinel himself, whose only qualification to watch others consists in his own offense. It obviously tempts to concealment, which is unfaithfulness, and to partiality, which is injustice. The old proverb, "Set a rogue to catch a rogue," needs, even for the public safety, some additional direction by which the public may be guarded against the collusion of two rogues when they come to understand each other. At best, the proverb is founded on a low principle, and it inculcates no lesson of wisdom or benevolence in regard to the reformation of either party. Some teachers adopt the above plan, but include another element of danger in it. If the original culprit does not succeed in detecting a fellow pupil in some offense, he receives a punishment. If he discovers another, and that other a third, and so on, until the session of the school is closed, the punishment falls upon the last. Now, to escape punishment by subjecting another to punishment brings into active exercise the most unkind and dissocial propensities of human nature. It makes our welfare and our immunity dependent upon another's wrongdoing. It connects our escape from suffering with another's subjection to it. It makes it for our immediate interest that an offense should be committed, and thus tempts us to rejoice at the error or misconduct of our neighbor, instead of obeying the commandment to love him as ourselves. Is this a Christian relation in which to place children in regard to each other? Suppose it had been so ordained by the Creator that one man could escape from his wounds or diseases only by touching the person of another and thus transferring them to him. How few good Samaritans would be found who would suspend the journey or the business of life that they might heal their neighbor. And would not such a law turn the world into Levites who would pass by on the other side of the way? In the end, such a law would be ruinous even to those for whose benefit it was devised, since it would make it the interest of all to inflict mutual harm. When one drowning man attempts to save himself by grasping another, the consequence almost invariably is that both go to the bottom. I trust that all teachers who, either through example or inadvertence, have been led to adopt this course whose evils are here exposed, will abandon and never resume it. Whispering is very justly and almost universally considered to be one of the greatest mischiefs that can infest a schoolroom. In small schools, consisting of very old or very young scholars, it occasions less inconvenience, but in large schools, especially if composed of scholars of all ages, it is a very serious annoyance, and energetic teachers usually strive to suppress it. In a room containing 60 scholars, if each should only whisper 1/60th part of the hour, not an inordinate allowance if whispering be permitted at all, it would be sufficient to make the buzz of noise perpetual. The mischief of whispering, however, is by no means confined to the noise it makes. If one be allowed to whisper, another must be allowed to listen, and it is too much to expect that the neighbors of the parties will be indifferent hearers of what is going on around them. Sometimes, too, a plan or a joke, started in one corner, will be telegraphed round the room almost with the rapidity of a lighted train of gunpowder. The course of thought of the whole school will thus be interrupted, and though the act of whispering may occupy but half a minute, it may occasion the loss of several minutes to each pupil. But objectionable as is the practice of whispering in schools, some of the means used for avoiding it seem to me to be far more so. In some schools, all whispering is prohibited under sanctions more or less severe, while the teacher, conscious of his own inability to detect all the offenders, and discarding the practice by which the guilty are set to watch for the guilty, establishes another rule by which the offenders are required to report their own offenses. At the close of each day or half-day, the roll is called, and each pupil is required, when his name is announced, to confess the number of breaches, if any, which he has committed. One of the objections to this mode of prevention is that it hazards the commission of a greater offense in order to avert a lesser one. To prevent the whispering, it tempts to falsehood. Now, though whispering is mischievous, yet who, considerately, would suppress 1,000 cases of it at the expense of one lie? But consider the force of the temptation. At the appointed time, the teacher calls upon the pupils to declare whether any violation of the rule has been committed by them. He calls upon them to plead guilty or not guilty. To acknowledge that they are guilty is a public avowal of wrongdoing, and if the feelings are not blunted, must incur some mortification. A penalty or forfeiture of some kind, such as noting the case in a record book, or reporting it to the parents, or at the least the teacher's disapproval, must be attached to the act, or the whole will soon degenerate into a farce. Under these circumstances, the pupil is called upon to avow a breach of duty. He is to do it publicly, which involves some degree of shame. He is to do it voluntarily, which requires some moral courage. And he is to do it promptly, which demands such a vigorous impulsion of conscientiousness as belongs to comparatively few. On the other hand, by silence, or by a moment's delay, during which he may perhaps simply be debating within himself what course to take, the occasion will pass by, and immunity from outward censure be secured. Is this not a snare to conscience? Is this not leading children into temptation? Does it not, in fact, lead two persons, perhaps even more than two, into temptation? For if one pupil has whispered, he must have whispered to another, generally to a friend sitting at the same desk. For the friend to betray the offender may wear the aspect of unkindness. Besides, to betray a fellow pupil is held, whether justly or not, according to the moral code of the college and the schoolroom, to deserve great odium. Perhaps both have offended, and therefore stand in equal need of each other's forbearance. There is one aspect belonging to the course above described which is peculiarly painful to contemplate, that of the child debating within himself, either before the commission of offense or when called upon to confess it, respecting the chances of his escape, and making the commission of the offense in the first instance, or the denial of it in the second, dependent upon the balance of probabilities in favor of detection or exemption. A falser condition of the mind cannot be conceived. Probably the fiend who tempts to crime by the hope or promise of concealment outnumbers all his fellow fiends in the retinue of his victims. A wrong consciously perpetrated by the heart is neither made greater by exposure nor less by impunity. The question which conscience puts respecting a guilty act is not whether it is known or unknown, but whether it has been done. And before her awful tribunal the judgment is the same, whether it is concealed by darkness and silence from the eyes and ears of all created beings, or whether all the stars of the firmament have arranged themselves for the revelation and condemnation of the deed into a language of everlasting and unquenchable light. Now I can conceive of a school, I have seen such schools, where the moral sense of the pupils has been so enlightened and trained that it would be safe to put a question of the kind above supposed without jeopardizing the integrity of the pupils. But how much more frequently, in the present state of our schools as to morals, would the solicitations to wrong be an overmatch for fidelity to truth, and thus begin a habit of falsehood, or confirm one already begun, which before the end of life, by the confluence of hundreds of little streams into one deep current of corruption, would prove the ruin of the tempted? As a guardian of the morals of youth, and especially of their veracity, that central point of morals, no teacher should allow his own convenience, or his pride in the appearance of the record of his school, or his fear of incurring the displeasure of the parent of any pupil, for one moment to weigh down the scale against the perpetration, or even the imminent danger of the perpetration, of an untruth. The love of truth is a primal element in moral character. Truth is the cement of society. Without it, all friendships, partnerships, communities themselves would be dissolved. Without some degree of mutual confidence, no two men, whether virtuous or vicious, could look each other in the face for a minute. Complete distrust at all points would segregate each individual of the race from all the rest, and like an unbalanced centrifugal force, would impel each to fly away and to seek some vacant part of the universe for his solitary abode. There is a natural adaptation between the love of intellectual and the love of moral truth, to confirm and strengthen each other. One should never be set in opposition to the other. Circumstances should never be so arranged that the pursuit of an intellectual good may conflict with that of a moral one. Not antagonists, but co-laborers for the happiness of man, the teacher should unite and marry them into an inseparable union, and thus lay an imperishable foundation for the virtues and duties of life. In regard to the prevention of whispering in school, the following important questions arise, and I do not see how they can be answered in the negative. If it be practicable to train a school to such a high point of principle and of honorable feeling, that its members will promptly acknowledge the transgression of a rule, then may not the same members be so trained as not to be guilty of the transgression itself? Or, if children cannot be deterred from whispering by the reasonableness of the requisition, are they not likely to be guilty of falsehood under the pressure of so violent a temptation? And finally, does not falsehood surpass whispering as an offense too much to allow us to secure our schools from the inconvenience of the latter by incurring serious hazard of the baseness of the former? The chances of success in preventing whispering by an exercise of vigilance on the part of the teacher will be increased or diminished by the number and ages of the scholars and by the good or ill construction of the seats in the schoolroom. The smaller the school, other things being equal, the more easy to banish this invader of its quiet. Not easier in the ratio of the diminished numbers merely, but, to express it mathematically, the case is as the square of the diminution. Any school, however, may be considered as only of a moderate or medium size, if the number of the teachers is fitly proportionate to the number of the scholars. The construction of the schoolroom bears directly upon this subject. The old-fashioned schoolhouses, with seats on 3 and sometimes on 4 sides of the schoolroom, leaving only a space on one side unoccupied by seats sufficient for a door, could not have been more ingeniously contrived to invite disobedience and trickery, had the genius of deception been the architect. In such a room, 1/2 the children, at least, were always without the range of the teacher's eye, and so within the sphere of temptation.
Where circumstances were so skillfully contrived to entice them into transgression, who can wonder that they so often became its victims? Even schoolhouse architecture has a palpable connection with moral culture. Various remedies have been suggested for the prevention of whispering in school, besides the extreme one of corporal punishment in any one of its forms. Occupation is one of the most effectual. While each scholar has employment on his own account, he has neither the time nor the inducement to trespass upon his neighbor. This is the case for two reasons. His own occupation precludes the desire of communicating with his fellow, and the occupation of his fellow will repel any approaches should he be tempted to make them. The privation of some customary privilege, such as being kept within doors at recess, is another expedient. If a single act of communication in school, occupying but half a minute, causes the forfeiture of a 5-minute privilege of communication at recess, then the balance of advantage is so obviously on the side of self-restraint as to be a powerful motive for abstaining. Such a forfeiture for such an offense seems unobjectionable, but in all cases where it is inflicted, the offender should have a recess by himself at another time, for the recess is demanded by the laws of health, and the teacher's punishment should never endanger health. Recognizing the strong natural desire of all children to communicate with each other, and the inherent difficulty of repressing this inborn and powerful impulse, some teachers adopt the expedient of an intermediate recess, rather a suspension of exercises in the schoolroom for a period of 5 minutes at prescribed times in each half-day's session. During this suspension, pupils are allowed to rise, to walk about, and to converse, and thus to give vent to their pent-up desire for muscular action and social communication. This may be allowed twice during each half-day, once before and once after the customary recess at the middle of the session. Of course, it becomes less necessary as the scholars are older. But from my own observation and experience, I am led to believe that all methods for preventing communication between scholars in school, however skillfully devised or energetically executed they may be, will prove inadequate to the intended purpose, unless they include another element, the assent and cooperation of the scholars themselves. The natural propensity to speak, the inborn social instinct to make known our thoughts and feelings to our fellow men, is so vigorous that it requires the most powerful motive of fear or interest or duty to smother them. In infancy, it is as vain to command a child to stifle the expression of its desires and emotions as to command the gushing waters of a fountain to cease from their uprising. Later in life, though the inward propulsion of feeling, seeking some form of outward expression, may be regulated, yet it cannot even then be wholly suppressed. Probably no two animals of any kind were ever together for 2 minutes, unless asleep or profoundly absorbed in something else, without some transmission by look or sign of sympathy or aversion. With the human species, if the lips are sealed, the fingers will be made the medium of communication. If the hands are confined, the eye will become the subtle messenger of thought. But the voice is the natural sign-maker, and therefore it is through the voice that the will acts most promptly and energetically. In prisons, where the inmates work in company but under rigorous prohibition, sanctioned by terrible penalties, against intercommunication, either by word or gesture, cases have occurred where the tortured spirit within would give vent to its natural instinct by a tremendous shriek or yell, and then submit to flagellation with patience as expiation of the offense. In this, therefore, as in all other cases, whether pertaining to the government or to the proficiency of a school, the teacher's best resources, the only allies he can enlist who will in all cases secure him the victory, are the pupils themselves. No threats, no forfeitures, no fear, no pain, though the teacher should summon these to his aid in formidable hosts, will ever expel whispering from school, unless superadded thereto is the scholar's consent. I have witnessed proofs of the truth of this assertion too numerous to be contested. In schools where authority and superior physical power were mainly relied on,
I have witnessed cases of transgression even while the teacher was assuring me of the sufficiency of his own sovereign command to prevent them. But if the pupils have confidence in their teacher, if they respect his talent and his attainments and are constantly drawn towards him by the attractions of a filial affection, their cooperation can be obtained, and that will prove all sufficient. Indeed, if only every other scholar, that is, if no more than 1/2 of the school, should unite in placing a ban upon the practice, it would be suppressed. For as a scholar will rarely, if ever, be whispered to without his own permission, it follows that if every other scholar should join the League of Abstinence, the other half would be debarred from addressing them, and thus an interdict would be placed even upon willing transgressors. It is hardly necessary to observe that under the generic term whispering, I here include all forms of illicit communication, whether carried on through the medium of the voice, the finger language, writing on paper or on a slate, marking words or letters in a book so as to make a sentence, or by any of the other ingenious devices which fear and fraud have contrived. Their object is the same, and their mischief is the same. They all train the mind to base and unmanly artifice, for which no amount of knowledge is any equivalent, artifice which only confers more formidable powers of mischief upon the highly developed intellect. Perhaps no other combination of circumstances pertaining to a school furnishes so favorable an opportunity as the one under consideration for the inculcation of self-denial and for habituating pupils to its practice. Self-denial is not so much a preeminent virtue as it is the parent of all the virtues. To be able to resist the present solicitations of passion or of appetite in consideration of a future good, to be able to postpone or forego immediate gratification in obedience to a principle of duty, to be able, in the solitude of a desert or in the darkness of midnight, where no human eye can see us, when no obstacle or bar save the eternal law of right comes between the object of our unlawful desire and our enjoyment of it, to be able, under such circumstances, not only to abstain, but to feel that our resolution would be no stronger though all the universe were gathered around us in a circle of which we were the luminous center. This may be justly regarded as the acme of moral power and grandeur. How vast the distance between this moral altitude and the low region of weakness, of temptation, and of peril in which the child is born! But just in proportion to this distance are the reward and the glory of the teacher who leads the young spirit onward in its sublime ascension to the heights of virtue. The very scheme and constitution of human nature demonstrate that we have as deep an interest in any portion of futurity, hour for hour and day for day, as in the same portion of time now passing, for the simple but decisive and perfectly intelligible reason that future time is to become present time. Indeed, our personal interest preponderates in favor of that portion of time which lies beyond us, rather than in favor of that now present, because the current of our life widens and deepens as it advances, and because new capacities and sources of happiness and of misery are perpetually pouring in their confluent streams to increase the volume of our future existence, thus making that existence more desirable for enjoyment or more terrible for suffering. We know, too, that the present not only has its concomitants of weal or woe, but that it will modify and color all that is to come after it. To the eye of reason and conscience, therefore, the stages of being through which we are hereafter to pass have as close a relation to ourselves, to our identity, as those through which we are now passing. It is the eye of sense only which magnifies the near, but sees the distant in the diminished proportions of perspective, as has been strikingly illustrated in the saying that a straw placed near the eye seems as large as an oak 100 years in the distance. But the difficulty is that with a spiritual nature perpetually existent, we have appetites and desires that demand immediate gratification. And to give plausibility to their demands, it is also true that those appetites and desires must to a certain extent be gratified, or our temporal existence would cease. The teacher then should put the future visibly into the scale that it may counterbalance the present. For this purpose, the connection between the present and the future must be explained. The tendency of habits, whether good or evil, to increase in velocity and momentum, the tendency of all indulged desires and thoughts to redouble their strength and their control over the will, the danger, therefore, of uttering a profane word or venturing upon the terrible experiment of a falsehood, of dissimulation, of envy, of unkindness, of disobedience. The competent teacher adopts this method in regard to all the studies pursued in his school. He shows the relation between what is present and visible and what is distant and unseen. Physical geography can never be learned unless the child is first led to form adequate conceptions of space, where he can assign locality to objects and give arrangement to all the facts he learns. History can never be learned unless the learner has an adequate conception of past time, of successive centuries, along whose years and decades he can distribute and arrange the events which history brings under his notice. So, the duty and utility of self-denial can never be adequately enforced or appreciated unless the future be opened and the relations of passing events to the fortunes of afterlife be exhibited. Why, then, should so great a proportion of the school hours be spent upon studies, and so small a proportion upon motives? Why should the reputation and the patronage of schools depend more upon what the scholars know than upon how they act? Why should the public inquire more frequently respecting the school or the college where a great man has been educated than respecting the influences under which a good man has been trained? In the vast majority of our schools throughout the length and breadth of the land, are not the laws of orthography more carefully taught than the laws of justice and equity between man and man? Is the duty of forgiveness as much insisted on as the rules of grammar? Are the elementary ideas of right and wrong as laboriously explained as the elements of arithmetic? Or are the mighty results of good and evil principles as they are evolved in society and in the affairs of government and in the intercourse of nations with each other as perseveringly expounded as are the higher combinations of arithmetical numbers? Are not errors in textbooks or even in the language of visitors sometimes brought forward with care and exposed with vanity, while obscene carvings or emblems of pollution around the premises or on the walls of the schoolroom itself are suffered to remain unmolested? These frightful inconsistencies must be terminated. Their continuance is suicide. Self-preservation as well as religion demands a change. Neglect moral and Christian culture in the schoolroom, and if the exchange is shaken by stupendous frauds, or if perjuries invade the tribunals of justice, if hypocrisy and intolerance are installed in the sanctuaries of religion, if political profligacy reigns in the council halls of the nation, and sends its streams of corruption through all the channels of government, we shall reap only as we have sown. There are some schools in Massachusetts, and the number is increasing, where, without invading the conscientious rights or scruples of a single denomination, social and Christian principles have been so wisely acted on by the teacher, have been so clearly and convincingly brought down and brought home to the minds of the pupils, that not only whispering, but other sources of disorder and misconduct have been almost entirely banished from the schoolroom. Cases have occurred where, voluntarily, without any solicitation, the older and more influential scholars have signed a pledge obligating themselves to abstain from particular school offenses and to use their influence to induce others to practice the like abstinence. How high the point of self-respect and of principle which the pupils have reached, when such a measure emanates spontaneously from them! How greatly is the power of acquisition promoted when the power of self-control is enthroned in the breast! And how far-reaching and decisive in its influences upon after-life is a successful resolution in childhood to seek counsel of duty and to abide by its decisions! Blessed is the fortune of those children who are led by wise and benignant hands to some moral eminence where they can survey the path that will conduct them to happiness, and are inspired with the motives which will prompt them to pursue it. Note: as a specimen of the utter oblivion into which a love of intellectual acuteness and skill may throw the moral relations of a subject, I quote the following question from a modern arithmetic. A sea captain on a voyage had a crew of 30 men, half of whom were blacks. Being becalmed on the passage for a long time, their provisions began to fail, and the captain became satisfied that unless the number of men was greatly diminished, all would perish of hunger before they reached any friendly port. He therefore proposed to the sailors that they should stand in a row on deck, and that every 9th man should be thrown overboard, until 1/2 of the crew were thus destroyed. To this they all agreed. How should they stand so as to save the whites? Doubtless this question was prepared by the author, and has been laboriously studied by thousands of pupils, without any distinct contemplation of the fiendish injustice and fraud which it involves, but only with admiration for the ingenuity with which it originated and for the talent that can solve the problem. Yet the idea which the question has lodged in the mind may become the parent of a fraud as base, if not as appalling, as its prototype. End note. The vice of truantship is to be regarded under the same moral aspects. The truant, it is true, loses privileges which can never be recovered, because no revolution of the wheel of time ever brings back an hour that has been wasted. By foregoing his opportunity of acquiring knowledge, the truant forfeits at least a portion of his chances for future usefulness and success in life, and he also forfeits those enduring satisfactions which are the rewards of intellectual culture. Loitering by the wayside but for a single day, or deviating into illicit paths for but a single hour, he allows those who were behind him to pass by, and to seize upon the advantages or the honors which, by the use of diligence, he might rightfully have made his own. He enrolls himself with the most wasteful of all prodigals, those who are prodigal of time. But the positive good which is lost is trifling compared with the positive evil which is incurred. Every act of truantship is a twofold falsehood. It is a falsehood committed against the parent who sends, and against the teacher who expects. Worse than either of these, it is a violation of the culprit's own sense of duty. To waste the seed time, and to consume the seed from which a rich harvest might be reaped, does but condemn the fields of afterlife to barrenness. But the pretense, the equivocation, the deceit, and occasionally the outright lie, and what is worst of all, the perpetual holding of the mind in an actively lying state, that is, in a state ready to lie, these thickly strew those tares of vice over the fields of youth whose harvest will be ruin. It is not, then, the squandering of school privilege which gives to this offense its most malignant type. It is not the loss of money expended for books or for tuition. It is not the indignity offered to the teacher. It is the positive wrong self-inflicted upon the pupil's own moral nature. It is that struggle between his own illicit desires and his sense of duty, in which the former are victorious. It is the stratagem and the putting of the mind into a frame to invent stratagems, in order to secure impunity or to avoid suspicion. It is this inward training of the soul to the contemplation and devices of iniquity, which gives to the evil its magnitude and frightfulness. But is it so regarded by those parents who never visit the school from the beginning to the end of the term, in order to examine the teacher's register or to learn by personal inquiry whether their children have been delinquent? Is it so regarded by any teacher who records absences half-day after half-day, without ever visiting the parents to know whether the absence was necessary or fraudulent? Is it so regarded either by parents or teachers who, when the offense is detected, inflict chastisement upon the offender as the penalty of his misconduct, but take no other measure to reach the secret workings of his mind, and there to rectify the springs of action themselves? In rural districts where the population is sparse, cases of truantship are rare occurrences. In cities and larger towns, especially in manufacturing villages, the offense is not infrequent. Various devices are resorted to for its successful commission. In most schools, no written excuse for absence or tardiness is required, and therefore a truant has only to fabricate some excuse for being late or absent, and the teacher too often dismisses the subject without further inquiry. When written excuses are required, parents often give one without a date, which the pupil will keep as long as he dares, perhaps for several days, and then present it. Sometimes a child is necessarily detained at home for half an hour after the commencement of school, and having obtained an excuse for this from his parent, without any specification as to time, he plays truant for the greater part of the session, and then goes in and presents it. Or the parent sends written word that he wishes his child to return home before school is done, without specifying how long before, and an hour or two of playtime is gained by obtaining dismissal too early. Instances have occurred where a child has had the wickedness to forge an excuse and present it as genuine. But if a child will forge his father's name to an excuse in order to get an hour of play, ought we to be surprised if the same child, when grown to manhood, should commit the crime of forgery to obtain the means of a criminal indulgence? Is it a vain apprehension that a child thus false to his own interests and to the claims of duty will be false to all the interests and duties which may afterwards be committed to his keeping? If we think we foresee in the remarkable answers of a schoolboy, remarkable only because so little is expected at so early an age, proofs of the power and splendor which shall aggrandize and adorn the future man, why may we not also foresee in these juvenile offenses which are so lightly passed over, proofs of those enormous misdeeds which afterwards shall bring distress upon a family, a community, or a country? With pleasure it is admitted that there are cases of reformation, cases where the evil that was betokened by a youth of error is averted by repentance and followed by a life of uprightness. On the other hand, also, it must be conceded that there are instances where all the hopes that were cherished by a childhood of innocence have been blasted by a manhood of profligacy. But on both sides these cases are exceptions to the general rule, and they are no further to be recognized as grounds of action than as they admonish us never to sink into the inaction of overconfidence in regard to the good, nor into the hopelessness of despair in regard to the bad. A venerable clergyman belonging to this state, always watchful of the condition of youth and regarding the conduct of the child as foretokening the character of the man, has informed me that he taught school for many years in the town where he was afterwards settled as a minister, that it was his practice while in school to keep a detailed record of the diligence, proficiency, and moral deportment of his pupils, which record he has preserved, and now, upon recurring to this school diary, he finds, with but few exceptions, that it would answer very well as an index or table of contents for the acted volume of their subsequent lives. There is one vice, indeed, or rather a prolific parent of all vices, which disturbs this great law of probabilities, and often falsifies the indications given by an exemplary youth of an honorable old age. It is the vice of intemperance. This vice is a horrid alchemy which transmutes everything good into evil, and not merely changing affinities, but corrupting the very elements on which it works, renders it impossible ever afterwards to restore them to their pristine strength and purity. It is the theological opposite of regeneration, for it depraves depravity itself. In the new register book which has been prepared by the board, and which will be in the schools the ensuing summer term, provision is made for the entry of each pupil's name. If the teacher performs his duty in keeping the register, as it is to be presumed he will, then every parent upon visiting the school can learn by mere inspection whether his child is charged on the book with more cases of tardiness or absence than the parent has authorized, and by a vigilant use of this check the vice of truantship may be generally extirpated. End of Section 37. Recording by Maria Kasper. Section 38 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ninth Annual Report, 1845, Part 5. The question, by what motives shall children be incited to study, opens a vast and most interesting field of inquiry. That the human mind was preadapted by its benevolent Creator for the acquisition of knowledge and the exercise of reason is not merely an inference drawn from the wisdom and goodness of God, but it is ocularly demonstrated by the constitution of our nature. It is not merely what we should expect, but what we actually see. Before the human lungs are brought into the world, how admirably are they prepared for the air that is to surround and to fill them! Not only are the lungs tubular and vesicular, in the highest degree, for the reception of the air, but the air has a property which the blood must imbibe, or it would perish in 5 minutes. And further, the blood has a property which it must cast out through the lungs into the air, or again it would perish in 5 minutes from another cause. What need has the unborn child of that exquisite mechanism, the eye, of the iris invested with power to enlarge or diminish itself by a spontaneous movement, of its crystalline lens, and of its different humors, to cause the rays of light to converge, of the finely wrought network of the retina, spread at the true focal distance over its interior surface, of the wonderful nerve that lies behind it, holding mysterious communication with the secret chambers of the brain, and of the solid masonry of bones which is built up as a wall of protection around it. This marvelous contrivance is prepared in reference to the sun, an object almost 100 millions of miles distant from it. It is prepared in reference to sidereal systems lying at incomputable distances from our system, and He who in the beginning created the greater and lesser lights of the firmament, and who now selects and arranges the subtlest particles of matter for the formation of the human eye, established of old the relations between them, and preadapted their powers and their properties to each other. How curiously has the Creator fashioned the mechanism of the ear! He has planted it so deeply and securely within the protecting walls of the cranium that it needs no bars or portals to defend it from external encroachments. He has made it to stand forever open, by night as well as by day, and whether sleeping or waking, so that there is scarcely a natural agent of harm that can approach us without warning us of its coming. With what a delicate equilibrium is its tympanum balanced, vibrating at the buzz of an insect's wing or at the tread of an insect's foot, yet able to bear uninjured the ocean's roar or the thunder's crash. And it is made to delight in all the variety of sweet sounds that lie between those far distant extremes. And so of all the other senses. Is it not intuitively obvious that they were designed to bring us into communication and relationship with the infinitely varied objects of the world around us, with the food and drinks which nourish and sustain us, with the solid substances that shelter and the textile ones that clothe us, with the various races of animals over which dominion has been given us, with the dry land which abideth in its place, and with the waters which make their perpetual circuit, from the mountains and hills into the rivers, from the rivers into the sea, from the sea into the clouds, and from the clouds to the mountains and hills and rivers again. Nor is utility the only purpose of these beautiful relations which exist between ourselves and the external world. The goodness of God is as pervading as His power, and hence He has everywhere intermingled pleasure with advantage. Golden threads are thickly interspersed in every web which nature has woven. How conspicuous is this truth in regard to the property of color! Most of the other properties of matter seem to have a primary reference to utility, the inflexibility of stone and the elasticity of steel, the combustibility of wood, and the relative incombustibility of the metals, the hardness of flint, and the softness of wool and silk, seem primarily designed for use rather than for pleasure, and so of innumerable other objects. But what profit can the cold utilitarian extort from all the variegation and changeful beauties of color? The rainbow, the orient sun, the evening clouds, the plumage of birds, the flower-strewn fields, the hues of the blossoming spring and of the foliage of autumn, joyful in its death. These add no gold to his coffers, nor acres to his lands, nor fruit to his garners. Yet this beautiful property of matter is spread upon the surface of all things, as if to attract our attention to them, and to win our regard for them, not only before but after the age of reflection. And no other property is at once so universal and so varied as this. In almost every instance the gracious author of this property of matter, and of our capacity to perceive it, has made it pleasurable. And probably no child ever consciously looked, even for the 1,000th time, upon the moon, or a sun-illumined cloud, or a stream or lake, without an emotion of joy. Such is the relation which our senses bear to the external universe. And in the second place, the faculties by which we reason stand in the same relation to the perceptive powers and to the images or notions of things which they collect, as the perceptive powers themselves do to the objects of the external world. Through the senses, we collect notions, more or less accurately or extensively, of the boundless variety of things that constitute the world around us, of all that is great or small, high or low, solid or fluid, cold or hot, moving or motionless, odorous or inodorous, savory or vapid, hard or soft, loud or low, and so forth. But all this knowledge of properties would be of no more service to us than to the beasts of the field or the fowls of the air, did not the illuminating reason preside over them, discerning the relations between them, disentangling consequences by referring each effect to its cause, and out of new arrangements and combinations, educing new uses to increase the physical comforts and the spiritual elevation of mankind. It is only by the safer light of reason, indeed, that we rectify the mistakes into which the senses would inevitably and constantly lead us. To the senses, the earth and sun are flat. Reason declares them to be spheres. If we ask the senses, they affirm that the earth is thousands of times larger than the sun. If we consult the reason, we are assured that the sun would contain within its circumference more than 1,300,000 globes, each as large as the earth. The senses declare that the earth is stationary, and that the sun revolves around it every day. But reason gives stability to the sun, and a diurnal revolution to the earth. So, from the beginning of life, reason rectifies the errors of the senses, and without its aid we should be in a world of illusions, each one leading us astray. Reason also teaches us to discover those things which are too remote or too minute for the senses ever to reach, the magnificent bodies and distances of astronomy, and the imperceptibly minute atoms and motions of chemistry. Who then, let me again ask, can doubt that the great author of our reason designed that it should be used, and that it should be developed and cultivated in order to be used? As the senses were created to receive images or perceptions of things belonging to the external world, so the reason was created to work upon those images or perceptions once received, to correct and modify and assort them, to discover the insensible qualities they possess, and to penetrate to the very laws they obey. Hence it is obvious from our very constitution that the Deity meant that the science of optics should be understood, as much as that the sensation of light should be felt, that the atmosphere should be analyzed into its different ingredients, and the properties of each ingredient determined, as much as that the atmosphere itself should be breathed, and that the laws of life and health should be discovered, as much as that we should desire to live. And in all these exercises of the reason upon the crude materials of knowledge, not less than in the acquisition of knowledge itself, there is pleasure. Nature has not constituted this portion of the mind upon the principles of utility alone, but upon the principles of utility and pleasure combined. How intensely have all the great intellectual luminaries of the world loved the sciences in which they labored! And who has ever understandingly surveyed any part of the creation of God without being thrilled with delight? Is not the course of nature, then, which is a lesson given by the Creator himself, full of instruction and wisdom in regard to the school motives which should be brought to bear upon children? First, in order to win attention, the objects of knowledge should be made attractive, as nature, by bestowing upon her objects the pleasing qualities of form and color and motion and sound, makes them attractive. As the powers of perception precede the powers of reasoning in the order of development, the sensible qualities of things should first be presented to the learner. Afterwards, and when the reasoning powers are developed, the profounder relations that exist between the things and the laws by which they are governed should be unfolded to the reason in the same manner in which the sensible properties had been exhibited to the senses. In this clear light of nature, too, we see where language should come in. Words are but the signs of things, not only useless but burdensome and pernicious without the knowledge of the things themselves. For all mankind, the course of nature is things, and then their names. For a year, and not infrequently for 2 years after a child's birth, the deity forbids to it, withholds from it the use of language. At that period of life, so cumbrous and uncertain an instrument as language would confuse and bewilder the mind, and divert it from the perception of qualities to signs. Yet during that time, how much does a child learn respecting the properties and distances and relative positions of the objects about him? What more stupendous folly, then, can be conceived than to teach children to read without seeing that they understand what they read, to teach them the pauses and cadences and emphases which are designed to aid the intellect, and the modulation and tones which are expressive of the passions, while they themselves receive but little more conscious intelligence or emotion from the lesson than do the benches on which they sit? Still worse it is if coarse and harsh appliances are used as substitutes for those true and genuine sources of interest which are thus withheld. But notwithstanding this original adaptation of the faculties for acquiring and using knowledge, it must be conceded that there are cases in actual life where the natural tendency of the mind to become acquainted with the things around it has been marred and sometimes almost obliterated. As the stomach, with its instinctive longing for healthful food, may be so abused as to loathe the most appropriate nourishment, so the mind, with its inborn love of knowledge, which seems to be not merely an attraction for knowledge but a repulsion from ignorance, may be so abused as to look with disgust at what it should have longed for, and this is not unfrequently done by parental ignorance or perversity, before the child passes into the hands of the professional teacher. In such a case, the teacher may appear to do a vast deal more by stimulating the verbal memory of the child and by giving him the show instead of the substance of knowledge, than if he should strive to reanimate the apparently dead powers of acquisition and thought. Yet the latter should be done, at whatever seeming delay, and the faithful teacher will do it, irrespective of the consequences to his own reputation. It is only the unfaithful teacher who will adopt the course which will make the child appear the best at the end of the term, irrespective of his permanent welfare. It was the opinion of Pestalozzi, that wisest of schoolmasters, that the children's want of interest in their studies in his day was almost universally referable to a want of skill in those who had charge of them. There is scarcely any circumstances, he says, in which a want of application in children does not proceed from a want of interest, and there are perhaps none under which a want of interest does not originate in the mode of treatment adopted by the teacher. I would go so far as to lay it down as a rule that whenever children are inattentive and apparently take no interest in a lesson, the teacher should always first look to himself for the reason. Undoubtedly, in expressing this opinion, Pestalozzi must have referred to permanent teachers only, and not to such as keep the same school only for a few weeks or for a single term, and in many cases, certainly, the parents as well as the teacher should be included in this stricture. Yet if any person had a right to say this, it was Pestalozzi. For however stubborn or stupid children had ever been found to be under other masters, they became docile and improving under him. But every teacher cannot become what Pestalozzi was, with his extraordinary natural endowments and with his life of experience, any more than every man can become what Lord Bacon or Sir Isaac Newton or Dr. Franklin was. What then shall be done by such teachers as we have, and are glad to employ? Shall they not, as far as possible, imitate him, and by pursuing similar means, approximate to the same results? Shall they not, as he did, determine what they will not do as well as what they will do? The motive of fear, says he, should not be made a stimulus to exertion. It will destroy interest, and it will speedily create disgust. The interest in study is the first thing which a teacher should endeavor to excite and keep alive. And again, speaking of that class of children who are subjected to mere mechanical training, and who therefore need some collateral stimulus to spur them to study, he says, "The common motive by which such a system acts on those whose indolence it has conquered is fear. The very highest to which it can aspire, in those whose sensibility is excited, is ambition. It is obvious," he continues, "that such a system can calculate only on the lower selfishness of man. To that least amiable or estimable part of the human character, it is and always has been indebted for its best success. Upon the better feelings of man, it turns a deaf ear." How is it, then, that motives leading to a course of action which is looked upon as mean and despicable, or at best as doubtful when it occurs in life, how is it that motives of that description are thought honorable in education? Why should that bias be given to the mind in a school, which, to gain the respect or the affection of others, an individual must first of all strive to unlearn, a bias to which every candid mind is a stranger? I do not wish to speak harshly of ambition, or to reject it altogether as a motive. There is, to be sure, a noble ambition, dignified by its object and distinguished by a deep and transcendent interest in that object. But if we consider the sort of ambition commonly proposed to the schoolboy, if we analyze what stuff 'tis made of, and whereof it is born, we shall find that it has nothing to do with the interest taken in the object of study, that such an interest frequently does not exist, and that, owing to its being blended with that vilest and meanest of motives, with fear, it is by no means raised by the wish to give pleasure to those who propose it. For a teacher who proceeds on a system in which fear and ambition are the principal agents must give up his claim to the esteem or affection of his pupils. Motives like fear or inordinate ambition may stimulate to exertion, intellectual or physical, but they cannot warm the heart. There is not in them that life which makes the heart of youth heave with the delight of knowledge, with the honest consciousness of talent, with the honorable wish for distinction, with the kindly glow of genuine feeling. Such motives are inadequate in their source and inefficient in their application, for they are nothing to the heart, and out of the heart are the issues of life. In remarking upon school motives, the use of emulation as an incentive to study cannot be overlooked, and yet I mean to abstain on this occasion from touching upon the debatable ground which it covers. To discuss that subject fully would require not a paragraph merely, but a treatise. In regard to the general question, the expediency of a system of means to excite emulation between scholars, there are distinguished advocates on both sides. But it will be my endeavor at the present time only to elucidate some points respecting which there is, so far as I know, an entire unanimity of abstract opinion, although with no inconsiderable diversity in practice. May we not expect the assent of all intelligent men to the doctrine that it is the teacher's duty to effect the greatest general proficiency of his pupils? It is not the remarkable progress of a few scholars, while the others remain in a stationary condition, or are even retrograding, that is desirable or allowable. The spirit of all our institutions coincides herein with the spirit of humanity and religion. all enforcing the duty of succoring the destitute, of instructing the ignorant, of elevating the lowly. As it would be a violation of the soundest principles of political economy to make the rich richer and the poor poorer, so it would transgress the plainest dictates of republican duty and Christian ethics to give knowledge to the learned at the expense of suffering the ignorant to remain in their ignorance. To present this idea with arithmetical precision, let us suppose that in a class of 20 children in one school, the improvement of 10 of them shall be equal to 5 each, or 50 in all, and that the other 10 shall be nothing, so that 50 shall represent the improvement of the whole class. In another school, suppose a class of the same number, but an improvement of 2.5 for each of the whole. As in the former case, 50 will be the product. Yet who will not acknowledge that the greatest good has been accomplished in the latter instance? Who will deny that the teacher in the latter case has accomplished a far nobler object than in the former? When schools are very large, and it is the custom of the committee to examine only the first class, or perhaps only a part of the first class, the temptation to carry forward those who are to be examined, even at the expense of neglecting the residue, is peculiarly strong, and it needs all the guards of an active conscience in the teacher and a vigilant superintendence in the committee to prevent it. As a spur to emulation, it is not an unfrequent practice to make a record at the end of each recitation of the number of mistakes which each scholar may have made. In the great majority of instances, so far as I have witnessed, this record is made without any reference to the quality of the mistake committed. Yet can anything be more unjust than to recognize no difference between a mistake in fact and a mistake in principle? In arithmetic, for instance, one scholar, with his mind intently fixed upon the principle according to which his problem is to be wrought, makes a mistake in the subtracting or dividing, and fails therefore of arriving at the true answer. Another, regardless of principle, performs the mechanical part of his work correctly, but proceeds upon such an erroneous hypothesis as will ensure error in every question which comes under the same heading or rule. In geography, one makes a mistake of a few hundreds in the census of a great city. Another does not perceive that there is any connection between the great slopes of a continent and the courses of its rivers. In history, one has forgotten the date of an unimportant event. Another makes General Washington a Frenchman. Yet in these cases, or such as these, the mistakes are all reckoned numerically, no difference being made between a mistake which a wise man might have committed and one which stigmatizes its author as a dunce. To estimate the demerit of mistakes by sheer number instead of quality is as rude a way as it would be in the transactions of the bank or marketplace to receive and pay all the various coins of our common currency by tale instead of weight and fineness. Again, will it not be conceded by all that the degree of emulation is excessive when it induces scholars to study for recitation rather than for knowledge? The difference between the two modes is great, and it diffuses its consequences over all the future life. To learn for the purpose of repeating or reciting what is learned at the end of an hour or a few hours supposes a state of mind entirely different from that which is necessary in order to learn the same thing with a view of treasuring it up in the mind to be remembered forever. The mind approaches, surveys, and grasps the subject in these two cases by modes that are wholly unlike. If a thing is to be remembered only for an hour, there are many auxiliary helps, which are useless and even pernicious if the object be to ensure its retention for life. The order in which the lesson stands upon the pages of the textbook, the sequence of the paragraphs or sections, the accident of a principle being stated at the top or bottom of a page, on its right or its left hand, the fact that a place in the lesson has been rendered conspicuous to the eye by a proper name or a date, all these and many other accidental associations may be temporary helps, although they are permanent obstructions. They are like the tricks and devices of those professors of mnemonics, who in 10 lessons will teach their classes the greatest quantity of things,
which, however, are like records made upon the beach, whence the tide has receded to be washed away by the refluent wave. The pupil who studies for recitation merely is tempted all the while to use the artificial memory. The pupil who studies for knowledge will use the philosophic memory only. Knowledge acquired by the artificial method remains only while the arbitrary associations on which it was founded remain. But knowledge acquired by perception of the philosophic relations, being inwrought into the very structure and constitution of the mind, will be perpetuated until the happening of such a catastrophe as shall shatter to pieces the mind itself, and even then it will still be seen shining among the fragments. Who ever heard of a great philosopher or jurist or mathematician, a Franklin, a Marshall, or a Bowditch, whose vast sequences of thought were linked together only by a brittle chain of an artificial memory? Among the graduates of those institutions of learning where emulation is one of the main incentives to study, is it the general rule that the scholars who obtain the highest honors of their class achieve a corresponding rank in society? On the other hand, is it not a fact that the exceptions to the contrary rule hardly amount to a respectable number? Not only is the state of the mind different while studying and while reciting, if the only and main object be to make a brilliant recitation, but there is a still greater difference after the recitation than before it. If superior rank at recitation be the object, then as soon as that superiority is obtained, the spring of desire and of effort for that occasion relaxes. The pupil knows that the record perfect is set against his name. It will stand, whatever fading out of the lesson there may be from his mind. He dismisses, therefore, all thought of the last lesson, and concentrates his energies upon the next, and this becomes his history from day to day. Instead of spending an extra hour or half-hour in collateral reading, for the purpose of fortifying and expanding on the views contained in the textbook, he spends it increasing the volubility or polishing the style of his recitation. But to the pupil who studies for the sake of understanding and retaining the subject matter of the lesson, the recitation is only one of the early stages in the progress of his investigations. As he goes abroad and views the works of nature and of art, he revives and applies the principles he has learned, until they become so familiar that they rise spontaneously in the mind on every related occasion. If he reads anything in a book or a newspaper, or hears anything in conversation involving the same principles or explicable by them, the principles become consciously present to his reflection, until frequent repetition, seconded by the ready welcome they always receive, domiciliates them in his mind and enfranchises them as members of the household of his thought. The spirit of the above remarks applies to all cases of studying for review as well as to studying for recitation. Now, that I may avoid on this occasion all points of controversy in regard to the use of emulation in schools, I desire only to commend the following rule of practice to teachers. If they perceive that the use of emulation as a motive power tends to increase the bulk and showiness of acquisition rather than to improve its quality, if it leads pupils to cultivate a memory for words rather than an understanding of things, and if it be found that the knowledge acquired through its instrumentality is short-lived because it has been acquired for the temporary purpose of the recitation or examination rather than for usefulness in afterlife, if teachers find all or any of these mischiefs resulting from the use of such a motive, they should restrict it within such limits as will effectually avoid them. But the most serious objection which can be urged against this agency is of a moral character. I suppose no one will deny that emulation may be plied to such a degree of intensity as to incur moral hazards and delinquencies. Addressing each teacher on his own ground, whatever that may be, I would, with deference, submit to him the following considerations. If the object of a pupil be to learn, if he compares himself with himself, which may be called self-emulation, and asks whether he knows more today than he did yesterday,
or has acquired more during the current term or year than he did during the corresponding part of the last term or year, if he has some elevated object before him which he desires to reach and rejoices in his progress towards it, all of this seems to be not only lawful but laudable. But if the pupil rejoices not because he has acquired so much knowledge, but because in acquiring so much he has excelled over another, and therefore would have grieved, even though he had made still greater acquisitions than he has, if another had surpassed him, if he indulges a feeling of exultation, not because he has shown, but because he has outshone a rival, if he yields to the temptation of disparaging a competitor, whom he would not have disparaged but for the competition, and is not as prompt to defend or justify him as though the rivalship did not exist between them, if he enjoys his own triumph with a keener zest because of the mortification of a fellow aspirant, in all and in each of these cases I suppose it will be admitted by everyone that the law of Christian and even of heathen morality is violated. Bishop Butler defines emulation to be the desire and hope of equality with or superiority over others with whom we compare ourselves. And he then adds, to desire the attainment of this equality or superiority by the particular means of others being brought down to our own level or below it is, I think, the distinct notion of envy. Abstaining, then, from all discussion of the general question, I would still say that wherever teachers perceive the above described consequences, or any of them, to be produced by emulation, they should be admonished that it has gone too far. It is obvious that the question respecting the propriety or the impropriety, the justifiableness or the unjustifiableness of using emulation as an incentive to intellectual progress will be decided in different ways by different persons, according to the relative rank which they respectively assign to mental as distinguished from moral qualities. Whether talent should be admired above virtue or virtue above talent, the weaker affection will be sacrificed to the stronger, just as certainly as a parent whose bark is in danger of sinking will throw his treasures overboard to save his firstborn if the firstborn be nearer to his heart than his treasures. So, if a teacher desires that his pupil should be a great man rather than a good one, or that he should acquire wealth rather than esteem, or that he should master the Latin and Greek languages rather than rule his own spirit, or attain to high official preferment rather than love the Lord his God with all his heart and his neighbor as himself, then he will goad him on by the deep-driven spur of emulation or any other motive until he outstrips his fellows, at whatever peril to his moral nature. But if, on the other hand, the teacher esteems the greatness of humility above the greatness of ambition, if he prefers mediocrity or even obscurity with uprightness and independence of soul to princely fortune or regal power without them, if, in fine, he would see his pupil dispensing blessings among the lowliest walks of life rather than blazing athwart the sky with a useless splendor, then he will forego the brilliant recitation, the talented essay, the annual prize, the college honor, rather than win them by any incentive which would jeopardize honor, veracity, or benevolence. But while there is such a practical diversity of opinion in regard to what constitutes the highest destination of our nature, even in a worldly point of view, we cannot expect a general concurrence of opinion as to the influences under which youthful character should be formed. Those who are intent upon ends which are so different can hardly agree as to means. A discussion, however, of these unsettled questions, in a spirit of kindness and candor, may lead to a convergence, if not a coincidence, of opinion. End of Section 38. Recording by Maria Kasper. Section 39 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ninth Annual Report, 1845, Part 6. Having spoken of the temptations that encompass our children in regard both to the manner and the motive of their studies and recitations, I wish to add a few remarks in regard to the final examinations of the schools. From the moment when school is opened, it ought to be understood that each day is equally a day of preparation for the closing visit of the committee. It ought to be understood that every absence and every tardiness, every instance of idleness and of inattention, is so much of time and of effort withdrawn from that preparation. At all times, by every means, in every form, the expectation is to be extinguished, the idea is to be annihilated, that special preparation as the school draws towards its close, on a few pages or a few lessons, can atone for or conceal any want of studiousness or regularity as the term advances. Every pupil should be made clearly to see and deeply to feel that his fortune is in his own hands, that the responsibility of his future appearance rests upon himself, that no arts or devices are to be made use of either to conceal his ignorance or to display his knowledge, that his mind will be submitted for inspection not on its bright side only, but on all sides, and that it will be useless for him to expect to shine on that occasion with only a radiant beam of light thrown across it here and there, while wide intervals of darkness lie between. Above all, will the teacher who wishes to keep the moral character of his scholars pure and stainless beware of encouraging or tolerating any imposition upon the committee. He will not turn the last few days of school into a season of rehearsal for the examination. He will not indicate lessons or pages or questions that are to be specially conned for the occasion. To be guilty of any such artifice, with a view to make the school appear better than it is to corrupt the minds of his pupils. To the conscientious teacher, the formation of such a conspiracy, whether tacit or express, between himself and his pupils, will be the abominable thing which his soul hateth. It is true that strong temptation may beset a teacher, and solicit him to deviate from the course of rectitude by an unfair preparation of his school. All laudable and honorable motives unite with the dictates of self-interest to make him desire the approval of the committee and of his employers generally, and what is more, such fraudulent preparations have not been uncommon in former times, so precedent can be pleaded for them. It is well known that a few years ago some teachers used to cast the parts among their scholars as much as they were ever cast in a play. The scholars committed those portions assigned to them to memory. The committee and parents attended, and listened with apparent delight to recitations which proceeded with such volubility, the answers often given before the questions were put. And when the day was over, all parties, teacher, committee, parents, and children, congratulated each other upon the success and brilliancy of the farce. Were such a course so common as to be understood to mean nothing, much of its mischief would be taken away. But at the present day it is not so. Universally, an examination is now understood to be an assaying of the value of the school. All, therefore, who are now guilty of any counterfeiting of the image and superscription of knowledge, like other counterfeiters, conceal it if they can. Hence, anyone who ventures upon such a course now is a teacher of evil and not of good. Standing before his charges in the sacred character of a moral guide, he guides to immorality. Considering the immaturity of the children and the deference with which they naturally look up to him, he is not so much the accomplice in a fraud as the originator and instigator of it. By presenting the alluring side of wrong to unsophisticated minds, he creates rather than connives at its commission. And by one such practical example, he neutralizes a volume of formal moralizing. Few things in a teacher's conduct furnish a more fair or more certain test of the question whether he has a lively and sensitive conscience, or has no standard of duty higher than the mere conventional rules and observances. It is in the power of the school committee to uphold and to perpetuate this loss to the minds and this demoralization of the hearts of the pupils, or at once and utterly to annul it. If, when visiting the school for the first time, they announce that they shall themselves conduct the closing examination, that however much or however little ground the classes may undertake to cultivate, they will be liable to be taken to any part of that ground, to show in what condition they have left it, and that they will be examined on the subject rather than on the book. If this be done, the pupils will study throughout the whole term, with a very different object in their minds from what they would otherwise do. They will perceive at once that if they devote special attention to a few lessons or a few sections, to the neglect of the rest, the neglected portions may be the very ones on which they will be questioned, and that the probability of their being taken up on a less prepared part will be in the ratio of the extent of that part. Such a course, too, will furnish a teacher with one of the most palpable arguments in favor of the steady and persevering application of his pupils. At the examination, everything, as far as possible, should be rescued from the dominion of chance. No pupil should feel that he can escape by what is called good luck, or suffer by bad luck. Hence, examinations by written or printed questions are better than by oral, for in such a case the question can be put to all, and a comparison of all the different answers will be an impartial test of relative attainments. In arithmetic, the identical questions contained in the textbook should not be put, but equivalent ones. As grammar pertains to language, there is a special propriety in requiring answers to be given in writing, in order to determine whether a pupil who can parse glibly and cite all the rules can write any better English than one who has never opened a grammatical textbook. When proficiency in handwriting is made one of the tests or titles for deserving rank or rewards, it is alleged that some children begin their copybooks by writing a few pages in a style inferior to their actual ability, for the dishonest purpose of appearing to have made more improvement during the term than they really have done. To prevent this, some committees have adopted the expedient of providing themselves with one or more specimen books for each school, in which all the writers are required to write at the end of the term. This specimen is then compared with the specimen of the preceding year, and the real progress of the writer is determined by the comparison. In this case, no inferior specimen can be prepared as a foil to set off against its fellow. In deprecating the devices and stratagems of the pupils against their teacher, we should be no less earnest in deprecating all devices and stratagems of the teacher against the pupil. There should be no arts to entrap on his side, any more than arts to evade on theirs. He should practice the utmost vigilance, but vigilance is as opposite to circumvention as a friendly visit to ask for an explanation is to eavesdropping. Let the teacher, then, never descend to sly watchings or insidious questionings, but let his countenance, his manner, and his language bespeak frankness in himself and confidence in his pupils. The atmosphere between him and them should be sunny and genial, unclouded by suspicion and unchilled by distrust. Were it always sunlight, there would be no thievish owls nor felon foxes. As like begets like. Confidence or unworthy suspicion in the teacher will beget confidence or unworthy suspicion in the school. It is sometimes tauntingly asked by the opponents of our common school system why this boasted institution does not yield more abundant harvests of virtue, why the young men and the young women who come from our public schools are not nobler specimens of whatever is pure in feeling and exemplary in conduct. I feel no disposition to retort upon such sinister inquirers by asking the question what they themselves have ever done to elevate these schools to a condition from which purer influences might be expected to flow. But another inquiry will answer their inquiry, and dispel the ominous doubtings which it suggests. Let this startling question then be first answered. What is the relative amount of time and attention devoted to the moral culture of our children in school as compared with that which is devoted to the intellect? Follow the routine exercises of our schools for a single term, or rather take a broad survey of the whole course of instruction, from the day when the little child first crosses the threshold of the schoolhouse, to the day when, on the verge of manhood or womanhood, the young man and the young woman bid it farewell to enter upon some of the varied duties of life. What innumerable lessons have been set, how many recitations have been performed, What a graduated series of books has been read, for the purpose of leading the young mind upward, step by step, along the ascent of knowledge. What questionings and repetitions of questionings, to the 100th time, and what reviews and reviewing of things reviewed. But on the other hand, how comparatively sterile of instruction has all this course of years been in the duties of children to each other, in the mutual duties of brothers and sisters, in filial duties, in the duties of the talented towards those less highly endowed by nature, of those who are well clad towards those who are clad in the homely garb of poverty, of the well-formed towards the deformed, or the sufferers under any physical privation, and indeed in that vast range of civil and social duties which awaits each of them in after life, and of the duty of love to their Heavenly Father and of obedience to His laws. What has been said against the passions of pride and cupidity and envy and revenge? What expositions have been made of the inherent detestableness of profaneness and obscenity and falsehood, or of the retinue of calamities that come in the train of intemperance and gaming? Has arithmetic been so taught as to show the folly of buying lottery tickets as a means of obtaining wealth? In teaching grammar, has a reference to the grammatical blunders and solecisms of the ignorant been accompanied by such humane and benevolent inculcations as will inspire all the learners with a desire to seek out ignorance to enlighten it? Or have the errors of unavoidable ignorance been so ridiculed and contemned that all the class will be led to vie with each other in jeering at the unfortunately innocently ignorant whenever they may meet them? In teaching history, have the criminality of 9/10 of all the wars ever waged, and the unspeakable sufferings they've inflicted upon mankind, been portrayed? Or, on the other hand, have victorious armies and blood-stained conquerors been held up as objects of admiration? Who can rejoice at the proficiency of the children in their studies, if, when the school is dismissed, the older ones gather themselves hastily into some corner to draw a lottery, though it should involve only the value of a knife or a pencil case? Or if the younger ones are seen to leap the fences to explore the woods and fields, that they may rob birds' nests? Or if those of any age trespass upon the neighboring orchards to purloin the fruit? Are our children taught in school the duty of restoring lost articles which they may have found, or the infamousness of cheating the post office by sending concealed letters or substitutes for letters, or the iniquity of adulterating commodities for sale or defrauding in weight or measure, or the cruelty and sinfulness of slander and detraction? Where these things are neglected, the children may be well trained in reading and writing and arithmetic, but they are not trained in the way they should go. Such children may make powerful and crafty and worldly prosperous men, but they will not become men of unspotted and stainless lives. They are not preparing themselves to do as they would be done by. They are not learning to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with God. There is another fact which deepens and aggravates to an alarming extent the evil here spoken of. I refer to the mode often used in imparting even the pittance of moral instruction that is given. Since the time of Pestalozzi, there has been scarcely any difference of opinion among the leading educators of Europe or America as to the true and philosophical method of instruction. With one consent, their decision is in favor of the exhibitory, explanatory, and inductive method. This method is the opposite of the dogmatic. The latter method consists in laying down abstract rules, formulas, or theorems in a positive, authoritative manner, and requiring the forms of words in which these abstractions are expressed to be committed to memory. Of course, the principle embodied in these forms of words is to be received by the learner whether he understands it or not, and without any inquiry on his part whether it be true or false. But on the Pestalozzian method, nothing which lies beyond the reach of intuition is asserted without being explained. If a complex idea is affirmed, it is analyzed into its elements. If an abstruse one is introduced, it is illustrated, if practicable, by some sensible object. If not susceptible to illustration by any sensible object, Some anecdote or narrative is related, or some combination of circumstances supposed which will make it intelligible. When the subject matter will admit, there is an actual exhibition of the thing spoken of. If the thing spoken of cannot be exhibited, there is explanation founded on the exhibition of some analogous thing. Should the lesson refer to any common or simple substance, a specimen is exhibited, as in the case of minerals, metals, fruits, manufactures, and so forth. To a child who has never seen a mountain, a hill may be made a unit of measure for explaining a mountain's height and extent. So of a brook to one who has never seen a river, and of a pond to one who has never seen a lake or an ocean. If a centaur or sphinx or mermaid be referred to, the teacher draws the likeness of one upon the blackboard or exhibits an engraving. In case of a complex object, as a machine, a ship, a fort, or an Indian pagoda, some miniature model or at least some pictorial representation is produced and made the basis or framework of the conceptions that are to be founded upon it and collocated around it. When the thing to be taught is not an object of the senses, but of the mind only, especially when that thing lies remote from elements or first principles, this method requires that the learner's mind should be conducted through all the intermediate stages of progress until it arrives at the point where the complex or abstract idea can be understood, and then, and not till then, should it be brought forward. In fine, this method requires that individuals should be introduced before species, species before genera, and so forth. But the dogmatic method begins with the most comprehensive generalizations, and runs the risk of the pupils obtaining any knowledge of particulars afterwards. In the one case, the learner is expected to receive blindly what is dictated to him, while the other method exhibits, explains, illustrates, exemplifies, and educes, and then submits the whole to the learner's intelligence to be received or discarded. After this statement of the points of distinction between the Pestalozzian and the dogmatic method, it would be only an illustration of the former, were an example of each to be given. Suppose, then, that a foreign gentleman should send his son to Boston under the care of a tutor, in order that he might become acquainted with the city and its vicinity, and learn something of its public works, its institutions, and its distinguished men. According to the dogmatic method, when the strangers should have arrived and taken their lodgings, the tutor would obtain a guidebook for his pupil. In a series of lessons he would see that the peninsular shape, the territorial extent, the statistics of population, commerce, education, and so forth, were well studied and recited. The boundaries of the city, Charles River on the north, the ocean on the east, and the interior on the south and west, would be learned. The pupil would be taught to name the principal streets, bridges, and railroads, probably in an alphabetical order, until they could be volubly repeated. A directory would be put into his hands, with a mark against the names of those men whose distinction entitled them to a place in his memory. He would be told that in the city or in its vicinity there are an asylum for the insane, an institution for the blind, a navy yard, Bunker Hill Monument, Dorchester Heights, Lexington and Concord battlegrounds, and so forth. These facts, and such as these, would be deposited in his memory, reviewed and rehearsed, until they could all be called up at will. And then the parties would re-embark, congratulating themselves that the object of their mission had been successfully accomplished. This is the dogmatic method. On the other hand, suppose the tutor to instruct his pupil on the exhibitory, explanatory, and inductive plan. For the first lesson, he takes him to the dome of the State House, the highest point in the metropolis, and one which commands a splendid panorama of the city and its suburbs. There, before a single object is pointed out, before a single glance at the broad and varied scene is allowed, the points of the compass are determined. If the sun be visible, this is done by an observation consisting of but two elements, the position of the sun and the hour of the day. First, a general survey is allowed, in order to impress the mind with a general conception of outline and extent. This is in analogy to that summary description of the nature, the advantages, and the pleasures of a study, which a teacher should always give to his class whenever a new branch is introduced. Then a single class of objects is selected for attention. Suppose it to be public buildings, and as the one from whose observatory they are looking is the central point from which the bearings and distances of all the rest are to be estimated, it is first considered. Then the other great public edifices and structures are taken in their order: the Quincy Market, the public buildings at South Boston, the Blind Institution, the colleges, the hospitals, Bunker Hill Monument, the Navy Yard, the lighthouses, and the forts in the harbor. When the most interesting of this class of objects are completed, after such reflections and explanations and perhaps pencilings as may be deemed necessary, the eye is withdrawn from the whole, the parties retire, and the pupil is required to reproduce from his recollection, in the form of a map, the objects that he has examined with their apparent distances, positions, and so forth. In succeeding lessons, given from the same elevated point, other objects and neighboring towns are pointed out. Here the telescope is used. The bridges and the 6 lines of railroad radiating from the city towards the south, west, and north are designated. After every lesson, a map of objects or localities is prepared, both for the purpose of determining the accuracy of the impression that was carried away and of deepening it in the mind. After such minuteness of detail as circumstances will allow, the same objects are visited and inspected, and their history, administration, amount of success or causes of failure, and so forth, are learned. The streets are learned by passing through them, the schools by visiting and questioning them, the state of commerce and merchandise from the wharves, the custom house, and the depositories, the manufactories by the amount and quality of their fabrics, the distinguished men by introduction, conversation, and personal intimacy, and historical events not merely by reading the narrative, but by visiting the scenes where they occurred. Such is an inadequate representation of what may be called the Pestalozzian method of instruction. Which of the 2 methods is most conducive to understanding the subject it is not difficult to decide. Now, it is but a few years since the dogmatic method was the one almost universally practiced in our schools in regard to intellectual instruction. Arithmetic was taught without oral exercises or the blackboard, geography without globes, maps, or map drawing, grammar by the endless repetitions of government and agreement, mood and tense, gender, number, and case, the children asserting 10,000 times the remarkable facts that he is masculine, she feminine, and it neuter, that 1 is the singular number, 2, 3, 4, and all the rest plural, and so forth. But such a change has taken place in this respect, that at the present time there is not one of our first class of schools where the principles of arithmetic are not explained, where words are not defined and the meanings of the author paraphrased, poetry turned into prose, maps drawn, orthographical and grammatical exercises written, and generally the thing itself sought for and understood, instead of a mere babbling from memory of the words in which it is expressed. But in regard to moral subjects, I fear the dogmatic method still remains. Precepts, rules, abstruse principles, mere formulas of speech, without specification, without expansion, without illustration, without the living, glowing, inspiring spirit. Suppose that in arithmetical proportion the teacher should tell the pupil that, as the first term is to the second, so is the third to the answer, and there should stop. Would the pupil ever know how to work a sum in the rule of 3? But the moral lesson, do as you would be done unto, is precisely analogous to the arithmetical one if it stops with the general injunction. The latter needs exemplification by instances as much as the former, and would profit as much by it. Yet under this head in the arithmetic, 100 examples will be given. Under the moral axiom, not one. I cannot see why it is not as absurd to give a moral rule to a child without examples under it, as it is to give an arithmetical rule without examples under that. And if questions pertaining to business are selected in the one case, Why should not questions pertaining to duty be selected in the other? Suppose the teacher of a normal school should prescribe, as a rule to future teachers, train up a child in the way he should go, and should there leave them without giving them any specific instructions as to what that way is, and by what means children can be trained, that is, accustomed to walk in it. How easy it would be to make accomplished teachers, if such a precept, comprehensive and perfect as the principle of it is, were all that is necessary. But such a rule requires years of exemplification and practice. It requires years of reading, reflection, and consultation with masters of the art. Under the rule, to do as we would be done unto, 1,000 instances taken from the playground, the schoolroom, the domestic fireside, the pleasure party, the shop, the counting room should be given. Under the rule, to love our neighbors as ourselves, the illustrations may be as numerous as all the interests and wants of life. How varied are those rights of property which come within the protection of the command, "Thou shalt not steal," and those rights of character and of reputation that are embraced within the spirit of the prohibition, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor." Are these things of less consequence than the frivolous discussions of whether a and an and the are articles or adjectives? Are these momentous subjects, with all their finite and infinite bearings, to be postponed in order that we may have time to teach children not to spell labor and honor with the letter U, or public and music with the letter K, or when to reduplicate the final consonants of primitive words and when not? How can a child be led to love the Lord his God with all his heart, unless, in the first place, he has a heart which has been trained to love what is good, and in the second place, unless some of those glorious attributes of his Maker which are fitted to excite his love are unfolded to his perceptions? How can a child love God while he knows nothing of him but the name, and has perhaps heard that name spoken more frequently in profaneness or blasphemy than in reverence? Is it of more consequence for a child to know the specks of islands in the Indian or Pacific Oceans than it is to know the reason why he is taught to say that God is good and that his tender mercies are over all his works? Is it more important that a child should be taught the anomalies of our arbitrary language than that he should be instructed in the beneficence of his heavenly Father, who has created the sun for his warmth and light, and the earth for his dwelling place, who robes nature in beautiful colors for the gratification of his eye, and surrounds him with an atmosphere which is an undecaying medium of communication with his friends, and, like a vast instrument of music, is forever ready to be played upon for the delight of his ear, whose skill and power are made known in the formation of his body, and whose bounty in the abundance that sustains it, whose munificence in the bestowment of his faculties with their adaptations to happiness, and who has given him in the words and life of the Savior a perfect rule and a perfect example. If there be nothing in orthography or etymology or syntax of superior value to an upright life, or better becoming an immortal being, than devout feelings towards his Maker, why should the former be allowed to dispossess the latter and usurp their place? The natural conscience needs training in order to discern the distinctions between right and wrong, in the same manner that the intellect needs training in regard to addition and subtraction, or substantive and verb, or latitude and longitude, or republics and monarchies. No man, then, has any right to oppose our system of common schools because the children who come from them are not as honest as they are intelligent, and as benevolent as they are sagacious, until our teachers are as competent and faithful in teaching their pupils humanity and morality, and in training them to the practice of the social virtues, as they are in teaching them the common branches of study, and in training them for the business of life. When the voice of public opinion shall imperatively demand as high a degree of culture for the moral as for the intellectual nature, and teachers shall bestow it, all opposition to our schools will be destroyed, for the opponents themselves will be reformed into advocates. The unexpected length to which this report has already extended admonishes me to bring it to a close, although in so doing I am obliged to omit other and kindred topics to which I would gladly advert. Instead of generalizing on the subject of morals, or vainly attempting to embellish their inherent beauty and loveliness, I have preferred to set forth in the preceding pages, with some minuteness and detail, the principal dangers to which our children are exposed as they are passing through our schools, and I have endeavored to help the conscientious teacher in the discharge of his duties to those children by setting up a few waymarks and beacons along their perilous path. This, however, is a subject heretofore uninvestigated, so far as I know, by any writer on education. Like other pioneers, I must doubtless have made a very imperfect survey of the extensive field I have entered, all the more imperfect because it is so extensive. But I devoutly hope that what has now been said may prove sufficient to incite others to make more complete explorations, until every precipice and pitfall that besets the pathway of the rising generation in their common pursuit of knowledge may be not only discovered, but surmounted with warning signals too conspicuous to be unnoticed. Directly and indirectly, the influences of the Board of Education have been the means of increasing to a great extent the amount of religious instruction given in our schools. Moral training, or the application of religious principles to the duties of life, should be its inseparable accompaniment. No community can long subsist unless it has religious principle as the foundation of moral action, nor unless it has moral action as the superstructure of religious principle. Not at present, any more than in the days of the Jewish theocracy, does the strength of a nation consist in the number of its horsemen, or its chariots, or its mighty men of valor, but in those who fear the Lord and work righteousness. Travelers inform us that in some of the vast deserts of the eastern continent, the course of the wayfarers across the trackless waste is marked by the bleaching bones of mighty caravans that had perished on their way in traversing this desolate expanse. Spread out upon the arid sands, or heaped in mounds, these relics of the dead give warning of the dangers by which they had been overwhelmed. The pilgrim troop or merchant company, as they pass along and behold these eloquent memorials of others' fate, are admonished to press on with vigor, that they may reach the place of safety. Even thus, along the track of time for thousands of years, do historic memorials, like vast monumental piles upon the right hand and upon the left, make known to us the causes of the decline and fall of ancient and modern republics. They fell through the ignorance and debasement of the people that composed them. But for these, Greece, having revivified her spirit by the genius of Christianity and turned her pantheon into a temple of the living and true God, might to this day have spread far more than her ancient happiness and splendor over those beautiful regions where now the Mohammedan bears sway. And but for these, Rome might have adopted the principles of that purer faith which was preached to her by the apostle to the Gentiles, and saved the world from the 1,000 years of unspeakable horror which the Dark Ages inflicted upon it. Happy will our young republic be, if, forewarned by the perdition of others, she avoids their fate by avoiding the causes that incurred it. End of section 39. Recording by Maria Kasper. Section 40 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10th Annual Report, 1846, Part 1. Gentlemen, to write a history of popular education in Massachusetts would be a work of great interest and of little difficulty. Such a history, however, seems not to have been contemplated, and therefore would not be warranted, by those resolves of the legislature under which the following pages are prepared. The resolves provide only for the republication of so much of the late Secretary's 10th Annual Report as, with the requisite additions and alterations, will exhibit a just and correct view of the common school system of Massachusetts and the provisions of law relating to it. An adequate idea of this system, however, can hardly be obtained without a brief reference to its origin, and to those great fundamental principles which its authors and supporters seem rather to have tacitly assumed than to have fully expounded.
The Pilgrim Fathers who colonized Massachusetts Bay made a bolder innovation upon all pre-existing policy and usages than the world had ever known since the commencement of the Christian era. They adopted special and costly means to train up the whole body of the people to industry, to intelligence, to virtue, and to independent thought. The first entry in the public record book of the town of Boston bears the date 1634, 7th month, day 1. The records of the public meetings for the residue of that year pertain to those obvious necessities that claimed the immediate attention of an infant settlement. But in the transactions of a public meeting held on the 13th day of April, 1635, the following entry is found. Likewise, it was then generally agreed upon that our brother Philemon Permont, or Perment, shall be entreated to become schoolmaster for the teaching and nurturing of children with us. Mr. Permont was not expected to render his services gratuitously. Doubtless he received fees from parents, but the same records show that a tract of 30 acres of land at Muddy River was assigned to him, and this grant 2 years afterwards was publicly confirmed. About the same time, an assignment was made of a garden plot to Mr. Daniel Maud, schoolmaster, upon the condition of building thereon if need be. From this time forward, these golden threads are thickly inwoven in the texture of all the public records of Boston. It is not unworthy of remark that a word of beautiful significance, which is found in the first record on the subject of schools ever made on this continent, has now fallen wholly out of use. Mr. Permont was entreated to become a schoolmaster, not merely for the teaching, but for the nurturing of children. If, as is supposed, this word, now obsolete in this connection, implied the disposition and the power on the part of the teacher, as far as such an object can be accomplished by human instrumentality, to warm into birth, to foster into strength, and to advance into precedence and predominance all kindly sympathies towards men, all elevated thoughts respecting the duties and the destiny of life, and a supreme reverence for the character and attributes of the Creator, then how many teachers have since been employed who have not nourished the children committed to their care? In 1642, the General Court of the Colony, by a public act, enjoined upon the municipal authorities the duty of seeing that every child within their respective jurisdictions should be educated. Nor was the education which they contemplated either narrow or superficial. By the terms of the act, the selectmen of every town were required to have a vigilant eye over their brethren and neighbors, to see first that none of them shall suffer so much barbarism in any of their families as not to endeavor to teach by themselves or others their children and apprentices so much learning as may enable them perfectly to read the English tongue and obtain a knowledge of the capital laws, upon penalty of 20 shillings for each neglect therein. Such was the idea of barbarism entertained by the colonists of Massachusetts Bay more than 2 centuries ago. Tried by this standard, even at the present day, the regions of civilization become exceedingly narrow, and many a man who now blindly glories in the name and in the prerogatives of a republican citizen would, according to the better ideas of the Pilgrim Fathers, be known only as the barbarian father of barbarian children. The same act further required that religious instruction should be given to all children, and also that all parents and masters do breed and bring up their children and apprentices in some honest, lawful calling, labor, or employment, either in husbandry or some other trade profitable for themselves and the Commonwealth, if they will not or cannot train them up in learning to fit them for higher employments. Thus were recognized and embodied in a public statute the highest principles of political economy and of social well-being, the universal education of children, and the prevention of drones or non-producers among men.
By the same statute, the selectmen and magistrates were empowered to take children and servants from the custody of those parents and masters who, after admonition, were still negligent of their duty in the particulars above mentioned, and to bind them out to such masters as they should deem worthy to supply the place of the unnatural parent, boys until the age of 21 and girls until that of 18. The law of 1642 enjoined universal education, but it did not make education free, nor did it impose any penalty upon municipal corporations for neglecting to maintain a school. The spirit of the law, however, worked energetically in the hearts of the people, for in Governor Winthrop's journal, History of New England, Volume 2, page 215, Savage's edition, under date of 1645, we find the following: "Divers free schools were erected, as at Roxbury, for maintenance whereof every inhabitant bound some house or land for a yearly allowance forever. And at Boston, where they made an order to allow £50 to the master, and a house and £30 to an usher, who should also teach to read and write and cipher. And Indians' children were to be taught freely, and the charge to be by yearly contribution, either by voluntary allowance or by rate of such as refused, etc. And this order was confirmed by the General Court. Other towns did the like, providing maintenance by several means. It is probable, however, that some towns, owing to the sparseness of their population and the scantiness of their resources, found all the monies in their treasury too little to pay the salary of a master, and surrounded by dangers as they were from the ferocity of the aborigines and the inclemency of the climate, believed that not an eye could be spared from watching, nor a hand from labor, even for so sacred a purpose as that of instruction, and therefore they failed to sustain a school for the teaching and nurturing of their children. But in all these privations and disabilities, the government of the colony saw no adequate excuse for neglecting the one thing needful. They saw and felt that if learning were to be buried in the graves of their forefathers, in church and commonwealth, then they had escaped from the house of bondage and swam an ocean and braved the terrors of the wilderness in vain. In the year 1647, therefore, a law was passed making the support of the schools compulsory, and education both universal and free. By this law, every town containing 50 householders was required to appoint a teacher to teach all such children as shall resort to him to write and read, and every town containing 100 families or householders was required to set up a grammar school, whose master should be able to instruct youth so far as they may be fitted for the university. The penalty for non-compliance with the above requirements was £5 per annum. In 1671, the penalty was increased to £10 per annum, in 1683 to £20, and in 1718 to £30 for every town containing 150 families, to £40 for every town containing 200 families, and so on pro rata for towns containing 250 or 300 families. The penalty was increased from time to time to correspond with the increasing wealth of the towns. All forfeitures were appropriated to the maintenance of the public schools. It is common to say that the Act of 1647 laid the foundation of our present system of free schools, but the truth is it not only laid the foundation of the present system, but in some particulars it laid a far broader foundation than has since been built upon, and reared a far higher superstructure than has since been sustained. Modern times have witnessed great improvements in the methods of instruction and in the motives of discipline, but in some respects the ancient foundation has been narrowed and the ancient superstructure lowered. The term grammar school in the old laws always meant a school where the ancient languages were taught and where youth could be fitted for the university. Every town containing 100 families or householders was required to keep such a school. Were such a law in force at the present time, there are not more than 12 towns in the Commonwealth which would be exempt from its requirement.
But the term grammar school has wholly lost its original meaning, and the number of towns and cities which are now required by law to maintain a school where the Greek and Latin languages are taught, and where youth can be fitted for college, does not exceed 30. The contrast between our ancestors and ourselves in this respect is most humiliating. Their meanness in wealth was more than compensated by their grandeur of soul. The institution of a free school system on so broad a basis, and of such ample proportions, appears still more remarkable when we consider the period in the world's history at which it was originated, and the fewness and poverty of the people by whom it was maintained. In 1647, the entire population of the colony of Massachusetts Bay is supposed to have amounted only to 21,000 souls. The scattered and feeble settlements were almost buried in the depths of the forest. The external resources of the people were small, their dwellings humble, and their raiment and subsistence scanty and homely. They had no enriching commerce, and the wonderful forces of nature had not then, as now, become gratuitous producers of every human comfort and luxury. The whole valuation of all the colonial estates, both public and private, would hardly have been equal to the inventory of many a private citizen of the present day. The fierce eye of the savage was nightly seen glaring from the edge of the surrounding wilderness, and no defense or succor save in their own brave natures was at hand. Yet it was then, amid all these privations and dangers, that the Pilgrim Fathers conceived the magnificent idea not only of a universal but of a free education for the whole people. To find the time and the means to reduce this grand conception to practice, they stinted themselves, amid all their poverty, to a still scantier pittance. Amid all their toils, they imposed upon themselves still more burdensome labors, and amid all their perils, they braved still greater dangers. Two divine ideas filled their great hearts, their duty to God and to posterity. For the one, they built the church, and for the other, they opened the school. Religion and knowledge, two attributes of the same glorious and eternal truth, and that truth the only one on which immortal or mortal happiness can be securely founded. It is impossible for us adequately to conceive the boldness of the measure which aimed at a universal education through the establishment of free schools. As a fact, it had no precedent in the world's history, and as a theory it could have been refuted and silenced by a more formidable array of argument and experience than was ever marshaled against any other institution of human origin. But time has ratified its soundness. 2 centuries of successful operation now proclaim it to be as wise as it was courageous, and as beneficent as it was disinterested. Every community in the civilized world awards it the meed of praise, and states at home and nations abroad, in the order of their intelligence, are copying the bright example. What we call the enlightened nations of Christendom are approaching by slow degrees to the moral elevation which our ancestors reached at a single bound, and the tardy convictions of the one have been assimilating through a period of 2 centuries to the intuitions of the other. The establishment of free schools was one of those grand mental and moral experiments whose effects could not be developed and made manifest in a single generation. But now, according to the manner in which human life is computed, we are the 6th generation from its founders, and have we not reason to be grateful both to God and man for its unnumbered blessings? The sincerity of our gratitude must be tested by our efforts to perpetuate and to improve what they established. The gratitude of the lips only is an unholy offering. In surveying our vast country, the rich savannas of the South and the almost interminable prairies of the West, that great valley where if all the nations of Europe were set down together they could find ample subsistence, the ejaculation involuntarily bursts forth, why were they not colonized by men like the Pilgrim Fathers? As we reflect how different would have been the fortunes of this nation had those states, already so numerous and still extending circle beyond circle, had been founded by men of high, heroic, Puritan mold, How different in the eye of a righteous heaven, how different in the estimation of the wise and good of all contemporary nations, how different in the fortunes of that vast procession of the generations which are yet to rise up over all those wide expanses, and to follow each other to the end of time. As we reflect upon these things, it seems almost impious to repine at the ways of Providence. Resignation becomes laborious, and we are forced to choke down our murmurings at the will of heaven. Is it the solution of this deep mystery that our ancestors did as much in their time as it is ever given to one generation of men to accomplish, and have left to us and to our descendants the completion of the glorious work they began? The alleged ground upon which the founders of our free school system proceeded when adopting it did not embrace the whole argument by which it may be defended and sustained. Their insight was better than their reason. They assumed a ground, indeed, satisfactory and convincing to Protestants, but at that time only a small portion of Christendom was Protestant, and even now only a minority of it is so. The very ground on which our free schools were founded, therefore, if that were the only one, would have been a reason, with more than half of Christendom, for their immediate abolition. In later times, and since the achievement of American independence, the universal and ever-repeated argument in favor of free schools has been that the general intelligence which they are capable of diffusing, and which can be imparted by no other human instrumentality, is indispensable to the continuance of a republican government. This argument, it is obvious, assumes as a postulatum the superiority of a republican over all other forms of government, and as a people we religiously believe in the soundness both of the assumption and of the argument founded upon it. But if this be all, then a sincere monarchist, or a defender of arbitrary power, or a believer in the divine right of kings, would oppose free schools for the identical reasons we offer in their behalf. A perfect demonstration of our doctrine, that free schools are the only basis of republican institutions, would be the perfection of proof to his mind that they should be immediately exterminated. Admitting, nay, claiming for ourselves the substantial justness and soundness of the general grounds on which our system was originally established and has since been maintained, yet it is most obvious that unless some broader and more comprehensive principle can be found, the system of free schools will be repudiated by whole nations as impolitic or dangerous, and even among ourselves, all who deny our premises will, of course, set at naught the conclusions to which they lead. Again, the expediency of free schools is sometimes advocated on grounds of political economy. An educated people is always a more industrious and productive people. Knowledge and abundance sustain to each other the relation of cause and effect. Intelligence is a primary ingredient in the wealth of nations. Where this does not stand at the head of the inventory, the items in a nation's valuation will be few, and the sum at the foot of the column insignificant. The moralist, too, takes up the argument of the economist. He demonstrates that vice and crime are not only prodigals and spendthrifts of their own, but defrauders and plunderers of the means of others, that they would seize upon all the gains of honest industry and exhaust the bounties of heaven itself without satiating their rapacity for new means of indulgence, and that often in the history of the world whole generations might have been trained to industry and virtue by the wealth which one enemy to his race has destroyed. And yet, notwithstanding these views have been presented 1,000 times with irrefutable logic, and with a divine eloquence of truth which it would seem that nothing but combined stolidity and depravity could resist, there is not at the present time, with the exception of the states of New England and a few small communities elsewhere, a country or a state in Christendom which maintains a system of free schools for the education of all its children. Even in the state of New York, with all its noble endowments, the schools are not free. I believe that this amazing dereliction from duty, especially in our own country,
originates more in the false notions which men entertain respecting the nature of their right to property than in anything else. In the district school meeting, in the town meeting, in legislative halls, everywhere, the advocates for a more generous education could carry their respective audiences with them in behalf of increased privileges for our children, were it not instinctively foreseen that increased privileges must be followed by increased taxation. Against this obstacle, argument falls dead. The rich man, who has no children, declares that the exaction of a contribution from him to educate the children of his neighbor is an invasion of his rights of property. The man who has reared and educated a family of children denounces it as a double tax when he is called upon to assist in educating the children of others also. Or, if he has reared his own children without educating them, he thinks it peculiarly oppressive to be obliged to do for others what he refrained from doing even for himself. Another, having children, but disdaining to educate them with the common mass, withdraws them from the public school, puts them under what he calls selector influences, and then thinks it a grievance to be obliged to support a school which he contemns. Or, if these different parties so far yield to the force of traditionary sentiment and usage, and to the public opinion around them, as to consent to do something for the cause, they soon reach the limit of expense at which their admitted obligation or their alleged charity terminates. It seems not irrelevant, therefore, in this connection, and for the purpose of strengthening the foundation on which our free school system reposes, to inquire into the nature of a man's right to the property he possesses, and to satisfy ourselves respecting the question whether any man has such an indefeasible title to his estates, or such an absolute ownership of them, as renders it unjust in the government to assess upon him his share of the expenses of educating the children of the community, up to such a point as the nature of the institutions under which he lives and the well-being of society require. I believe in the existence of a great, immortal, immutable principle of natural law or natural ethics, a principle antecedent to all human institutions and incapable of being abrogated by any ordinance of man, a principle of divine origin, clearly legible in the ways of providence, as those ways are manifested in the order of nature and in the history of the race, which proves the absolute right to an education of every human being that comes into the world, and which, of course, proves the correlative duty of every government to see that the means of that education are provided for all. In regard to the application of this principle of natural law, that is, in regard to the extent of the education to be provided for all at public expense, some differences of opinion may fairly exist under different political organizations. But under our republican government, it seems clear that the minimum of this education can never be less than such as is sufficient to qualify each citizen for the civil and social duties he will be called to discharge. Such an education as teaches the individual the great laws of bodily health, as qualifies for the fulfillment of parental duties, as is indispensable for the civil functions of a witness or a juror, as is necessary for the voter in municipal and in national affairs, and finally, as is requisite for the faithful and conscientious discharge of all those duties which devolve upon the inheritor of a portion of the sovereignty of this great republic. The will of God, as conspicuously manifested in the order of nature and in the relations which he has established among men, founds the right of every child that is born into the world to such a degree of education as will enable him, and as far as possible will predispose him, to perform all domestic, social, civil, and moral duties upon the same clear ground of natural law and equity as it founds a child's right, upon his first coming into the world, to distend his lungs with the use of a portion of the common air, or to open his eyes to the common light, or to receive that shelter, protection, and nourishment which are necessary to the continuance of his bodily existence.
And so far is it from being a wrong or a hardship to demand of the possessors of property their respective shares for the prosecution of this divinely ordained work, that they themselves are guilty of the most far-reaching injustice when they seek to resist or to evade the contribution. The complainers are the wrongdoers. The cry, "Stop, thief," comes from the thief himself. To anyone who looks beyond the mere surface of things, it is obvious that the primary and natural elements or ingredients of all property consist in the riches of the soil, in the treasures of the sea, in the light and warmth of the sun, in the fertilizing clouds and streams and dews, in the winds, and in the chemical and vegetative agencies of nature. In the majority of cases, all that we call property, all that makes up the valuation or inventory of a nation's capital, was prepared at the creation and was laid up of old in the capacious storehouses of nature. For every unit that a man earns by his own toil or skill, he receives hundreds and thousands without cost and without recompense from the all-bountiful giver. A proud mortal, standing in the midst of his luxuriant wheat fields or cotton plantations, may arrogantly call them his own. Yet what barren wastes they would be did not heaven send down upon them its dews and rains, its warmth and its light, and sustain for their growth and ripening the grateful vicissitude of the seasons. It is said that from 80 to 90% of the very substance of some of the great staples of agriculture are not taken from the earth, but are absorbed from the air, so that these productions may more properly be called fruits of the atmosphere than of the soil. Who prepares this elemental wealth? Who scatters it like a sower through all the regions of the atmosphere, and sends his richly freighted winds as his messengers to bear to each leaf in the forest and to each blade in the cultivated field the nourishment which their infinitely varied needs demand? Aided by machinery, a single manufacturer performs the labor of hundreds of men. Yet what could he accomplish without the weight of the waters which God causes ceaselessly to flow, or without those gigantic forces which he has given to steam? And how would the commerce of the world be carried on, were it not for those great laws of nature, of electricity, of condensation, and of rarefaction, that give birth to the winds, which in the conformity to the will of heaven, and not in obedience to any power of man, forever traverse the earth, and offer themselves as an unchartered medium for interchanging the products of all the zones? These few references show how vast a proportion of all the wealth which men presumptuously call their own, because they claim to have earned it, is poured into their lap unasked and unthanked for, by the Being so infinitely gracious in his physical as well as in his moral bestowments. But for whose subsistence and benefit were these exhaustless treasuries of wealth created? Surely not for any one man, nor for any one generation, but for the subsistence and benefit of the whole race, from the beginning to the end of time. They were not created for Adam alone, nor for Noah alone, nor for the first discoverers or colonists who may have peopled any part of the earth's ample domain. No, they were created for the race collectively, but to be possessed and enjoyed in succession as the generations one after another should come into existence, equal rights with a successive enjoyment of them. If we consider the earth and the fullness thereof as one great habitation or domain, then each generation, subject to certain modifications for the encouragement of industry and frugality, which modifications it is not necessary here to specify, has only a life lease on them. There are certain reasonable regulations, indeed, in regard to the outgoing and the incoming tenants, regulations which allow to the outgoing generation a brief control over their property after they are called upon to leave it, and which also allow the incoming generations to anticipate a little their full right of possession. But subject to these regulations, nature ordains a perpetual entail and transfer from one generation to another of all property in the great, substantive, enduring elements of wealth, in the soil, in metals and minerals, in precious stones, and in more precious coal and iron and granite, in the waters and winds and the sun. And no one man, nor any one generation of men, has any such title to or ownership in these ingredients and substantials of all wealth, that his right is invaded when a portion of them is taken for the benefit of posterity. This great principle of natural law may be illustrated by a reference to some of the unstable elements in regard to which each individual's right of property is strongly qualified in relation to his contemporaries, even while he has the acknowledged right of possession. Take the streams of water or of the wind for an example. A stream, as it descends from its sources to its mouth, is successively the property of all those through whose land it passes. My neighbor who lives above me owned it yesterday while it was passing through his land. I own it today while it is descending through mine, and the contiguous proprietor below will own it tomorrow while it is flowing through his, as it passes onward to the next. But the rights of these successive owners are not absolute and unqualified. They are limited by the rights of those who are entitled to the subsequent possession and use. When a stream is passing through my land, I may not corrupt it so that it shall be offensive or valueless to the adjoining proprietor below. I may not stop it in its downward course, nor divert it into any other channel so that it shall leave his channel dry. I may lawfully use it for various purposes, for agriculture, as in irrigating lands or watering cattle, for manufactures, as in turning wheels, etc. But in all my uses of it I must pay regard to the rights of my neighbors lower down. So no two proprietors, nor any half-dozen proprietors, by conspiring together, can deprive an owner who lives below them all of the ultimate right which he has to the use of the stream in its descending course. We see here, therefore, that a man has certain qualified rights, rights of which he cannot lawfully be divested without his own consent, in a stream of water before it reaches the limits of his own estate, at which latter point he may somewhat more emphatically call it his own. And in this sense, a man who lives at the outlet of a river, on the margin of the ocean, has certain incipient rights in those fountain sources that well up from the earth at a distance of thousands of miles. So it is with the ever-moving wind. No man has a permanent interest in the breezes that blow by him and bring healing and refreshment on their wings. Each man has a temporary interest in them. From whatever quarter of the compass they may come, I have a right to use them as they are passing by me, yet that use must always be regulated by the rights of those other participants and co-owners whom they are moving forward to bless. It is not lawful, therefore, for me to corrupt them, to load them with noxious gases or vapors by which they will prove valueless or detrimental to him, whomever he may be, towards whom they are moving. In one respect, indeed, the winds illustrate our relative rights and duties even better than the streams. In the latter case, the rights are not only successive, but always in the same order of priority, those of the owner above necessarily preceding those of the owner below, and this order is unchangeable except by changing the ownership of the land itself to which the rights are appurtenant. In the case of the wind, however, which may blow from every quarter of the heavens, I may have the prior right today, but with a change in their direction, my neighbor may have it tomorrow. If, therefore, today, when the wind is going from me to him, I should usurp the right to use it to his detriment, tomorrow, when it is coming from him to me, he may inflict retributive usurpation upon me. The light of the sun, too, is subject to the same benign and equitable regulations. As the waves of this ethereal element pass by me, I have a right to bask in their genial warmth, or to employ their quickening powers. But I have no right, even on my own land, to build up a wall mountainously high that shall eclipse the sun to my neighbor's eyes. Now all these great principles of natural law, which define and limit the rights of neighbors and contemporaries, are incorporated into and constitute a part of the civil law of every civilized people, and they are obvious and simple illustrations of the great proprietary laws by which individuals and generations hold their rights in the solid substance of the globe, in the elements that move over its surface, and in the chemical and vital powers with which it is so marvelously endowed. As successive owners on a river's bank have equal rights to the waters that flow through their respective domains, subject only to the modification that the proprietors nearer the stream's source must have precedence in the enjoyment of their rights over those lower down, so the rights of all the generations of mankind to the earth itself, to the streams that fertilize it, to the winds that purify it, to the vital principles that animate it, and to the reviving light, are common rights, though subject to similar modifications in regard to the preceding and succeeding generations of men. They did not belong to our ancestors in perpetuity, they do not belong to us in perpetuity, and the right of the next generation in them will be limited and defeasible like ours. As we hold these rights subject to the claim of the next generation, so will they hold them subject to the claims of their immediate successors, and so on to the end of time. And the savage tribes that roam about the head springs of the Mississippi have as good a right to ordain what use shall be made of its copious waters, when in their grand descent across a continent they shall reach the shores of arts and civilization, as any of our predecessors had, or as we ourselves have, to say what shall be done in perpetuity with the soil, the waters, the winds, the light, and the invisible agencies of nature, which must be allowed on all hands to constitute the primary and indispensable elements of wealth. Is not the inference irresistible, then, that no man, by whatever means he may have come into possession of his property, has any natural right, any more than he has a moral one, to hold it or to dispose of it, irrespective of the needs and claims of those who, in the august processions of the generations, are to be his successors on the stage of existence? Holding his rights subject to their rights, he is bound not to impair the value of their inheritance, either by commission or by omission. Generation after generation proceeds from the creative energy of God. Each one stops for a brief period upon the earth, resting, as it were, only for a night, like migratory birds upon their passage, and then leaving it forever to others, whose existence is as transitory as its own. And the migratory flocks of waterfowl which sweep across our latitudes in their passage to another clime have as good a right to make a perpetual appropriation to their own use of the lands over which they fly, as any one generation has to arrogate perpetual dominion and sovereignty for its own purposes over that portion of the earth which it is its fortune to occupy during the brief period of its temporal existence. Another consideration bearing upon this arrogant doctrine of absolute ownership or sovereignty has hardly less force than the one just expounded. We have seen how insignificant a portion of any man's possessions he can claim in any proper and just sense to have earned, and that in regard to all the residue he is only taking his turn in the use of a bounty bestowed in common by the giver of all upon his ancestors, upon himself, and upon his posterity, a line of indefinite length of which he is but a point. But this is not the only deduction to be made from his assumed rights. The present wealth of the world has an additional element in it. Much of all that is capable of being earned by man has been earned by our predecessors, and has come down to us in a solid and enduring form. We have not erected all the houses in which we live, nor constructed all the roads on which we travel, nor built all the ships in which we carry on our commerce with the world. We have not reclaimed from the wilderness all the fields whose harvests we now reap. And if we had no precious metals or stones or pearls, but such as we ourselves had dug from the mines or brought up from the bottom of the ocean, our coffers and our caskets would be empty indeed. But even if this were not so, whence came all the arts and sciences, the discoveries and the inventions, without which, and without a common right to which, the valuation of the property of a whole nation would scarcely equal the inventory of a single man, without which, indeed, we should now be in a state of barbarism? Whence came the knowledge of agriculture, without which we should have so little to reap? Or a knowledge of astronomy, without which we could not traverse the oceans? Or a knowledge of chemistry and mechanical philosophy, without which the arts and the trades could not exist? Most of all of this was found out by those who have gone before us. Some of it has come down to us from a remote antiquity. Surely all these boons and blessings belong as much to posterity as to ourselves. They have not descended to us to be arrested and consumed here, or to be sequestered from the ages to come. Cato and Archimedes and Kepler and Newton and Franklin and Arkwright and Fulton and all the bright host of benefactors to science and art did not make or bequeath their discoveries or inventions to benefit any one generation, but to increase the common enjoyments of mankind to the end of time. So of all the great lawgivers and moralists who have improved the civil institutions of the state, who have made it dangerous to be wicked, or far better than this, have made it hateful to be so. Resources developed and property acquired after all these ages of preparation, after all these facilities and securities, accrue not to the benefit of the possessor only, but to that of the next and all succeeding generations. Surely these considerations limit still more extensively that absolutism of ownership which is so often claimed by the possessors of wealth. But sometimes the rich farmer, the opulent manufacturer, or the capitalist, when sorely pressed with his natural and moral obligation to contribute a portion of his means for the education of the young, replies, either in form or in spirit, "My lands, my machinery, my gold, and my silver are mine. May I not do what I will with my own?" There is one supposable case, and only one, where this argument would have plausibility. If it were made by an isolated, solitary being, a being having no relation to a community around him, having no ancestors to whom he had been indebted for 99 parts in every 100 of all he possesses, and expecting to leave no posterity after him, it might not be easy to answer it. If there were but one family in this Western Hemisphere, and only one in the Eastern Hemisphere, and these two families bore no civil or social relations to each other, and were to be the first and last of the whole race, it might be difficult, except on very high and almost transcendental grounds, for either one of them to show good cause why the other should contribute to help educate children not his own. And perhaps the force of the appeal for such an object would be still further diminished if the nearest neighbor of a single family upon our planet were as far from Earth as Uranus or Sirius. In self-defense or in selfishness, one might say to the other, "What are your fortunes to me? You can neither benefit nor molest me. Let each of us keep to his own side of the planetary spaces." But is this the relation which any man amongst us sustains to his fellows? In the midst of a populous community to which he is bound by innumerable ties, having had his own fortune and condition almost predetermined and foreordained by his predecessors, and being about to exert upon his successors as commanding an influence as has been exerted upon himself, the objector can no longer shrink into his individuality and disclaim connection and relationship with the world at large. He cannot deny that there are thousands around him on whom he acts and who are continually reacting upon him. The earth is much too small, and the race is far too numerous, to allow us to be hermits, and therefore we cannot adopt either the philosophy or the morals of hermits. All have derived benefits from their ancestors, and all are bound, as by an oath, to transmit those benefits, even in an improved condition, to posterity. We may as well attempt to escape from our own personal identity as to shake off the threefold relation which we bear to others, the relation of an associate with our contemporaries, of a beneficiary, of our ancestors, and of a guardian to those who, in the sublime order of Providence, are to succeed us. Out of these relations, manifest duties are evolved. The society of which we necessarily constitute a part must be preserved, and in order to preserve it, we must not look merely to what one individual or one family needs, but to what the whole community needs, not merely to what one generation needs, but to the wants of a succession of generations. To draw conclusions without considering these facts is to leave out the most important part of the premises. A powerfully corroborating fact remains untouched. Though the earth and the beneficent capabilities with which it is endued belong in common to the race, yet we find that previous and present possessors have laid their hands upon the whole of it, have left no part of it unclaimed and unappropriated. They have circumnavigated the globe, they have drawn lines across every habitable portion of it, and have partitioned amongst themselves not only its whole area or superficial contents, but have claimed it down to the center and up to the concave, a great inverted pyramid for each proprietor, so that not an unclaimed rood is left either in the caverns below or in the aerial spaces above, where a new adventurer upon existence can take unresisted possession. They have entered into a solemn compact with each other for the mutual defense of their respective allotments. They have created legislators and judges and executive officers who denounce and inflict penalties even to the taking of life, and they have organized armed bands to repel aggression upon their claims. Indeed, so grasping and rapacious have mankind been in this particular, that they have taken more than they could use, more than they could perambulate and survey, more than they could see from the top of the masthead or from the highest peak of the mountain. There was some limit to their physical power of taking possession, but none to the exorbitancy of their desires. Like robbers who divide their spoils before they know whether they shall find a victim, men have claimed a continent while still doubtful of its existence, and have spread out their title from ocean to ocean before their most adventurous pioneers had ever seen a shore of the realms they coveted. The whole planet, then, having been appropriated, there being no waste or open lands from which the new generations may be supplied as they come into existence, have not those generations the strongest conceivable claim upon the present occupants for that which is indispensable to their well-being? They have more than a preemptive, they have a possessory right to some portion of the issues and profits of that general domain, all of which has been thus taken up and appropriated. A denial of this right by the present possessors is a breach of trust, a fraudulent misuse of power given and of confidence implied. On mere principles of political economy, it is folly. On the broader principles of duty and morality, it is embezzlement. It is not at all in contravention of this view of the subject that the adult portion of society does take and must take upon itself the control and management of all existing property until the rising generation has arrived at the age of majority. Nay, one of the objects of their doing so is to preserve the rights of the generation which is still in its minority. Society, to this extent, is only a trustee managing an estate for the benefit of a part owner or of one who has a reversionary interest in it. This civil regulation, therefore, made necessary even for the benefit of both present and future possessors, is only in furtherance of the great law under consideration. Coincident, too, with this great law, but in no manner superseding or invalidating it, is that wonderful provision which the Creator has made for the care of offspring in the affection of their parents, Heaven did not rely merely upon our perceptions of duty toward our children and our fidelity in its performance. A powerful, all-mastering instinct of love was therefore implanted in the parental, especially in the maternal breast, to anticipate the idea of duty and to make duty delightful. Yet the great doctrine founded upon the will of God, as made known to us in the natural order and relation of things, would still remain the same, even though all this beautiful portion of our moral being whence parental affection springs were a void and a nonentity. Emphatically would the obligations of society remain the same for all those children who have been bereaved of parents, or who, worse than bereavement, have only monster parents of intemperance or cupidity, or of any other of those forms of vice that seem to suspend or obliterate the law of love in the parental breast. For these, society is doubly bound to be a parent, and to exercise all that rational care and providence which a wise father would exercise for his own children. End of section 40. Recording by Maria Kasper.